Transmigrated salaryman in his 40s returns, regressed as a peerless 17-year-old. Volume 1. By Yuya Yuya. Translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. For defeating the Demon King and the evil gods, thank you very much. A pure white space that extends as far as my eye could see. As I stood there, I heard a clear voice of a woman. I am a 40-ish black company's corporate slave who doesn't receive overtime pay and was expected to stay overnight at the office. I reincarnated to this world of sword and magic, and it has been 17 years since then. As a savior, I have slaughtered monsters and gods that harmed humans. And then, I died. The voice who introduced herself as the goddess continued. I have reincarnated a lot of people from other worlds, but you are the first, who not only defeated the king of the demon world but even the god. Because of this world will be peace for the next 5,000 years. That's great. That means it's not a waste to stab the evil god. Originally, I intended to take your soul to heaven, but given your achievement, you must be rewarded. You can choose whether to go to heaven, come back to life, or go back to the world you previously were. Going to heaven is an honor that only legendary people in the place where I reincarnated receive. Not only you can live there forever, and it seems like you'll be happy forever too. Sounds dangerous. If I resurrect, I will have all the status, money, and women I want. I may be assassinated because of envy, but I'm no longer someone humans can do something about. However, even if I chose to be resurrected, the woman I want to see the most is gone. Then, no matter how peaceful it may be, there is no point in staying in a place with so many painful memories. Send me back to my original world, please. Are you sure that's what you want? When I get back to my original world, the first thing I'll do is to slap my resignation letter to my shitty boss bald head. It was mid-June when I reincarnated. I'm looking forward to the last episode of the anime I watch. Ah, right. It must have been just the day before the unveiling of that 3D VTuber. I guess I'll have to spatcha, super chat. Please. Understood. Have a good life. I don't think it will be a good life, but since the goddess has given me her blessing, I'll gratefully accept it. I wonder if I can bring back even 1% of the power I acquired from this world. No, there is no use for it. If that were to happen, I'd be a superhero. I don't plan on being a superhero. I've had enough of that. As I thought about it, my consciousness slowly faded away. Chapter 1. After returning from another world, I found out I regressed to my 17-year-old self. When I slowly opened my eyes, I found that I was not even in the familiar room I lived before, nor in the battered workplace that I was before I reincarnated in another world. I am in the back of a high school gymnasium. One Ike men, who seemed to be the leader, and two not-so-handsome guys were staring at me. All three look fresh, and somehow, the word soccer club comes to my mind. Etho, what is it? The three's eyes flashed as they heard the words that came out of my mouth, who seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. You bastard, are you joking around with me? If it was the me before I reincarnated, if I was entangled with a young man who seemed to be physically strong, I'd try to escape with everything I've got. However, after experiencing that hell, I won't be freaked out with an opponent who's lower than a goblin. I think it was a long time ago since old man hunting became popular. What the heck are you talking about, bastard? While frowning at grumbling, the boys replied in a not-so-polite manner. I don't even know what's going on here. Why am I even in the back of a gymnasium in the first place? I looked down and saw that I was wearing my old school's uniform. When I touched my cheeks, I felt they were firm as if I was a teenager. Hey, what year is it? I never thought I would be asking such a question. I was like an anime character with amnesia. What the heck are you talking about? It's 1997. Why did you even answer his question? The Ikemen leader and his subordinate number 1 are arguing with each other. 1997? Given the climate, it should be early summer. So, it should be around the time when I was in second year high school. That goddess. I certainly came back to my original world, and I even regressed to my 17-year-old self, same as my age back there. Damn it, I should have remembered something about horse racing. I could have made a killing. I've never gambled though. However, Knowing the big events of the future is going to give me a lot of advantages in my life. Since I'm here, it might not be a bad idea to enjoy my school life, which I can't say went well in my previous life. I have suffered so much in the past. It would be nice to get a little benefit from it. Come to think of it, the Eichmann in front of me looks familiar. He's the ace of the soccer team who was after my childhood friend. I remember him from. I remember that day, my childhood friend Yui asked me to go home with her, which was something rare. At that time, I couldn't stand the embarrassment of going home alone with a girl, so I declined her invitation. We had been growing apart since before we started going to high school, but after that day, we stopped talking, so I remember it well. But still, I'm currently 17 years old, so it's strange to feel in a battle between the Arafu me and the regressed 17-year-old me. Note, Arafu is a term to describe a man in his 40s. I feel like these guys in front of me are kids, but I also feel that they are of the same age. In other words, you guys came to stab a nail so that I wouldn't get close to Yui. It is hard being an otaku this time. At this time, compared to the 2010s, there was still a lot of pressure for being an otaku. Many people hid their otaku hobbies. I was one of them, and I only revealed my secret hobby to those who shared the same interest. Well, looking back on it later, I doubt if I was able to hide it well enough. That's it. I don't care if you're a childhood friend or not, but I already told you that Yua-chan's going to be mine. You wouldn't want to know what will happen to you if you get close to her again. This is the kind of thing that makes it clear that it's a lie to say that sportsmen are straight and fresh. Oi, what's your answer? One of his underlings reached for my chest. I look and see it stopped. My reflexes, which were sharpened to the limit, made his movement appear so. My body was frail when I was in high school. However, it looks like I still have the ability I got from another world. Let's give it a try. I cast a physical strengthening spell on myself. Of course, there was no chant or declaration when I casted it. I just cast it instinctively, just like moving a fingertip. If I can't even cast physical strengthening magic like this, it is impossible for me to fight against gods. I could feel power flowing through every inch of my frail body. I twisted my body to evade the approaching hand in time. Don't evade. I gracefully avoid the hands of the underling, who is trying to grab me in rage. Stop that. Do you want to get suspended? TSK. The underling clicked his tongue and backed away when the Eichmann stopped him. I warned you. With that, the Eichmann left with his underlings. I used to be scared of these things in high school. I'm going to try to lightly attack the empty space with my magically enhanced body. And then, boom. The pressure from my finger shook the nearby tree and its leaves scattered. It looks like I can produce the same effect of magic I can use from the other world. I don't know about high-tier attack magic or swordplay, but if I tried it in a place like this, there would be an uproar. When I released my physical strengthening magic, I suffered severe muscle aches. I only made that move. Maybe it's because of my normal high schooler body. I don't need to fight demons here, so let's train slowly. Section. Why do you look so tattered even before PE starts? My fellow otaku, Seitu, was looking at me in dismay, seeing I'm dragging my body during the warm-up exercises. My muscles are a little sore. Weren't you fine this morning? I did a little too much after eating exercise. That's all you did, and you look like that. What are you? An old man? I'm only 17. No, I was 17. In any case, it's pathetic that my knees are shaking so much. Can you even play soccer like that? No, it's not like we can play it when we're normal. Seitu-kun said something even more pathetic, but I'm sure I thought the same at that time. I'll just use my healing magic to fix it. Toru-kun, good luck. While the boys are playing soccer, half of the ground is occupied by girls playing tennis. From there, yellow cheers came flying towards the Eichmann. Today's soccer game is a match format. The same is true for basketball and other sports, but there is no way to get organized in a school class, so naturally the experienced players are going to be the one who'll win the game. The Eichmann over there is an example of matchless. By the way, one of his underlings is sticking to me perfectly, trying to cut off my legs. It's a simple harassment, but I don't want my leg to be bruised. I use magic to increase my defense for the time being. Ah, the Eichmann scored again. I could have prevented it since I was on the enemy's side, but being suddenly active would make me stand out. It has only been a few hours since I came back, but being surrounded by high schoolers is very exhausting. It was more stressful talking to the peaceful Japanese children than I thought. When I started from the age of 0 in the other world, I was so occupied with living and training. Suddenly, I was back in a soft and fluffy world, and I felt uneasy because I had no place to put my mind. While I was thinking about that in a daze, the Eichmann dribbled the ball toward me. He went into a shooting position. Hey, given the angle of his foot, it's going to hit me in the face, right? I glanced around and saw Yui looking at me with her friends. I see. So, he's trying to humiliate me in front of Yui. However, Eichmann, that won't make your stock go up. Though he's still too young this time, so he doesn't know. To me, who's currently using defensive magic, it's no-brainer that the soccer ball won't make damage, though I don't find it fun blocking it with my face. I hit the ball that came flying to my face at a high speed with the back of my hand and knocked it off. The ball went right straight to the Eichmann's crotch. The Eichmann cowered while holding his crotch. The gym teacher came running. Is your hand okay after that shot? While everyone was worried about the Eichmann, only Seitu was worried about me. His eyes are glancing at me with a smirk on his face. This Eichmann is very popular with girls, but behind his back, the boys hate him. The reason for this can be seen with what happened behind the gymnasium. Hey Nanba. Apologized to Kakogawa-kun. Right. The girls who heard the commotion rushed over to me to blame me. I remember the secretary to the president. She doesn't do much work, but she's always talking to the employees about this and that with a big face. This type is the most annoying thing. Sorry. What's with that apology? The girls, perhaps not pleased with my nonchalant apology, shouted angrily at me. Then, Yui, my childhood friend, arrived. Everyone's attention on me was drawn to her. She had that much charm. Her long blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Normally, she lets her hair down, but during gym class, she's in a ponytail. Many boys look out the windows of the school building with their eyes focused on the ground to catch a glimpse of her hair. Her trademark black tights are hidden by her jersey, but it can't hide the volume of her chest at all. Yui smiled kindly at those around her and came over to stand next to me. Are you hurt? You haven't called my name for a long time. I'm not sure, but the fact that she's blushing a little means she's sensitive when it comes to that issue, or she's simply a little embarrassed. Is that so? Sorry for being overly familiar with you, Shiratori. It's okay. In any case, it seems like Kakogawa-kun tried to hit you first. Yui said so in a whisper that only I could hear. It should have been quite a distance from where she was, but she could see it clearly. I think someone should take Kakogawa-kun to the infirmary. Then, Yui-chan. Me. No, me. The Eichmann tried to nominate Yui, but several girls interrupted him and raised their hands. The girls surrounded her and took her to the infirmary. What an amazing sight. Even Seitu was stunned. Don't forget. You promise me to go home together. Yui whispered that to me with a modest smile that could make any man fall in love, and ran towards the tennis court. I remember being carried to the infirmary after getting hit in the face with that fall a long time ago. My hazy consciousness told me that Yui had taken care of me, but I wonder if that was a dream of reality. Section. From the school to the station is a quiet residential area if you go to the side streets. I walk alongside Yui on that street. Yui, a beautiful girl who's even featured on a poster for the school's entrance guide, was very popular among the other students in her grade. Most students look back just because she's walking with a man, though there's no rumor of her having an affair with anyone. Isn't this the first time since we entered high school that we will go home together? Did anything happen? No, nothing. I just wanted to go home with you once in a while. Yui answered with a full smile. It's the kind of smile that makes men and women alike fall in love with her. But to me, who knew Yui since we were children, it was a smile that felt somewhat strange. I had started to distance myself from Yui since I was in junior high school. She started to smile like this since then. It is also true that I feel the embarrassment peculiar to an adolescent guy for being with a girl, but it's not the reason I instinctively avoided her. The reason is the way Yui looks right now. I thought you'd go home first. Well, Yui's intuition was right. I was like that in my previous life. What do you mean well? Yui's cheeks puffed out in a teasing manner. The expression I once thought was cute, but now, she looks very sad. What happened? There were times. Not that. What happened since a few years ago? I don't know if it's a good time to step in here. Even though I saved another world, it was all about fighting. My communication power has not been polished. Still, my heart, which had been forcibly trained at a black company, and the regret of not being able to do anything back then, made me take the first step. Yui stared into my eyes with a serious expression. What happened to you, Kazu? No, nothing. When I replied that way, Yui replied with a smile, then, me too. What do you mean by that? Yui would not say anything else. Even though this childhood friend of mine looks gentle, she's actually stubborn. More than anything, why don't we sit for a moment? Yui pointed to a bench in a small park. We sat down on the bench with a little space between us. Do you remember this place? This is where Shiratori and I first met when we were in kindergarten. I remember sneaking out of our house and getting lost. While I was lost, you played with me. I didn't know she was the daughter of the Shiratori family and made her play with mud. Later on, my parents got mad at me. What did you do to the daughter of the president of one of the world's largest corporations? Why did they even ask that to a child? I was happy at that time. I was alone and feeling lonely, and it was the first time I'd ever played outside with a friend. Yui narrowed her eyes as she looked up at the sky, which was beginning to turn red. It's a look of regret for a past that will never return rather than a happy recollection of memories. Shiratori. Nothing. Thanks for today. Is that it? Yeah. That's it, or I will cause more trouble to the driver. As if waiting for Yui to say that, a black car appeared around the corner. See you later. Yui stood up, gave me a full smile, and walked toward the car. It was just an ordinary scene. But I've seen it in that world. What Yui showed me was the smile of someone who's about to die. Section. It was my first night back here. I'm currently on the dark side of the moon. I am on the dark side of the moon to test how well I could use the abilities I had acquired in the other world. I don't think I would be able to use powerful offensive magic in this world, but it would not be funny if I accidentally killed an opponent if I was teased on the street. It is also important to know up to what extent I must avoid using my power. For the time being, I was able to use physical barriers that would not cause problems in space, air compression for breathing underwater, invisibility, and high-speed flight for breaking through the atmosphere without any problem. Now, what should I try next? Even though I am currently very far, at the moon, it would be troublesome if I were detected from Earth. Just to be safe, I cast a physical illusion blocking spell over an area slightly wider than the moon's diameter so that I won't be visible from Earth. With this, it's unlikely to be detected from Earth. After finishing my preparations, I focused my magic on my palm. A black sphere at the size of my fingernail showed up and slowly expanded. It has been proven that magic can be used in this world as well. That means not only that I can use it, but that also means this world is compatible with magical phenomena. Apple falls from the tree. There are worlds where such a common thing doesn't happen naturally. It seems that the world in which I was reincarnated and the world I'm currently living operates according to similar principles. Though that made me wonder why magic is not developed in this world. I looked at the black sphere that's as big as my fist in my hand. The fact that it's possible means that this world is also full of magic power. For simple magic, it can be activated by the magic power inside the caster, but for something like this, there's no way it is possible without the existence of magic power around. I gently pushed the black sphere forward. It was hard to get a sense of direction in space, but it moved forward at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Before long, it produced darkness equal to the size of the moon. A starless darkness spread before my eyes and after a moment, returned to normal. It is an extremely powerful magic that can even destroy planets. I would never use it against humans, and its destructive power was too great to control. However, it was necessary if I needed to fight against gods. The magic power in space is about the same as the other world. The magic is too dense for a world where magic doesn't seem to be widespread. Usually, the more magic is used in a world, the more the world is filled with magic power. I'm going to leave this for now because it's related to magic. Though I can think of several possible reasons. Well, others would think it's only delusions. For now, my experiment was a success. I can use all the techniques I learned from another world. The only thing left is my physical body, which I have to work on in time. There's no way I'll be fighting for my life in this world after all. For today, I used my magic power to tear every muscle in my body to pieces and instantly heal them with healing magic. I feel severe pain in my whole body, but this alone has the effect of a month's worth of solid muscle training. After repeating this several times, my entire body became moderately toned. I should be able to join pro sports. For now, at least my body would be able to withstand the use of my own magic power. I'm hungry. I'm not sure how much I can make up for it with magic power, but I burned a lot of calories. My reach is also different from when I was still in another world. I'd like to train in close combat, but that can wait until tomorrow. I don't really need to go that far, but I'm not comfortable with the idea of being unprepared for the enemy. I think I'll go home. Immediately after thinking so, I felt a reaction from danger detection magic that I casted to Yui. This evening, Yui seems strange, so I cast it on her just in case. When hostility swells around her, it will send notification to my brain. I never thought that it would be activated. What's going on? I jumped from the moon back to Earth. Section. Yui's point of view. This evening, a human corpse was lying on the bench where I sat alongside Kazu. I smelled a fishy smell as the wind blew. Devoured organs were scattered around the bench, and beside it was a black-haired Western woman in revealing armor. Her mouth was smeared with blood and her eyes were glowing purple. At first glance, anyone could tell that she's not human. She's dressed like a Valkyrie of legend, but her black-toned equipment shows that she's not a messenger from Valhalla but a servant of the Demon King. Dark Valkyrie. Dark Valkyries are enemies of mankind. Get out of there. Don't defile my memorable bench. Growling. It reacted to my voice and growled, leaking purple smoke from its mouth as if it didn't like being interrupted from its meal. It sent me bloodlust. There's no sign of anyone around. When this thing appears, unwanted humans subconsciously avoid approaching it. It is said that its very existence has the same effect as a magic tool to make people stay away. Then, Gungnir, activate. Using 2 fingers, I activated the tights I'm wearing by touching it from the side below my miniskirt. Runes glow on the tights and letters converge at the angle in the form of a frisbee-size magic circle. HNN, Ku. Pleasure and intense pain ran through my entire body. Magic power is concentrated in the lower half of my body. Tights type divine object replica. It is a weapon that will continuously absorb my magic power every day to accumulate power. My mother's Emacute family is a family that has a long history of fighting against them, though the shape of divine objects differs. And tonight is my debut. GUGRR. The Dark Valkyrie seems to have recognized me as an enemy. The spear that appeared in its hand was hung carelessly. It walked towards me slowly with a curved back. It was like a zombie as it approached me, shaking its head unsteadily. However, I know it's not brainless. Unlike in the past, we can now train using VR simulators. As a result, the mortality rate in the first battle is said to be much lower. GA. The Dark Valkyrie instantly closed the gap between us and thrust the tip of her spear at my face. I took a step to the side to avoid being hit, which even a professional boxer would not be able to react to. It is all due to the effect of Gungnir. It has a function that forces my lower body to move in response to the stimuli obtained from my thought prediction and optic nerves. No matter how much a human trains, he can never win against something non-human. Unless he uses magic. Today, there are only a few people in the world who can use magic without magic tools. That's why they developed replicas of divine objects. If you can adapt to this, you can fight. And today is my debut battle. I had trained for this day and should have been prepared for it. However, my legs were shaking and wobbling as I dodged the attack. If I receive even one serious blow from that spear, I would lose my life. Even this trembling will be compensated for by the divine object. I had to do it. If I run away, more people. Kazu will die. That is my mission. I kicked up the spear that had been thrusted towards me and slammed my other leg directly into its abdomen. At the same time as the impact, the magic circle on my leg shines brightly. Dawn. The dark Valkyrie blew up for around 10 meters and slammed its back into a tree. J. If it were a human, that much force would have punctured his abdomen, but it quickly got back up. It then held up its spear forward and charged. It was much tougher than the robots I had fought for training. I managed to evade the charge, but a series of thrusts slightly cut through my skin. Its physical abilities are still too different compared to a human. I can't believe that even with a divine object, I'm still pushed to this point. I kicked the ground as hard as I could while avoiding a thrust. At the same time the ground rumbled, a crater of about the size of my open arms was formed and the dark Valkyrie lost its balance. Now, Gungnir. Edge mode. As I touched my thigh, my right leg glowed blue. As it was, I delivered a spin kick toward the dark Valkyrie's neck. Vuan. The dark Valkyrie's head fell off, leaving a grating sound and a blue trail. Purple smoke rushed out of the wound where blood should have gushed out. A short battle. This is the ironclad rule in fighting against non-humans. The reason is that both sides have high offensive power, so if the battle goes too long, injuries are unavoidable. Fu. When the divine object was deactivated, a voice, which can't be made by humans, echoes from the corpse of the dark Valkyrie. Dune. An explosion occurred around the corpse. Self-destruct magic. Unlike humans, non-humans use that kind of magic. A nearby swing blew up and an iron pipe flew out. I reflexively protected myself, but the bone in my left arm made a sound. It broke. I'm so careless. I had heard beforehand that some species live for a while after losing their heads. But in any case, I guess I won my debut battle. The organization will recover the human corpse. I fell to my knees. I was still very tired from using the divine object in real battle. The dark Valkyrie's death should have broke the magic that induced humans to stay away from this place. If I don't get out of here soon. When I forced myself to stand up, I felt something bad run through my spine. Then, I saw 3 shadows in the night sky when I looked up. One dark Valkyrie had taken one of my arms and now, there are 3 of them. I reactivated my divine object and fled and once. However, the dark Valkyries have already landed on the ground, surrounding me before I managed to do so. Section. The source of the danger detection magic I had casted on Yui was at the park where we had talked earlier. I crossed my arms and stretched out my back and entered the atmosphere in the well-known Gainax pose. As I felt the impact on the soles of my feet, I wonder if it was 97 when the late-night rerun of the Gainax-produced Evangelion became popular once again. Remembering this, I checked the park with my naked eye. Surrounding Yui are 3 women who look like Valkyries from Norse mythology. They are targeting Yui with obvious hostility. Cosplay, or not. Their existence is clearly different from that of the creatures on Earth. I never noticed them before I went to another world. I wonder if Yui was just caught up in it or if she has some kind of connection. I slowed down at 300 meters above the ground and landed in my current pose, covering Yui from behind. Ka. Kazu. Why are you here? No, how did you get down? Ah, Mao. Escape, hurry. Glancing behind, I found Yui's forehead drenched in sweat. And one broken arm. There was one human corpse and one oddly shaped magic trace that seemed to have been killed in an explosion. Is it safe to assume that Shiratori is fighting against these guys to protect humanity? How can you just swallow everything that fast? Aren't you going to ask first if this is cosplay or not? That's unnecessary. I don't think they're humans. Could it be that you're a staff? I have no idea what kind of person a staff is, but I do know that there are things around that wants to kill my childhood friend. Kazu, what's with that? How can a person who grew up in Japan have such an idea? I've been through a lot. And I really mean a lot. Kazu. The enemies won't wait for our conversation to end. One of the abominations has thrust its spear towards me. So that's how it is. It's certainly a move a human can't make. It's definitely trying to kill me. The human corpse lying there was no doubt the work of these guys. I caught the tip of the spear, stopped it, and snapped it off. Shiratori was surprised. As for me, I looked at the spearhead. It's not a matter but solid magic power. How did you do that? Dark Valkyries' weapons should be so hard that only divine objects can go against it. So, their guys are called Dark Valkyries? You don't know that, watch out. The Dark Valkyrie struck me with the spear with a broken head. I caught it with my palm and pulled it to me. Then, I attacked the Dark Valkyrie's chest. Gwa. I ignored the struggling Dark Valkyrie and pulled its heart out of its chest. Instead of blood, purple smoke gushed out of the gaping hole in its chest. It has a heart. The heart pulsing in my hand was identical to that of a human. Eventually, the heart slowly stopped moving as it leaked out purple smoke too. This heart is indeed flesh. The same is true for the body that I struck. However, the components that make up the body also include things that are different from a human, as can be seen from the purple smoke. It could be said that they are similar to the demons from the other world. You pierced the chest plate of that thing with bare hands. Without magic power, even a tank shell could only scratch it. Do you have divine object? I don't know what divine object you are talking about, but I'm using physical strengthening magic. It seems to be a type of being that nullifies physical attacks, but having fought countless enemies like that, I have a habit of always covering the surface of my body with magic power. I'm talking about magic and facing an enemy like this. If I tell this to anyone, they'll think I'm crazy. And magic, you can cast magic. Not magic too. Two Dark Valkyries leapt at the surprised Yui from behind. I decapined them at the sky. Note, decopin is a punching machine. Then, with a bang, the heads of the Dark Valkyries were blown off. What did you do? Their heads were. They'll self-destruct. These guys can self-destruct even without heads. Well then, I covered the Dark Valkyries in physical barrier magic and crushed them by making the barrier smaller. The remaining chunks of flesh turned into purple sand and flowed in the night breeze. 3 of them in an instant. Kazu, you are. Yui is stunned and it looks like she has a lot of questions she wants to ask. Section. After Yui had asked the organization to dispose of the human corpse, we moved to the rooftop of a nearby building. I know you're not a normal person given how you jumped to the roof of the building. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know if Kazu is on our side. Yui turns to me with a strong sense of caution, a complete change compared to how we spoke earlier. That's completely normal if your childhood friend, who you always thought was normal, suddenly showed unusual power. How she's acting is understandable. When did you start fighting those kinds of things? Tonight was my debut battle. Yui hesitated for a moment before answering my question. Debut battle and you're alone? In the other world, unless there's a good reason, a battle will always be with a party. I'm the only one from the Nordic organization stationed in Japan who can use a divine object. I understood a lot from what she just said. It seems like in this world, there are a number of organizations that fight against such abomination and they do not cooperate with each other. What is a divine object? Are you talking about the black tights that you always wear that you used as a weapon? You really don't know anything. To be exact, this is a divine object replica. They are the only weapon that humans can use to compete against them. They are made of God-class variants. Variant should be the general term for abominations like those Dark Valkyries. They must be precious. There are only a few of them in the world and there are only a few people in the world who can adapt to them. Talent is often inherited. A few years ago, I was deemed suitable for it and I've been living with this divine object since then. Today, when my body has gotten used to it, I made my debut. Yui doesn't need to take such risk. Don't say that. When I was 12, they found that I had an aptitude for it and it has become my life's mission since. Yui looked down sadly. 12 years old. I didn't even notice. So that's why we became distant when we were in junior high school. Are you doing it to protect me? Are you really Kazu? I would never ask such a question given how self-conscious and afraid I was. However, I once died and experienced hell in a different world. I know that time to worry is a luxury. I am Nanba Kazu. However, should I tell her the truth? Will she believe it? And, can I trust Yui? After reincarnating in another world, I returned. I am that Nanba Kazu. I decided to tell her the truth. I thought she was the one I should trust in this world aside from my little sister. Though I hid the fact that I lived until my 40s in this world. Section. Another world. But that's... No, given that variants exist, no, but... After being confused for some time, Yui stared into my eyes. I want to believe Kazu, but I want to see some evidence. Is there any evidence that you went to another world? Then, I'll show you magic. Magic isn't very developed here, right? Yeah. Basically, the only way for someone to cast magic is with the help of a magic tool. Then, asked me to do anything. If it can be done with magic, I can do almost anything. By almost anything you mean, then, try using ice magic. Of all offensive attributes, ice magic tool is the most difficult to make. Compared to high heat system, which can simply be done by increasing the vibration speed of molecules, or lightning system, which is not difficult if you understand the theory, ice system requires you to stop molecular vibration and it becomes more difficult the more you try to master it. Understood. However, it's not difficult for the current me. What's wrong? It's hard after all, right? No, I already did. I pointed behind Yui. An ice sculpture appeared behind Yui. How could you do it in an instant without ritual or catalyst? Moreover, isn't this the magical girl in sailor uniform, Yusako-chan? She's Yui's favorite character. I thought that just putting a lump of ice was not an art, so I made it like that. The training of making ice statues reminds me of my magic training over there. It was hell. The reason I shuddered was not because of the cold air that the statue is emitting. There is no sign of using magic tool. Somehow, in many ways, you're the real deal. I feel like Yui's strength came off her shoulder. Hey Shiratori, I can't protect this city as much as I can now. It's not a big deal compared to saving the world. Do you still choose to fight? Hey, Kazu, do you remember your parents? Of course. I haven't seen them since they went overseas when I started high school. It's been more than a year and they've never come back. They left their high schooler son and junior high schooler daughter at home. It can't be helped since they were transferred to the Amazon hinterland. Then, have they ever contacted you? Even once? No, since they're a sloppy couple. Were they like that before they were transferred overseas? No, they were rather. Isn't it strange? No, didn't you ever think it was strange? Now that you mentioned it. I never find it strange. Do you know your parents' contact information? Did you see them off at the airport? I recall none of those. However, I never wondered, not even once. No way, are you saying that my parents are no longer? You're really perceptive, that's right. Once a person was eaten by a variant, that person will lose all causality. So they were treated as if they never existed and you won't feel bad that they're not here anymore? Even in that world, there were demons that have abilities like that. I had a little sister myself. However, only when they found out that I have an aptitude for the divine object that I learned about it. Your little sister was. I don't have any memories of her at all. That's why I couldn't forgive them. Even if I'm a failure who can't even bring out 10% of what the divine object. That's why I wanted to protect Kazu. But half of it is anger. So, I didn't do it because I want to become a hero or something. Yui seemed to be ashamed, but I don't think she was wrong. Yui chose to fight even though she knew there was a good chance she would die. Even though she has the resources to live a life without a care in the world, she chose to fight. Unlike me, who gained special abilities as a savior when I was reincarnated. Yui has true strength. I remembered the friends I met in the other world. I remember the friends who had died. Then, I look back at my memories of Yui. Since we became estranged, we no longer kept in touch, or even remembered Yui. How about during the reunion? I attended on a whim, but was Yui there? No one brought up the fact that she's not. Yui who stands out so much. No way, she was killed. And I didn't even know about it. I'll fight too. Kazu seems to be strong so you can do so, but you might die. Unlike me, you don't have any mission imposed on you by your family. Shiratori is not doing this because of your mission alone, right? That's true, but to be honest, I wanted to take it easy in this third life of mine. However, if I just do what I want, I can't face those people who have died. Besides, I have no choice. I want to save Shiratori. Kazu, you're so cool. However, I've always known it. Kazu has always been cool. Yui looked away. Too cute. I may have been made to forget about her, but she is my first love. Yui would probably say she doesn't want to be protected, but I'll definitely protect her. From now on, we will be partners in defeating variants, right? That's right. Then, call me by my name. If you call me by my family name, it will be hard to distinguish who you are referring to, right? I don't think I'll deal with anyone else from the Shiratori family. I don't care. Yui's cheeks puff out. Aren't you being shy earlier? Understood, Yui. Yeah. Please take care of me from now on. I'm going to fight with all my might so that this bright smile will never cloud again. I should be capable of doing that now. An isekai returner is peerless in school. When I returned home after making a contract with Yui, I found the apartment window lit. It was a corner room in a small, 20-year-old, 2-story apartment building. That is where my little sister Futaba and I live. My parents told me that the repayment loan is quite difficult to deal with, but it was paid before I knew it, and I was not even demanded to pay the administrative fees. And I've never found it strange. This must have been the result of the world forcibly compensating for the environment of a person who had been eaten up by causality. I'm home. How happy I am to say I'm home, and how happier I will be if someone says welcome home. Hey Oni-chan, where have you been? I've already cooked dinner. You're from the Go Home Club, so you should at least make dinner for me. My little sister, Futaba, came out of the kitchen. She's nagging and often poisonous to me, but she's an important member of the family. Speaking of which, I don't remember hearing the words welcome home from her since we started living together. She's short and her face is even smaller and cute. She turns her grumpy face while her long twin tails shake. I heard that she's quite popular because she's cheerful and polite outside. The reason why she doesn't look like me is because she's my adopted little sister. Futaba should be aware of that. Understood. I'll cook for you tomorrow. Futaba, who's the president of the Naginata Club, is often late to go back home. After club activities are over, she goes to a nearby dojo. She's a promising athlete who has won a national championship. Yes. Oni-chan's cooking can make someone hospitalized. What? Cook. Oni-chan will. That same Oni-chan who's a total loser at housework. Do you have to say that much? I've lived alone for nearly 20 years. Thinking about it, I couldn't remember why I started living alone. It wasn't that my job location was far away. It was not because Futaba left me. I was living alone in this apartment. No way could Futaba have been. Damn it. How much of a coward had I lived before to not know anything? Oh, Nia-chan, what's wrong? Your face looks scary. If you don't like it that much, I'll cook for you. She's not always nice, but this kindness of hers is one of her good points. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Let's have dinner. Oh, Nia-chan, not only Yui. I want to protect Futaba as well. And I have the power to do that now. Even though I'm protecting Yui and Futaba, I still have to go to school. In order to eat, it is often more advantageous to have an academic background. I felt strange to be in a class as a high school student after all these years, but the class itself was more fun than I had expected. Compared to my days of suffering at the Black Company, solving problems that had answers was so much easier that I could almost say it was like playing games. I had forgotten the formulas though, so I still find it hard. Kazu, let's eat lunch together. I made a bento. Lunch break. Yui's words caused a stir in the classroom. Of course, it would. It is known that Yui and I have known each other since childhood, but it's also a well-known fact that we are not that close. What's with you all of a sudden? In case of emergency, wouldn't it be more convenient if we were together? Also, if we're always together, no one will be suspicious of us. She was whispering those words to me which made the boys around feel like killing me. Even if I say kill, they're nothing but a bunch of cute things who are weaker than goblins. Who would be suspicious? Yeah. I also want to talk to you about the future. Yui, who took my hand in panic, began to walk to the courtyard as it was. Section. Yui's point of view. I wonder if I was a little too excited this lunch. However, it will be allowed at least for today. Because Kazu is no longer in danger of being killed. According to the investigation by their organization, Kazu is a singularity that easily attracts variants. He is said to have some kind of channel to otherworldly things. Without him, my little sister wouldn't have died. I shake off such thoughts. With his current power, he would be able to protect himself. If it's only a dark Valkyrie, I can take care of it, but if a greater enemy appeared, I would have to risk my life to defeat it. That is the kind of ability my divine object has. The hidden power should be great, but I am incapable of bringing it out. What I worry about is whether he will be safe after I die. However, there is no longer a need to worry about it. That fact alone lightened my heart. All I have to think about now is to protect the area of my responsibility. Above all, I'm happy to the fact that I'll be able to fight with him. He saved my heart from that house. We don't have many chances of seeing each other anymore, but from now on, things will be different. I will deepen my bond with him while fulfilling my mission to protect mankind. I'm looking forward to it. Is that inappropriate to say? I can go work and save mankind with the person I love. Is it a sin to call this happiness? After lunch, I had a peaceful moment of relaxation on a bench in the courtyard. How many years has it been since I've had a time like this? 17 years. No, more if you include the time before I reincarnated. In addition, next to me is my first love, a beautiful girl with blonde hair, big boobies, and black tights. No, those black tights are weapons. In any case, I'm really happy. I wish this kind of time could go on forever. I know that just wishing for it can easily destroy it. However, I'm going to protect it this time. You don't have to bring lunch tomorrow. Yui says so as she puts away the bento box. No, that's my line. Futaba prepares bento for me, and from now on, we're going to take turns on making one. Today, I ate 2 lunches including the one that Yui prepared for me, and I feel like my stomach is about to burst. I've strengthened my body, but my stomach can't suddenly get bigger. I'll cook for you every day. Honestly speaking, I'm happy, but don't. Since you're happy, why can't I do it? It costs money. If it's just money, I have too much. That's not a line a high schooler would say. I have more money than a high schooler can handle. Did your personality change? She never wanted to use her family background before. Since I'm going to fight along with Kazu, I'll use whatever means I can. As she says that, Yui clenches my hands tightly. I wonder if it's because my body is young that it made my heart pound. If only this courtyard is not completely visible from the classroom. It would look like we were making out. Though I can't argue with that. However, when something like this happens, according to the pattern. Hey, Yui-chan. You refused my invitation and had lunch with this guy? It was Kakogawa, the Ikemen of the soccer team, who barged into our conversation. Begone. Kakogawa glared at me when he said that, but immediately turned to Yui after. You should go out with me. I'm the only one in this school that can match Yui-chan. How could he say such an embarrassing line without hesitation? My house has a policy that I can't go out with anyone. She has a gentle smile, but she's clearly saying that she's refusing. You'll waste your high school life like that, you know. You know what? You're right. But you don't have to worry because I'm going out with Kazu. I'm even permitted by my family. You can't just drag me in such an obvious lie like this. With this guy. You want a man like this? See, he didn't believe you at all. Also, I'm trying my best to hold my body back, but you don't know how many scary things have been through my mind. Why don't you give him a try then? Aren't you provoking him too much? I'm a lover, not a fighter. What kind of mouth does this guy have to say things like that line after line? Don't say such an old line. The next PE class of the boys is kendo, right? Why don't you two play there? If I win, will you go out with me? Sure. Isn't this a development from the old line time? It would be troublesome if Kakogawa followed me around. However, if this is the only way to end it, that's fine too. Kazu, you're fine with that arrangement, right? Yui winked at me as if saying just do it. I was planning to take it easy at school, but it looks like it's not going to happen if I plan to spend my time with Yui, who has become like this. In any case, I'm looking forward to beating up the Ryaju that can be said to be my natural enemy in my previous life. Ah, there's no such word as Ryaju this time yet. Note, Ryaju is the opposite of otaku. It refers to a person who lives a fulfilling life. Section. And so, it was time for PE class. I feel a little bad after lunch break because of my stomach. It's nostalgic to think about something like this again. It's very high schooler-like. When I was in a black company, I couldn't eat lunch, or if I could, I would be eating at my desk while working. I'm in the soccer club, but I did kendo and karate when I was in elementary school. My father's policy was to beat up weak amateurs. You're a weak amateur. Before the match, Kakogawa told me that. Why is this guy so popular? Was it because he's an Ikemen? Or is it because he's the ace of the soccer club? Those two are enough for me, you son of a bitch. Every time he plays in a tournament, the manager will take care of everything for him. There are rumors that it is normal for him to 3-time or 4-time. In short, he's the enemy of humanity. The match between me and Kakogawa, which was a mock match for the class, drew a lot of attention. Not only the boys, but the girls, who were taking creative dance class at the other half of the gym, were looking at us. Good luck, Kakogawa-kun. I can't see your face. Take your mask off. The girls were cheering in yellow. Take the mask off. Do they want him to get hurt? Kazu, good luck. The only girl who's cheering for me was Yui. She's worth more than 1,000 girls out there though. However, that doesn't stop the jealous stares from the boys. TSK. Kakogawa, who was standing in the starting line, clicked his tongue. It's really disgusting, but it's a little pleasant to see his irritated face. Kakogawa, don't let yourself get hurt. Even the gym teacher, the referee, is like that. Start. The referee gave the signal and the match began. Section. I have used swords and spears a lot when I was in another world, but I'm an amateur when it comes to kendo. A sword is to kill an opponent, while kendo is a sport. They are completely different things. This is evident in the rules for judging ippon, which we heard in class. Ippon is awarded when the 3 elements of spirit, stance, and continued alertness are in perfect harmony. It doesn't matter whether the opponent is dead or not. This is so unlike actual combat, where the goal is to defeat the enemy without getting injured. What should I do? First of all, stance is tricky. The basic mid-stance of kendo is different from what is ingrained in my body. For the time being, I tried holding it in mid-stance as what is taught in the class, but it felt very uncomfortable. It's not like it's impossible to do. Kakogawa's lips smirked on one side of his face. He probably thinks he can easily defeat an amateur otaku. However, I easily dodged to the side. What? You dodge? The referee was surprised. Normally, I would have been hit by the shinai, bamboo sword. By the way, I didn't use my physical strengthening magic. My physique has changed, but the skills I've acquired at the risk of my life won't betray me. I've also done muscle training. I evaded Kakogawa's strikes one after another. This guy, he's deliberately aiming at places where there's no protective gear. He's really a bastard. Well, the opponent is full of gaps, but kendo is striking and not slashing, right? Like this. Boom. When I targeted and hit Kakogawa's torso, a sound as if something exploded resounded. What? The eyes of everyone watching turned into dots. Goo. What's that shock? Even Kakogawa was stunned. If he's not wearing any gear, that hit would have broken 2 or 3 ribs, but a kendo armor is good after all. Also, wasn't that an ippon? I looked at the referee. See, continue. If I was serious, it would have been powerful enough to kill someone, but that would cause a lot of trouble. I heard in class that it's hard to get an ippon by hitting the torso to begin with. I never thought that you were an experienced player. I was caught off guard. Kakogawa was saying some excuses, but he still misunderstood. If I were an experienced player, I would have scored an ippon. Well, I'm still having difficulty in adjusting, but should I use a coat? Or maybe men? Kakogawa's face, which had been smiling so far, turned serious. He must have realized that the shock he received on his torso was not a fluke. Coat. Mean. 2 quick strikes in succession. The first strike, a coat, was deflected by me by moving the shinai a little to the left, and the second, a leap strike, was evaded with a sidestep. What? Kakogawa was surprised that his blow was evaded and turned around to me. On the battlefield, that one moment can be fatal. I lowered my stance and hit Kakogawa with a coat. Boom. Ah, coat. I was supposed to say that out loud. Ippon. The referee's flag went up. Kakogawa-kun, hang in there. Don't let him beat you. You went easy on him. You're so kind. The girls' cheering was terrible. I'm human too, you know? I glanced at Yui and she gave me a thumbs up and a smile. That smile is enough for me. Kakogawa, on the other hand, gritted his teeth as he stared at me. This feels great. I had a feeling that I wanted to play with him more, but I wouldn't really want to if he continued to make trouble for me later. Let's just win this fast. Start. Boom. Men. Okay, this time I was able to say my move as I strike at the same time. It's a little embarrassing, but I forced myself to say it out loud. Ippon. The referee's voice echoed through the silent gymnasium. Then, Yui, who had a satisfied smile on her face, applauded. A little later, my fellow otaku, Seitu, clapped his hands. What was that? A fluke, or something? Oi oi, Kakogawa's eyes are white. Sensei, I'm going to take him to the infirmary. Ah, I'll take care of that. No, it should be me. I'm a member of the health committee for this very moment, so leave him to me. The last girl was a rotten one, right? The PE teacher came over to me despite the fuss of everyone around. Did I go too far? Is he angry? Oi Nanba, why don't you join the kendo club? Even if you only learn the basics now, you'll be a regular. The gym teacher, who had never spoken to me before aside from cursing me, drilled his palm into my hand. So, that means this guy is the advisor of the kendo club, right? He's walking down the hallway with a shinai during regular exams. Now, not really, I mean in the 2020s, you're going to be in trouble if you do that. No, I'm not interested. Don't say that. That strike. The step-in was strange, but even a master if IAI can't do that. You're a genius. This teacher might have a good eye, but given the situation, he should be a little more concerned of the knocked-out Kakogawa. This teacher is a sports freak, and I ended up not remembering his name until I graduated. Even without the variant incident, I wouldn't wish for any club with this guy as the advisor. Section. Kakogawa's point of view. Kakogawa-kun, are you awake? Great. You completely lost consciousness. I was so worried. When I opened my eyes, the girls were looking into my face as I lay on the bed. I lost. To that otaku. I thought I could finally get my hands on Shiratori Yui. Damn. I can't wait to fuck that body. Where's the health teacher? Only Yui-chan, who's a member of the health committee, should stay. What? I want to take care of Kakogawa-kun too. My bad. My head kinds of hurts now that there's a lot of people. Of course, that's a lie. Sorry. Yui-chan stuck her tongue out to the other girls. She's this kind of girl, that's why I had her stay. Yuri-chan, please sit here and take care of me. I pulled and slammed her on the bed. There's no woman who doesn't like this. Wait, Fufu. I did it. When I touched Yui-chan's chin, she closed her eyes. Women are easy. I gently covered her lips with my and grasped her chest, which looks obviously big even though she's wearing a jersey. A small moan escapes from Yui-chan's mouth. See, women are easy. I slowly take off her jersey. She has a better body than expected. I wish I had gotten it earlier. I'll add this girl to the list of women I'll hold when I feel like it. The moan that leaks out of her mouth turned hotter as I ran down my tongue through her neck. I feel hungry. I wonder if it's because it's after PE. She looks delicious. Very delicious looking. Meat. My vision is kind of red. Meat. I want to eat meat. Woman, meat. Soft and juicy, me, at. Chapter 3. Gods were people full of desires. Then, please take care of me from now on, teacher. Osu. Note, Osu is a polite way of saying yes or please. Yui, dressed in a tattered, worn-out karate outfit that I don't know where she got, bowed. Sleeveless, worn out, and tattered. From the sides, you could catch a glimpse of her big boobies. Furthermore, the lower body was shredded above the knees, revealing her trademark black tights. It seems like even if she's wearing that, she doesn't slip on the wooden floor, as expected of a divine object. Though the divine object might not be happy of being admired as an anti-slip thing. We are currently at the Shiratori family dojo. Yui, who saw my battle last night, asked me to train with her. I mean, do they even have their own private dojo? At first glance, it looks like an ordinary dojo, but the walls and floors are made of reinforced materials. Even if you say special training, if you train your body well and pass through the line of death many times, you can become stronger on your own. That advice is not even close to being helpful. How do you train your body? I train with everything I have at the gym. Indeed. She had supple and lean muscles. You're no better than a top-class athlete. You're saying it like it's bad. If you don't have muscle quality beyond of that a human, your body won't be able to keep up with your own attacks. Beyond of that a human, big muscles will only slow you down. Even that alien who turns blonde said that. You're familiar with shonen manga too. I read a lot of manga to see if I can get any insights of how to do it. Don't rely on manga for insights. But on the other hand, I also used my manga and anime knowledge to find how to do things in the other world. However, I'm already powerful and only used manga and anime as reference back then. The problem is not quantity but quality. Would you like to give it a try? Try what? Muscle training. Nfufufu. I have confidence in muscle training. 30 minutes later. Please forgive me already, Afu. Yu is cowering on the floor while trembling. I gave her a little lightened version of the muscle training I did on the dark side of the moon. Let's finish this with a heal. I put my hand on Yui's body and a warm light enveloped her body. Healing magic feels very pleasant, but the reconstruction of muscle fibers is too painful. It can also be said to be traumatizing. If you do this for 24 hours a day for a week or so, you'll instantly have a body that can make you escape from a demon. I'm going to die first. I mean, the demons are amazing. I'm glad we don't have them in this world. I once gave this muscle training to all the young people in the village when I rescued a villager who was targeted by a demon. It was a hellish scene full of scream. One of the members of my party when I defeated the Demon King came from that village. Even in the manga that Yui was saying, the main characters will become stronger once they come back from the brink of death, right? It's similar to that. Don't try to convince me using a manga. Okay, calm down. Then, let's have muscle training little by little, day by day. For now, I want to see Yui's ability. Then, I chanted a little and a magic circle appeared on the floor. From that magic circle, a dark Valkyrie like the ones we fought last night appeared. How can you summon a dark Valkyrie? No way, you're a greater variant that transformed into Kazu. Yui, who took a big leap, braced herself against the dark Valkyrie. You misunderstood. This is not summoning, it's generating. I created it with my magic power using the data I took during last night's battle. Since it came from the data analyzed during last night's battle, it won't be able to do the techniques that I didn't see at that time. I put my hand on the dark Valkyrie's shoulder. The dark Valkyrie, whose arms are slumped down, is staring into the void with dead fish-like eyes. It shows no reaction. It's impossible to do that unless you're overwhelmingly stronger than the dark Valkyrie, right? It's just an enemy of this caliber though. Well, it's true that dark Valkyries are one of the small fries among Nordic variants, but, to an ordinary human, its threat is much greater than a lion. Yeah. For now, try to use your strongest technique. Yeah, I'll do so. Gungnir, activate. Yui touches her thighs in black tights from under her miniskirt using 2 fingers to each side. Rune letters glowed on the part of the tights she touched and at her ankle. The letters converged, forming a frisbee-sized magic circle. HNN, Q, what? It feels okay and it doesn't hurt much. An. Yui took a big leap and instantly reached the ceiling, which was probably as high as the second floor of a private house. Yui flipped and landed dexterously on the ceiling. Kicking the ceiling, she returned to the floor. Gungmir, full power. Yui touched her thigh and took a stance on which her weight is on her right leg. Magic power ran through her entire body. It increased in purity and concentration and eventually gathered on her right leg. Yui herself don't seem to know much about magic, but this is one way of using it. Ragnarok break. Yui delivered a back kick with her dusk-colored right foot to the chest of the Dark Valkyrie. The impact of the kick passed through the Dark Valkyrie's back and a shockwave hit the walls of the dojo. At that moment, the Dark Valkyrie's body cracked with light at the place Yui hit and shattered like a rock. Yui slowly lowered her right leg and returned to her original stance. Then, rubbed her shaking leg. After using the technique, my whole body will feel heavy for a while and I won't be able to move my right leg for a few hours. Muscle training is amazing. You became able to withstand the burden of the divine object to some extent. In addition to that, I also prepared magic circuits in your body in addition to muscle training. Magic circuit. It is the path of the magic power in the body. That black tights type divine object seems to channel the magic power stored in it to the user, making the user's physical ability surpass normal humans. The special move you just used forcefully poured magic power needed inside the enemy's body, shredding the enemy's magic circuit, then used the opponent's magic power to destroy its body. It's a pretty amazing magic tool. I wonder how it was made even though magic is not popular here. Do some people have a monopoly on information? You managed to know that much after seeing it. I will be able to analyze it more by touching it. When I said that, I don't mind, touch me. Yui blushed a little. She raised her leg and offered her thigh. You said touch me, just now? That sounds erotic. I instinctively looked away from Yui's thighs. There were warriors wearing skimpy equipment in the other world, so I find it strange for me to be shy in this world. It's not erotic. No way. Are you asking me to strip it here? Don't get all red. I'm embarrassed too. What do you mean by here? There's a changing room, right? I can't take it off. These tights. Disgusting. You're awful. That means the restriction of using that divine object is once you put them on, you can never take them off, is that right? Then, there's nothing we can do about it. I take it off when I'm using the toilet or in the bath. It only needs to be in constant contact with any part of my body. You mean you're wearing black tights in the bath? Do you wash it? No, it's self-repairing. It removes everything including microscopic foreign objects. That's great. If I had come up with that method in the other world, I wouldn't have to worry about bathing. I had applied self-repair magic to my armor, but I hadn't thought of foreign object elimination. Anyway, if you can find out something by touching it, touch it. If it can makes me stronger, that's better. Okay then, I'll touch it. Ooh. I gently touched Yui's thigh. The smoothness of the black tights and the softness of her thigh is pleasant to feel. Don't moan like that. I can't help it. I'm sensitive because it has sensory amplification function. My heart is pounding but I sent a minuscule amount of magic power from my palm to the divine object to analyze its structure. Wait, what is, feels great, Yui's body is trembling and her breathing is kind of hot. While trying not to worry about that, I started analyzing. What's this? How can this thing be this awful? This divine object is dangerous. Yui, who's still writing from the pleasure that lingered in her body, gave me an anxious look. The burden of the user has not been taken into account at all. If you use something like this, it will only take a few years before the magic circuits in your body are torn apart, and when that happens, you'll die. No wonder the output is so high for something made in a world where magic is unpopular. In the other world, this would be treated as a cursed weapon. I know. Yui was not surprised when I told the possibility of her death. Yeah. The divine objects change shape according to the user, but all users are all short-lived. Given how powerful it is, I thought it was strange. I thought it should be the divine object that was killing them. It uses the body part of a powerful variant as the core and draws out magic power by reacting with the magic power of the user. It will forcibly create magic circuits, but it only knows a little about it. This is a complete black box that will somewhat work, so they're supposed to use it. In short, they are nothing but general-purpose humanoid battle weapons. If you use something like this, it will be doubtful to ever see the ending of the series you are following, much less a new show. However, Yui is the president's daughter, right? How could your parents allow you to use such a dangerous divine object? It was them who gave me my mission. Why would they do that? Yui slowly shook her head to the left and right. My father, that man, wanted a connection with the anti-variant organization. However, he failed to do so with the East Asian organization. Thus, he turned to the Scandinavians who were in need of funds for their activities. Are you saying that the anti-variant organization is controlling the world from behind the scenes? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they are controlling the world, but there is no doubt that they have powerful influence. Similar to those mongers. My brother will take over my father's company, so it will be fine. My older brother has the blood of a person who adapted, but he himself wasn't able to adapt with a divine object. He will be fine. However, that means I'm the fighter. That's, if Yui dies, won't the connection with the Nordic organization will be cut off. Yui's mother seems to be still alive, but they must want to keep the connection for the next generation. No, the fact that her mother is still alive might mean that she perfectly adapted to her divine object. This means that he doesn't consider having a non-adaptive child as a loss. His only daughter that managed to adapt to a divine object will die for the sake of mankind, and he plans to use both situations to gain sympathy and influence. That's a logical way to explain it, but too cold. Somehow, Kazu feels much older. As expected of my childhood friend, she's sharp. Why did she accept such a mission? Her little sister was done in by a variant. I swallowed the words, "You're just being used by your father." She herself is aware of that. I still need to find out if her little sister really existed. Whether I would tell her the result is another matter. In any case, I'll try to modify that divine object. Is that okay? Can you do it? In the other world, I made my own weapons in the end. Even the legendary weapons could not withstand my abilities. Then, please. I nodded and reached for Yui's thigh again, and for a moment, magic power gushed to her black tights. At the same time, a powerful magic force appeared at the entrance of the dojo. What is this presence? The magic power kept getting stronger then weaker. Yui and I looked at each other and looked at the entrance of the dojo. The door of the dojo was opened with a bang. Standing there is Kakogawa. His handsome, scruffy face is contorting and twisting in an unnatural way repeatedly. Each time his face distorts, magic power emanates from him, changing from that of a feeble human being to something enormous, like a demon. I've felt this feeling before. Hey, Yui, does variance manifest from a human? I've never heard of that. The most popular theory is that they are evil beings that suddenly appear from another world and they eat humans. It is also said that they have remnants of mythical beings at their core. It is hard to believe that the organization only knows that much. I don't think no one has ever seen something like what's happening with Kakogawa. The information is probably kept secret by the top, even to those who adapted with a divine object. As soon as Kakogawa appeared, the smell of blood wafted through the air. I looked at his hand and saw a female student's hand hanging there. Who is that, head? Ah. I'm sure that, the health committee member, right? My memory of her is already hazy. I don't think I remembered her name to begin with, but I can't even remember that well, even though I should have seen her surrounding Kakogawa with others. Yui, who had frowned upon seeing the head, had a scowl on her face. You ate her, didn't you? What, what are you saying? Yua-chan, delicious, right? Want to eat. Kakogawa's body is shaking all over while emitting a sickening voice. Yui is so popular. Shut it. I'll remodel that divine object later. I'll give you first aid first. For the time being, I'll heal Yui's body and supply magic power to the divine object. This should reduce the burden on Yui. Yui activated her divine object and moved towards Kakogawa. Can you fight? That's not a question whether she's okay physically or if she has the ability, but whether she can kill her former classmate. To be honest, I hate his type, but if I could help him, I would. However, given that possibility that he might kill more, I can no longer keep him alive. Yui's fists were shaking slightly as she said that. I've been down that road before. It's a big line to cross. Once you cross it, there is no going back. She must have some doubts and fears. Still, she answered immediately. She must have thought long and hard about what she must prioritize. Then, I had nothing to say. Don't mess around. I won't let you go to others. You are mine. Kakogawa let the head of the health committee member go and turned his head to us. Soon after, a circlet appears on the head, the same circlet the Dark Valkyries have. Tentacles grew out of the severed part of the head and eventually formed a body. At the same time, the face also changed shape from the inside and out. After standing, it is already a full-fledged Dark Valkyrie. The Dark Valkyrie, who was originally a member of the health committee, created a spear in her hand and lunged at us. In a way, it is helpful that she has the same face as the Dark Valkyries last night. Even though I've performed a first aid on the divine object, it would be better for Yui to not use her big moves as much as possible. In order to survive in the real world, I would like to accumulate as much combat experience as she can. I stepped in front of Yui and lightly waved my right hand. A single-bladed long sword appeared in my hand. The black blade emits a dull glow. I have slaughtered many powerful enemies with this weapon that I created myself. That is why it has no name. I swung my sword vertically against the oncoming Dark Valkyrie. The Dark Valkyrie passed by me and was split vertically in half. I didn't look at it but pointed my left palm at the Dark Valkyrie. A black sphere emerged from my palm and it swallowed the Dark Valkyrie. Vunning. With a dull sound, the black sphere disappeared along with the Dark Valkyrie. Instant kill. That sword, it's stronger than a divine object, right? I've never seen a real divine object, but at least it's a whole lot stronger than a replica. And that last move, is that magic? That last move is indeed magic. It's a magic that breaks down matter within its range at the molecular level. It doesn't work against enemies with high magic resistance, but after you cut them down, I guess it will be effective. Decomposition. Amazing. It was like before, you didn't even need to chant or anything. Chanting is like an auxiliary wheel to casting magic. It is necessary when you want to cast magic that you're not good at or to strengthen the effect. It's you again. Otaku bastard. Kakogawa, seeing the disappearance of the Dark Valkyrie, began to tremble as his face contorted from the inside out. It looks like everyone already knows that I'm an otaku. Blood gushed out from Kakogawa's entire body. Soon, the red blood began to stop and purple smoke began to gush instead. After the smoke cleared, standing there was a muscular man who looked nothing like Kakogawa. Fumu. This time the door seems to be a person who's quite faithful to his desire. What used to be Kakogawa stood out stoutly with his arms crossed over his 2-meter-plus body. His muscular arms and legs were ripped from the inside and out. He looks like a savior that appears at the end of the century. Well, it's currently the end of the century, right? Door. Are you saying that you appeared using a human as a catalyst? Chenenen. A lowly man. You don't seem to know anything. If you fight with me long enough, I can tell you as a souvenir from Valhalla. The smirk on his face is filled with confidence. That sounds to be quite a nice service. To say a line like that, did you even think you can do something about this Thor-sama? The man who called himself Thor stamped his right foot with a bang. Then, a thunderbolt emerged from his foot and boom. The entire dojo was blown away. When the smoke that's covering our vision cleared, the area was little with the walls from the dojo which had become burnt wood. There was not even a trace that this was a dojo made of reinforced material. It looked like it was bombed. However, it was not a bomb that did it but a lightning bolt. The impact is also significant, so if I had been late in setting up a barrier, Yui would have been electrocuted. You managed to withstand Mjolnir unscathed. The only ones standing in the rubble are me, Yui, and Thor. Cough. What was that? What an incredible power, and he didn't even need to charge to attack like that. Yui coughed and took half a step back. She's someone who already faced Valkyries. Did she feel his strength? That's good. Being able to know the power of the opponent is remarkable. Yui, given that explosion, will people from your mansion go straight here immediately? I usually practice with considerable noise, but that explosion earlier is too much. I haven't told anyone from my house about Kazu being here, so nothing good will come from Yui's family finding out about me. They might support me financially, but I don't think they will ever consider me as an ally. In short, I should hide my ability from them in order to assure Yui's safety. How much time will it take them to get here? This place is at least 2 kilometers away from the mansion, so I think it won't take 5 minutes. That means I can't stall for too long. Norse mythology god Thor, right? We're running out of time, so let's get it on. How rude. But I don't really care. I will teach you one lesson for each blow you can withstand. If I don't get out of here quickly, Yui's effort of making dummy images on the surveillance cameras will have been in vain. Nevertheless, Thor is a famous god in Norse mythology and is someone with the strongest weapon. That's game knowledge. I'm sure I can extract a fair amount of knowledge from this guy. I won't have chances like this every day. Thus, I'll maximize it to the last second. Section. Fumu. I'll have to deal with you with my legs. Though my weapon is supposed to be a hammer. Is it because Kakogawa is a member of the soccer club and is good at using his legs? Does this mean that the ability of the person who became the source of manifestation must be considered? Here's the first one. Don't evade it. Thor leaped high into the sky and came down in a kicking pose like a masked rider. A large amount of magic power accumulated in his foot as lightning gushed out. If something like that hits the ground, it would create a crater of dozens of meters. Kazu, run. As if feeling the power, Yui screamed. However, if I do that, there's no way Yui will survive. I thrust my fist up at the sole of the feet as it came down to me from above. Boom. A powerful shockwave was generated at the contact of the foot and fist, but that's all. Oi oi, not only you stopped this, you even cancelled out the lightning. You must have learned magic power and martial arts from the mythical age to be able to do that. Are you even human? Despite his line, Thor's voice sounded very amused as he chuckled. I'm just a normal human who made a little effort. Kuhahaha. That is what I want to hear. Let's have more fun. Here I go. Thor came at me, yelling and punching. I dealt with his fists and kicks with my body that is physically enhanced with magic power. There is already a sword floating on my back. I'd like to slash him with this sword of mine, but I need to gain some information first. Even though the door is just a puny human, even Odin won't be able to resist my attack so far. Just tell me the information I asked. All right. Listen to your heart's content. Thor continued to attack. First of all, us gods have already lost our influence in this world. However, from time to time, we will be able to use humans as doors to come here. How is that possible? It sounds similar to a summoning. Summoning a god as an ordinary person. No, it's not something humans can do. The information Yui has is very different from what I just heard. I don't know. You don't know. We, the gods, don't know when we will be called here nor who will be summoned. However, one thing we do know is that we will be very hungry. Could it be, you eat humans? Oh, you know that part. I'm impressed. If you're just a cannon fodder, your appetite will eat up your ego, but if you're a god like me, you can control it. By cannon fodder, I assume he means dark Valkyries. The fact that they had no facial features or appearance suggests that they can only retain their ego if they are truly powerful. Can you stay without eating anything? No. I can only make sure I won't lose my ego. In short, I have to kill this guy right here no matter what it takes. That's a pretty intense bloodlust. Don't tell me this age has more killing than I thought. That sounds fun. I'm sure those who are bored in the heavenly realm will be so disappointed. So, they can't come here on their own volition? I guess time is running out. There's not much more I can ask. I'm already glad that he's willing to talk, but he doesn't have as much information as I thought he does. Come on. Try this. Thor filled his entire body with lightning generated from his feet. I'm going to tear you apart with my body that can repel any divine sword. He was not lying when he said that. However, my sword is stronger than any divine sword. Thor tackled me with his body full of lightning. Even a big truck can't hold a candle with his momentum, and the hairs on my body all stood up. I held my sword both hands on top of my head and swung it down. Did you really think that I can be stopped with such a thin sword? The tip of my sword stops for a moment the time Thor lunges at me without a care as it hits his forehead. In addition, my sword continued to swing down. Slash. Thor was cut in half behind me and plunged into the dojo rubble. To be able to cut my body, what kind of sword is that? Thor, who was cut in half, still managed to get back up. How could he even talk in that state? I have no reason to leisurely watch him heal himself. I lifted Thor into the air without touching him by sticking out my left palm towards him. My body is already cut in half and you are still planning on playing with me like a puppet. My bad, goodbye. I instantly moved towards Thor in midair and prepared my sword on my right hand. Damn it. Next time I come here, I'll fight you again. Next time, I'll use all my power from the start. Without letting him finish what he was saying, I sliced Thor's body into pieces down to the size of a dice. In addition, Goon, a pillar of fire shot up from the ground to engulf them, burning them to the ground without leaving ashes behind. Phew, that was a yeet tackle. What's an yeet tackle? Didn't she get what I said? Ah, right. There's no word like that yet. Variance comes here using humans. Until today, I only knew it as a phenomenon, but I didn't understand the theory behind it. Though I want to know if it's a natural occurrence or if it is artificial. If even someone high class like that can't be detected, it is more likely to be a natural phenomenon. However, that guy was a bit of an idiot. Hey, Kazu, can I be as strong as Thor too? My Gungnir is also a weapon based on Odin. Even though it can't beat Thor's Mjolnir, the difference in magnitude is around 100 times. Regardless whether it's really 100 times more powerful, there is no doubt that the difference in magnitude is incomparable. Though if I were to give it a grade, it is barely passable. Variance already broke the vessel of a human. But, isn't Kazu a human? Well, that's true. If Yui can master the divine object after I remodel it, you might be able to fight on Thor's level. Really? Might. I can't say for sure. It would only be possible if you have talent and undergone repeated hellish training. Yui Oju-sama. That time, I saw a couple of men in black running toward us from a distance. They should be SP. Then, Yui, see you tomorrow at school. After saying that, I flew into the darkness. 2 of my classmates died. The fact that I felt almost no pain is not only because my memories of them are beginning to fade. Rather than being emotionally strong, I think the biggest change from my previous life is that I accept the death of someone close to me as a matter of course. Section. I had left their residence in accordance to Yui's request that I should escape without hesitation if I was about to be discovered by the Shiratori family, but I'm so anxious that I can't help but give her a call. Apparently, Yui had defeated a variant that had come to the premises and the matter was settled. Of course, Thor's presence was concealed and the dojo was blown up because it self-destructed. The security camera footage was also well concealed as we planned in advance. Although the case passed like that this time, it is possible that some suspicion has already been raised and an investigation might have already begun. It would be a good idea to discuss with Yui how we're going to proceed in the event that we get in contact with the Shiratori family. The day after Thor's defeat, Kakogawa and the health committee member did not come to school. A day's absence would not cause a fuss. However, the girls, who usually made a fuss about who was going to visit Kakogawa, were quiet. Perhaps they are already beginning to forget them. I also wonder what is going on at their homes, but I can't do anything about it. He was a jerk, but my heart aches a little when I think of the family he left behind. It's a relief that the family's grief won't last long. According to Yui, those who fight against human-eating variants tend to retain memories of those people who were eaten. She says that this is because it creates a connection with the law of causality. But eventually, this memory will disappear. Wait a minute, what about in my previous life? During my corporate slave time, I would occasionally think back my high school days. At that time, did that health committee member ever cross my mind? Though I remembered there's a girl I didn't like. Is me regressing changed the people who died? I supposed I shouldn't be happy about the deaths of others, but this fact shows that the future will change. There was a concern that in a world that is bound with the law of causality, fate could not be changed. However, one's life and death can be changed. In other words, there is a way for Yui to be saved. Then, that makes all things simple. If I'm here, I can save Yui. Of course, I don't want her to only live but to lead a life where she can always be happy. However, deciding to save someone close to you means giving up on saving everyone else in the world. I know well that saving the world leads to giving up those who are important to me. I saved the world once. Then, this time, allow me to live selfishly. Chapter 4, Papa's Girl? No, Compensated Dating Desu. Lunch with Yui is on a bench in the courtyard today. It's very tasty, but as usual, the stares of the boys from the school building are painful. I told my little sister Futaba you don't need to make me a bento since Yui is going to make it for me. But she forced me to take it. No matter how much my body is growing, food for two is too much. I guess I can only do some muscle training to burn calories. You know, I'd like you to take this. A pitch. How nostalgic. Yui is shyly handing me a PHS. Note, PHS means personal handophone service. If a Japanese reads it, it will be PHESU. That's where pitch came from. It is quite big compared to the cell phone and pitch in my memory. It's as big as a smartphone. I couldn't own something like this when I was in high school. In '97, Pegas were still in use. Since we will fight together from now on, it is more convenient to have a means of communication, right? We can't use my house's phone, so I asked my grandfather to secretly sign a contract for me. You have a point. Can you wait a little longer for the money? I could probably pay for a few months' worth of use if I do some manual labor. It's okay. It's my pocket money, but it's originally my house's money. That's even worse. I don't want to owe something to your parents. Is that so, right? Yeah, I think you're right. I thought I would have to convince her a little more, but Yui seemed to be convinced and nodded with a smile. Perhaps because she doesn't have a good impression of her own house. To be honest, from a modern person's point of view, or should I say future people, the lack of a communication device is such an inconvenience, especially when you're already accustomed to smartphones. It would have been great if we had a way to take care of the contract on our own. However, we're only minors who are dependent on our houses. Then, shall we exchange numbers? I've always wanted to try it. Yui turns her sparkling eyes toward the screen of the pitch. It has been a long time since I exchanged numbers with someone. I've hardly used texting or phone calls since messaging apps became popular. Ito, should we use infrared? Why should we? Are you cold? No, sorry. I was wrong. I see, manual typing. Come on, hurry up. Yui came to me shoulder to shoulder. This is it. I can even email you. Email. You can email me too. She was really pushing for email. It has been a long time since I only used email for work, but it's the latest technology this time, right? In 1997, email became available on cell phones after pitch, right? Maybe it was the time when people still had the image of if you're talking about email, you're talking about pitch. I miss a lot of things. Section. Ahehe. The only address registered are each other's addresses. Yui hugged the pitch tightly against her big boobies. I can actually see them from the top of her school uniform. They're amazing. I can't decide if I should consider a JK as someone younger or a person of the same age. She's really having lunch with Nanba. This is super duper bad. The most beautiful girl in school is finished, isn't she? While using an already dead term, I mean the latest teen slang, a Gyaru from our class appeared. She had brown hair, gaudy makeup, and loose socks. How nostalgic. I can still remember how dirty they will be on rainy days. Someone like her is rare in a prestigious school like this one. The teachers should have their eyes on her. She is being accompanied by two girls who dress similarly. What's this? Is she the type that walks along with two henchmen? This kind of Gyaru will be extinct in the future, I think. Onigawara. Don't call Matsuri by her last name. It's not cute. It's a really bad last name. Eto, then, Onimatsuri. Don't shorten my name. What the heck? If you say that again, Nanba, you're going to roll. I think you're the ones who should roll for disturbing people who eat lunch. It's alright for Matsuri to do it. Why? Why, what? Eto, just because. That doesn't explain anything. I don't need to explain it to you. You just don't know how to answer. Quoo. Anyway, if you're going out with a guy like that, you are finished. Shiratori Yui. We're not dating. Yet. Yui holds her red face with her hands. What a maiden-like reaction. Are you really in love with that otaku? This Onigawara girl. Do you really have to say that? Also, was it so obvious that I'm an otaku? So, are you just here to take the mount? Mount. Eto, see? A Gyaru saying Gyaru things. Your head is no better than a mountain gorilla. I've never gotten red marks in my whole life. What? Seriously? Are the two surprised by the fact that she had never gotten a red mark? Or does this mean that she's lying or something? It doesn't matter who you fell in love with. I'm not in love. I'm sorry, but I'm going to ignore you for now, Yui. Also, you're not so convincing given how red you are. In addition, I'm embarrassed too. Who you're going out with is important to girls. This is why you're not popular. Girls always say the same thing no matter what year it is. I remember the Mount battle on SNS just because the president of an IT company married an Ike men. The lady next to me likes me is your problem, right? Why? Phew. I've never seen Yui so flustered. I'm sorry, but I won't follow up for now. I'm even cooling my reddening face with cold air using magic. How can you say such an embarrassing line? Good question. In other words, Onamatsuri is treating men as accessories and that you're incapable of expressing your own value aside from men. What's with your tone? Disgusting. And it's Matsuri. It's not Onamatsuri. Ah, another nostalgic line. Since you lose your temper, it means that the discussion is over and you admit defeat, right? I am not defeated by you. You should know what happens to girls who fell from the top. That's very kind of you to come all the way here to warn us. Ku. Onimatsuri gritted her teeth and walked away with her henchman. Compared to the shitty business partners I dealt with during my black company days, she's literally a child. Ku. That was embarrassing. My face is still hot. Section. Yui's point of view. When I'm in the cubicle of the women's restroom, I hear a lot of things. Most of them are not very pleasant. I'm really not fond of socializing with other girls. Looking at it from my point of view, it's a bit of a mess. Also, not liking and not being able to are completely different things. There were tons of ways to get through what happened after lunch without getting into trouble, and I would have done so in the past. However, I don't want to stop Kazu. I could tell that he was thinking about me, so I thought I shouldn't get in his way. Even now, outside the cubicle, Onigawara-san and the others are still complaining about me. From the sound of it, she's not alone. She's probably with the two who usually hang out with her. Moo. So 5 Malawian kwachas. Since when did that Nanba guy become so cocky? I heard Onigawara beating the bathroom doors in turn. Each time, the door opens vigorously. It seems like I'm the only one who uses the cubicles. I know, right? He's so cheeky. The two agreed. Then, I heard the door to the equipment room opening, followed by the sound of water filling a bucket from the sink. What's so good about that weakling? Right. After all, men are all about muscles. The toughness of muscular men is the best. Yahaha. I know, right? Ahahaha. If you consider the present Kazu as weak, it would be impossible to find someone strong. They have eyes but they can't see. Didn't you feel anything when you looked at his arms and neck? He's slim, but many athletes have such slender bodies. Also, no one would think Kazu is weak given what happened in the kendo class. However, it's related to Kokogawa. It seems like they have already begun to forget about it. If they are asked if they could still remember what happened, they probably won't be able to answer. I think that arrogant Oju-sama is getting drunk for getting along with a commoner boy. Maybe. Possible. They must have finished drawing water. 3 voices approached me. If the perfect and arrogant Ojusama falls and gets dirty, she had to be washed, right? Right, you're so kind. And we must do something to Nanba for embarrassing us. How can they think something so stupid? When someone at the top is deemed to have fallen a little, others would think he can be dragged down. I've seen it many times in the adult world because of my father. I have a fair share of being harassed. Each time, I carefully nipped the bud. In the past, I would have just quietly opened the door of the cubicle and walked away while saying everyone has their good and bad points in a dignified manner. Like I said, in the past. I turned my attention outside the door while unlocking it soundlessly. I feel someone getting on a stand or something and lifting a bucket. Now. I opened the door vigorously and lightly hooked the leg of Onigawara-san, who was lifting the bucket. I could have kicked the door down with the power of Gungnir, but I don't want to destroy public equipment. The girls outside let out an inaudible scream and were drenched from head down. Why are you bathing in a place like this? I'm sure I looked at them with the coldest eyes I've used in school. Onigawara's group, who are soaking wet and are on their butts, looked at me with frightened expressions. I know doing things like this is not very effective. However, I made up my mind. I would be Kazu's equal. That means fighting with Kazu if he's in a pinch and getting angry when someone makes fun of him. And to catch up with Kazu's strength, I would throw away the image that I built up with effort. I don't know if throwing that away can repay him for saving me, someone who's supposed to die sooner or later. No, even without that reason, I would do it. It is something I want to do for him. Section. I was working on optimizing my internal magic circuit while watching a video recording of an anime that aired this evening. The scenes being played were too nostalgic. At the present time, there is still no concept of late-night anime. I already watched this anime adaptation of a novel several times back then, but I couldn't help but watch it again. Still, this is a tremendous rape compared to the original work. Though it was rather normal this time. I was so surprised when I read the original work after watching the anime. The picture quality is still very rough. Digital broadcasting is amazing. I can't believe that in just 20 years, people will be able to easily use PC monitors bigger than the 14-inch TVs we are watching at now. VTubers will be streaming from their homes. The evolution of technology is amazing. Now that I think about it, if I debut as a VTuber before VTubers become popular, I might have a chance to get in touch with V-influencers. Great, I suddenly felt something to look forward to. However, I don't want to see my guesses get involved with guys. Even if it's me. While I was thinking of such nonsense, the optimization of my magic circuit was completed once. Once because it is necessary to re-optimize my magic circuit in accordance to strengthening my body. Then, I sent a thin beam of magic power like sonar into the city. When it finds a magic power with a specific wavelength, it will react back. If I send out too powerful magic, if there's a variant that has the ability to sense it, it will give away my presence. Therefore, I cannot use this method to detect everything. For now, I'm only making sure that there are no dark Valkyries within the vicinity of Maya Nua's house. The 2 dark Valkyries I saw had very similar magic powers even though they had different human bodies. They are small fries but they are a threat to humans. And they are good training partners for Yui. There is no better training than real battles. I will protect Yui. However, I've learned too many times that no matter how strong I am, other humans can easily be killed. If Yui herself becomes strong, she will have a better chance of survival. Since there's none nearby, so be it. If I find any, Yui and I will go to them. I found one. It's near downtown. I picked up the big pitch. Of course, I'll contact Yui. Before I did that, I needed to find the exact location by looking at my Pitch's map app. My Pitch doesn't have a map app. Then, how do I check? Look at a paper map. I only had a rough map on the other world and that's all I needed. Section. Onigawara's point of view. Damn it. What's with that girl? She's been popular with the boys for so long for being an Ojusama character, but she's been hiding her true nature like that. How would I know that she's actually like that? Thanks to that, everyone got angry at Matsuri. It's true that it was a bit too much to pour water on her, but I can't help it after she made fun of me. Also, everyone agreed to do it. I wouldn't even try if I was not with the girls. We tried doing that to the most popular girl in school, so I've already expected backlash, but they should have expected it too. It's not Matsuri's fault. Ah, Mao, Chimuka. In times like this, I would feel better if I could take money from old men. If I just stand on the street like this, rich old men will call out to me. Matsuri is popular after all. Are you free? Here it comes. He's kind of lanky and dull even for an old man. He's wearing a suit, so I guess he's a salaryman, but I wonder if he has money. But he looks a bit like Nanba, so I'll go with him. I'll make him crave like a cannibal so I can get all his money. I'm hungry. Oji-san too? Would you like to eat first? He looks like he knows what to do. Perhaps he really has money. Though I said first, there's no second. Matsuri's virginity is very expensive. She's keeping it for her Prince Charming. She's not a bitch like those two. I'm not going to have sex with a dirty old man. I followed him and we gradually went down to a deserted alleyway. Are we heading for a love hotel? Hey, wait a minute, can't we eat first? There's a good diner over here. Diner? I don't want to go to a diner. Don't worry. They have the best food in the city. Do they? Well, I guess it's okay. If I was about to be taken to a love hotel, I could just scream and run away. I was going to run away after getting some money, but I guess it's not going to be easy this time. Damn. I'm really unlucky today. Here we are. Here, isn't this just some crappy building? No, it's a diner. I thought that the eyes of the old man glowed. Section. Is it that place? Yui and I were in an alley downtown. Surrounded by tall buildings, the alley was just barely narrow enough for anyone to hold the walls of each side with both hands. From the corner of the alley, we saw a dark Valkyrie in the middle of eating. The one being eaten is a girl dressed like a Gyaru. By the time we arrived, she was long gone. I can't see her face due to a propane tank blocking the view from here. If she's already been eaten down to her torso, even her family won't be able to know it's her. Although it's not far from the main street, there was no sign of anyone around thanks to the variance human dispersing effect. Do they show up like this every day? I asked Yui in a whisper. Yui is wearing a fitting black jacket and a black miniskirt. Underneath it is, of course, her black tights. They may look conspicuous in bright areas and it makes her look like a punk, but it's perfect for hiding in the dark. In addition, I personally like it. Though that doesn't matter. I, on the other hand, am wearing a black t-shirt and G-pants. I would like to say that it's for ease of movement, but I only have clothes like this. High school students spend weekdays in uniforms, so it can't be helped. I didn't change much when I entered the workforce though. I don't know how many members the organization has, but, according to the reports, there should be a few a month at most. How does the organization find them? They narrow down the list mainly by looking at missing persons and deaths reported by the local police. The analyzed report will be sent to those who are on the field like me and then we'll search for them manually. I don't think that's a good way to search for them. The memories of a person who has been eaten will rapidly disappear, so the usual method of investigation will not work. What little information can be recorded is probably only a small fraction of the total. Most of the information will probably be forgotten without being recorded or investigated. Try fighting it alone. So, this is a test run for the new Gungnir. The modification of Yui's black tights was completed during lunch break. The output remains the same, but the burden on the user has been drastically reduced. Not only will Yui be able to fight a long battle, she will also be able to shoot magic a few times. Don't let your guard down. I know. The presence of friends is an overwhelming boost to one's fighting power compared to fighting alone. However, it is also an unavoidable fact that when you have allies who are overwhelmingly stronger than you will let your guard down without realizing it. The challenge for today is to defeat it unharmed. Also, having enough energy where you can leave this place alone after defeating it. Okay. Understood. Then, Lesson 1. Use the terrain to your advantage. Understood, Master. Yui gave a stiff salute, activated her Gungnir, and darted out from where we were. Then, pulled out a handgun she hid under her miniskirt. Gun. Yui first kicked the wall of the buildings left and right alternately until she ran up to a height of about 10 stories and held the handgun with the moon as the background. Is that a Desert Eagle? I'm not a handgun expert, but I know it because it appeared in a certain zombie game. It's the most powerful handgun there and is called a hand cannon. So, she can actually bring out things like that. Bang bang bang. 3 high-speed shots hit the back of the Dark Valkyrie's head as it's doing something with the corpse. You're too good with a handgun. It seems like the Desert Eagle has a lot of recoil due to its high power. Even though her upper body has been somewhat strengthened by the influence of the divine object, it is not something that can be used to shoot in mid-air. She must have practiced abroad. As expected of an Oju-sama. Yeah, she must have. I better not think too much about it. Not only she has one, she even uses it in Japan. However, as I heard before, physical attack that doesn't contain magic power can't even scratch a variant. Even so, the impact of the bullets is enough to slam the Dark Valkyrie's head into the corpse. Gah! The Dark Valkyrie looks up at the sky while howling with its bloody face. A spear appeared in the Dark Valkyrie's hand and thrust it toward Yui, who was falling from above. Yui deflected its trajectory by lightly touching the tip of the spear, which was approaching so fast that it could not be seen by the human eye, with her toe. Yui twisted her body to avoid the second thrust and from a crouching position, aimed her handgun at the Dark Valkyrie's lower jaw. Having evaded its attack, the Dark Valkyrie moved the spear down that it raised earlier. Using a stone thrust, it tried to pierce Yui's shoulder using the opposite side of the spear. That attack was faster than turning the spear. Bang! Yui didn't care and just shot. The bullet hits the Dark Valkyrie's jaw like an uppercut. Although it didn't hurt the Dark Valkyrie, the impact caused it to slightly jerk back, changing the trajectory of the spear. I see. So this is why she used a handgun. Even though her physical capabilities have been somewhat enhanced due to the influence of the divine object, Yui's upper body is still bare flesh. It was probably prepared as a means of support. Now, Yui jumps with a flash to strike. She lifts her leg high in the sky like a ballet dancer. Then, she aimed at the head of the stunned Dark Valkyrie. Edge mode. Yui's shining blue feet swung down. An arc of light sliced the Dark Valkyrie roughly from its shoulder to its chest and continued to slice through the asphalt. Gwa. The Dark Valkyrie, which had forcibly broken its neck to avoid being directly hit in the head, stood up unsteadily with its spear cleaving to the side. Purple smoke was gushing out of its wound. It is heavily damaged, but it could still have been able to self-destruct if its head was blown away. Since it went to the trouble of protecting its head, I guess it's relying on its eyes to see. I won't let you self-destruct. Yui, who has avoided the spear and gained distance, flashed at the Dark Valkyrie again. Even after using the edge mode, she was still able to move without any problem. The modification of the divine object seems to have gone well. However, I think it's a bad idea to rush into it like this. Though I must say that reading that it would self-destruct is good, she should have considered other options. In a sense, it could be called carelessness. If you keep an eye on the opponent's magic power, you'll notice that it's not preparing to self-destruct. Could it be that Yui can sense magic power? Yui delivered a spinning kick as if to slash the other party's torso. The Dark Valkyrie received the kick with the hilt of the spear. But only for a moment. Yui's foot split the spear in half and it went straight to its side. And that moment proved fatal. The Dark Valkyrie, who's still slack-jawed, took a step toward Yui. Yui's kick did not do damage that much as it was hit by her powerless shin though it sank through its side. The only thing that could have been killed by that was a normal human since it only has force and not magic power. The Dark Valkyrie did not seem to be bothered by its sunk side and fell straight down toward Yui. Yui pushed it away. The Dark Valkyrie's torso flailed helplessly but its long, sprawling neck loomed over Yui. It was like Rokuro Kubi, a Japanese yukai that looks like human but can stretch her neck. Bang! Yui rushes to fire a shot at the approaching head but the head changes trajectory mid-air and avoids the bullet. The sharp fangs on the Dark Valkyrie's beautiful face approached Yui's neck. Section Just before the dark Valkyrie's fangs were about to pierce Yui's neck, I plucked a pebble from the concrete wall of the building she was leaning against and shot it out with a flick. Bam! The concrete fragment made a fist-size hole in the dark Valkyrie's head. The dark Valkyrie's long, elongated neck twitched and its torso also collapsed as if dragged along with it. Aurea, Yui, who had switched her legs to edge mode, sliced the dark Valkyrie's torso in two with a somersault. She also showered the dark Valkyrie with her kicks and her mini-skirt flipped while she was doing that. The shredded dark Valkyrie fell to the ground with a ragged, dirty sound. After a moment, it turned into purple sand and disappeared into the night city wind. Phew, thanks, Kazu. I guess I'm still a work in progress. Yui looked back at me dejected. In terms of power, she should have been able to take out a dark Valkyrie. It can be said that it's normal for a rookie, but only if her life is not on the line. How is it doing? I approached Yui and pointed to her black tights. I feel like I just had a marathon. I used to be so worn out that I could barely stand up after doing the same thing, so I'm much better. Thanks. That's good to hear. Can I check it out for a second? Let's reflect on the details of the battle later. Yui's body is more important. Why yeah. Go ahead. Yui's cheeks flushed red and she pulled up her skirt just enough so I couldn't see her underwear and turned her thighs toward me. Sensitive. That pose is too sensitive, Desu yo. This. I'm not using it as an excuse to sexually harass her, okay? Is she sure it's okay? I touch her black tights and let a small amount of magic power flow through it. I'm doing this to examine whether there is any abnormality in the magic circuit in Yui's body and the divine object. Yui moaned. A little erotic scene is happening even though there's a mutilated corpse nearby. What a terrible scene. I have seen even worse in the other world. The humans that lower-grade monsters have taken in their nest. No, let's not think about that. Yui's body and the divine object both have no problem. After completing my diagnosis, I look around. I can see the face of the murdered girl from here. Her cheeks have been eaten away and you can even see her wisdom teeth. She was wearing thick makeup even though she was still young. She must have been a high school girl. Cool. Yui frowned and held her mouth. Perhaps she didn't notice it that much because she was focusing during the battle. Though I must admit, her reaction can still be considered normal. Even if the one who died is a stranger. What are we going to do with the corpse? I'll tell the organization. Yui then took out her cell phone. That's not a pitch. This is a phone from the organization. It's more stable compared to a pitch. And all the calls are recorded by the organization, so I don't want to use it in private settings. I see. So, she has two mobile devices. Having defeated the Valkyrie, the human dispersing effect should have been lifted. While Yui was making a phone call to the organization, I, who had become bored, searched for presents around. I don't mean using some special sixth sense, but a rather synthesized information obtained from the five senses that were sharpened to the limit. The smell of blood. Obviously. Yui, who had finished the call, frowned as she looked away from the corpse. No, that's not what I mean. Apart from the corpse lying there, there is a smell of blood that has been spilled in large quantities a short distance away from here. I focused my senses toward the source of the smell. Then, I heard a familiar scream of a girl in my ears. Section. Onigawara's point of view. Matsuri was forcibly taken into an abandoned building by the old man. She tried to escape many times, but she was forcibly dragged and her hands were tied behind her back. The old man was so powerful in contrast to his frail appearance. I tried to scream, but my mouth was firmly held and there was no one around. There were others in the abandoned building. There was a young man dressed like a courier, and a woman who was dressed like a Showa-era housewife, someone you'll see picking up green onions in her shopping basket. They looked like people you wouldn't think would do anything bad if you met them on the street, including the old man who's holding Matsuri's wrist. That is, of course, if only there was no young office lady strapped to a chair in the center of the empty, bare concrete floor. The fat on his chest looks delicious, right? Ahahaha. The housewife-looking woman giggles as she caresses the lady's big breasts. She was very excited. Is she on drugs? Oi oi, I'm the one who caught her, so leave one to me. The courier-looking man smiled just as unpleasant as the housewife. I wonder if Matsuri's going to be raped by these people. I don't know that there are women mixed with them, but I guess some people are into that kind of thing. I knew I shouldn't have done it. However, it is too late for regret. It's literally too late. No one's going to come to my rescue here. I guess they do this all the time, judging from how familiar they are with this kind of thing. I caught her myself. I should be able to do whatever I want with her. Oi oi. I admit that the person who catches must have the priority, but we have already agreed that everyone must be cut in 3. Cut in 3? What do they mean? The OL was making some struggles, but I couldn't understand what she was saying because she was gagged. Then, let's get started. The courier-looking man bit the OL on the neck. The OL screamed in pain. Did he really bite her? No, he bit her neck and tore it off. What? What is happening? Matsuri couldn't look directly at what was happening. They began to cut up the OL with a big knife into pieces and eat her as they pleased. The sound and the smell alone made me throw up several times. I lost my balance and fell into my own vomit. I'm tired, so I couldn't get up properly. Then, for the next one. Save some as souvenirs. Teens don't have much fat, you know. You maniac. They come up to me with their mouths stained with blood. Hi, stop. No. The scream I finally managed to squeeze out was so raspy and hoarse that I'm even thinking if it was really mine. Section. Excuse me. What? Princess Carriaway, yeah. I took Yui in my arms and flew into the sky. Don't bite your tongue. While I was saying that, we had already arrived at an abandoned building that reeked of blood. I jumped through a glassless 10th floor window. I thought about looking at the situation first from here, but given that an abandoned building like that already reeked of blood, there was no way something normal was happening there. There are 4 presences. Just to be safe, I cast a recognition blocking spell on both Yui and I's faces. This should blur our faces. If this was a normal human incident, we'll just ignore it and leave. I jumped into the concrete room and checked my surroundings before landing. I found a Showa-era housewife-like woman in her late 30s, a young courier guy, and an old salaryman. They have blood on their mouths. Their presences are almost human. They are hiding their power so well that you won't be able to tell they are variants unless you're this close to them. No. The salaryman is now sinking his fangs into the neck of a Gyaru, who is bound by her hands and is screaming and flailing. From the sound of the scream, I thought Matsuri is already being eaten. However, from the looks of it, her upper body was just stripped off and only half of the fabric on her skirt was left. As I lowered Yui down, I pointed my fingertip at the salaryman. The moment my fingertip glittered, the salaryman's head was punctured and he fell down. What? The first one to react was the courier guy. He leaped to the wall. Divine object. Nice. Ahahaha. The Showa-era housewife-looking woman came running in the opposite direction. Stop it, Ratatosk. The courier stopped her, but the woman did not. Her sharp claws extended and slashed at me. 10 claws, each around 1 meter long, struck me. I drew a big circle with my index fingers of my 2 hands and cut off all the claws from the base. Then, I punched her abdomen with my fist. The housewife, who had been blown away, spun in midair and managed to land on her feet. Nice. Let's do it again. The Showa-era housewife-looking woman called Ratatosk immediately extended her claws and slashed me again. But all I did was snap my fingers. Boom. Then, Ratatosk's body burst open, spraying blood around. I made the magic power I sent on her body earlier explode. Finished off. Ratatosk in an instant. The salaryman, now standing up but with a hole between his eyes, is grabbing Onigawara by her neck from behind. He's lifting her up. Section. The salaryman, who had grabbed Matsuri by the neck, lifted her up and hid behind her as if she were a shield. Loki. Stop. Fun, you're a coward, Skirnir. The salaryman called Loki snickered at the courier guy's words. Loki. I think he's a god in Norse mythology who is said to bring about the end of the world. I heard that he also has the ability to transform. I've never heard of Skirnir, but from how the name sounds, It should be from Norse mythology too. Near him, Yui has activated her divine object and is holding up the desert eagle, but Loki used Onigawara as his shield. The bullets from the gun shouldn't work, but he is probably wary that it might be a divine object. Let me show your faces first. Loki's golden ring on the middle finger of his right hand glowed, and the spell I casted on Maya Yui's face to block recognition was broken. In the other world, I'm not very good at it because I leave something like this to my other party members. Even so, my spell is not something that can be easily removed by a mage there, as expected of a god. That ring is bad news. Nanba, Shiratori, Hiik, please, I apologize for what happened at the toilet. I beg why. Shut up. As Loki tightened his grip on Onomatsurai's neck, Onomatsurai's toad-like scream stopped. Her arms and legs were shaking and her tears and runny nose were messing up her thick makeup. Liquid is also dripping from under her skirt. What's with the toilet? Something insidious. Yui's short answer is all I need to know to get a grasp of the situation. I'm not sure if I should help this girl or not, but it doesn't change the fact that we have to exterminate these variants. Let's help if we can. Perhaps sensing what I'm thinking, she quietly said that. Understood. If Yui, who was the victim of the attack, says so, I have no objection. It's not nice to abandon someone you know. I don't have the fate of the world on my shoulders. It's okay to take the easy way out by saving the lives you can within your ability. I know very well that it is more painful to discard life than to save it. Good grief, I'm doing a good job mimicking humans. Loki's flesh repeatedly bulged from the inside, changing his appearance. He was originally a small, dull-looking salaryman, but now, he transformed into a crisp, macho Eichmann who's taller than 180 centimeters. Phew. It's been a while, but I still feel more at home with this body of mine. Yo. Loki, who had been turning his shoulders in circles, checking the condition of his body, thrust out his fist. Blam. Wind blew through the side of my face and a big hole, enough for someone to pass through, was punched into the concrete wall behind me. Just from the pressure of the punch. Yui shuddered when she saw that. I don't really care, but if I stand out too much, it will be difficult to eat. Loki's ring glowed and the inside of the building was covered with a wall made of magic power. Barrier. Hair. You can actually see magic power. I guess it's a barrier to protect the building, soundproofing, and to not let us escape. Yeah. Whoosh. Yui kicked the wall after activating her divine object, but there were only ripples of light on the surface of the concrete. I kicked it with enough power to punch through this concrete wall. That lady over there is also quite good. Loki smiled happily for some reason. This guy is pretty strong. Especially the ring on the middle finger of his right hand. It's bad news as expected. It's not a replica but a real artifact. I'd like to have fun and win. How about we play first? There is a hostage and it's too dangerous to let Yui face him. Yui, take care of Onomatsurai. As I said that, I took out the sword I used to Thor in my hand and attacked Loki. The moment I kicked the floor, Loki's fingers that were gripping Onomatsurai's neck tightened. Loki is about 3 meters away. A dull sound begins to emanate from Onomatsurai's neck. However, my sword can cut Loki's arm off faster than him breaking her bone. I kick Onomatsurai toward Yui while applying healing magic to her using my foot. The impact of the kick made Onomatsurai groan, but I hope she'll be able to bear it. At the same time as Yui confirmed that Onomatsurai has been saved, I knocked off Loki's fist, which is aimed at my abdomen with the hilt of my sword. I also targeted Loki's neck with my sword, but he easily avoided it with a step back. What's this? You're too fast. Moreover, I can't feel any reaction of a fake divine object from you that humans often use. Are you really a living being? Who the hell are you? The smile on Loki's face disappeared and the ring on the middle finger of his right hand emitted a dull, wretched light. The light eventually converged and took the form of a sword. Instead of holding it, it covered his hand and extended from his fingertips. It reminds me of Gundam XS beam rifle of Daughters Neo, Greenseed's Mirakumo, and Gasoline Stand Mikami's Hands of Glory. Thinking about it, they are mediocre weapon that only looks flashy. Blue veins formed from Loki's forehead as I said those unintentionally. Mediocre or not, can you still say the same thing when you are cut by this? That's not really for you, but given how he's angry, it's good. Angry people are usually easy to read. Loki swung down his sword of light. He is fast because of his immaterial blade. He seems to be quite skilled, but I have the advantage when it comes to swordsmanship. The moment I tried to block the sword with mine, a chill ran down my spine. I raised my sword and forced my body to rotate to avoid the trajectory of Loki's sword. My sword, which was supposed to block it, passed through Loki's sword. Loki's sword continued to swing down, but thanks to me evading it beforehand, it only made a shallow cut on my shoulder. To think you can evade it in that situation. You have a good instinct. However, Loki pointed to my freshly cut wound. I felt pain, but the sleeve of my t-shirt was not cut. Only my flesh was affected. A weapon that only cuts living beings? Not only that. A purple haze gushed out of the wound and it started corroding. Poison, no, curse. You look young, but you immediately recognize it. This is the power of the Ring of Andvari. Loki is already grinning as if he is sure he has one. Even with the slightest scratch, the curse will corrode your whole body in a matter of minutes. A very fast way to die. Moreover, since it penetrates non-living things, you can't protect yourself against it using shields or armor. It's a powerful weapon, all right. Chinen. I concentrated my magic power on my shoulder, preventing the curse from further spreading to my entire body, and blasted the already corroded flesh from the inside. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered around. The blood quickly stopped and the flesh lost was regenerated with healing magic. The healer I was working with in another world would be able to heal it without cutting the flesh out, but this is all I could do on my own. Seriously? I've seen some guys cut their arms off before, but I've never seen them healing themselves at the same time. However, if I hit near your heart or brain, can you still do that? Loki swung down his sword at my head. I evaded it sideways. The sword changed its trajectory when it reached the height of my heart. It was a tactic that took advantage of the sword's masslessness. However, once you know the nature of the word, there are ways to deal with it. I concentrated my magic power in my left palm and repelled Loki's sword. What? It's not actually surprising. The fact that it cuts only flesh means that it is reacting to the magic power of living beings. If that is the case, it stands to reason that if you generate a shield that's similar to a living being, it won't be able to penetrate it. I'll show you one more weakness of that sword. I launched a high-speed triple slash. The speed is invisible to humans' naked eyes. If you are only at Loki's level, you won't be able to defend yourself. Loki immediately moved back. Yes, that's right. That sword can't be used for defense. Since the match was basically over when he wounded his opponent, he probably hasn't experienced much trouble. He was quite capable of evading that one though. What's wrong? Is this the first time you fight against an opponent who's better at you in terms of swordsmanship? Damn. Scans. Target the woman. Loki snapped his fingers and the man dressed like a courier was enveloped in darkness and transformed into a skinny young man. Is that the true form of Skirnir? You're a handful. Skirnir grumbled and lunged toward Yui. Fast. He moved a distance of around 10 meters in an instant and swung his double-edged long sword, which he had taken out of nowhere, at Yui. Coup. Yui managed to evade the sharp blow from Skirnir with a sidestep using the power of the divine object. Hi. The sword's trajectory that separated Yui from Onomatsurai, who's completely on the floor, continues in Yui's direction. Fast. Yui moved further back to avoid it. It will be quite bad if they take a hostage again, but thanks to the desert eagle that Yui was holding while fleeing, we managed to avoid that situation. If Skirnir makes a move to take a hostage, she will shoot him right away. It won't really damage him, but it will at least create an opening. Above all, by not shooting a single shot yet, they will think it is a divine object. There should be no divine object response from the gun, but there must be divine objects that have covert functions. Skirnir gazes back and forth between the black tights and the gun. Yui. Jump. It would be suicide to take her feet off the ground in this situation. However, Yui jumped immediately without hesitation given her trust in me. Ha. I cast a disintegration spell on my sword. A black aura clings to the blade. I held it to waist level and had the black aura extend until the edge of the room. When the black aura pierced the wall of the building, I slashed it in a circle horizontally. What? Loki tried to jump behind Yui but was startled when he found that his body did not move. When I defended against his attack earlier, I put the magic bind on his sword of light. The aura of my sword cut Loki's body in two, up and bottom, sliced through the building wall horizontally, passed under Yui's feet while she was jumping, blew away Skirnir who defended himself with a sword, and passed over Onomatsurai's head. Sheeing. The unsupported wall that was hit by the aura fell down like a daruma. Yui. Onimatsurai. Yui landed on the ground, held Onomatsurai, and moved back to the opposite side of the wall from where Skirnir had been blown away. Even though he was blown away, it was surprising that he was able to defend. It didn't look like he used some defensive magic, but what's the sword he's holding? What the bastard? How can you do this to the cafeteria I've built? Damn you. With his upper body floating, a large amount of disgusting magic power overflowed from Loki's ring, which had already extinguished the sword of light. I don't know what he's trying to do, but I think his judgment is impaired given how much magic power he is currently using. I recast disintegration magic on my sword and cut Loki's body, including the ring, with it. Disintegration magic. Why isn't that sword disintegrating? I slashed Loki's body at high speed until it was the size of a die and then burned up the entire lower half of his body on the floor with magic. It's a special product. Everyone's lives are in it. Now, all that remains is Skirnir. Skirnir had been withdrawing for some time, so I thought he was not confident with his battle capabilities, but apparently, he's the most troublesome among them. Simply amazing. You're like the wizards from the fairy tale. You can do all those things without using any kind of divine object. Can you really say that after being unscathed for this long? This guy is at least God class too. How can that many strong individuals show up at the same time? What the hell is happening? Since you are a Nord, why don't you just haunt Scandinavia quietly? Now, what should I do? For opponents without unknown abilities, the most basic tactic is to win against it in the first attack. However, this gentle-looking man totally feels different from my previous opponents. Susanoo-sama, it's time to pull back. While I was thinking about what to do next, someone dressed in a Japanese-style white costume appeared next to Skirnir. The face is hidden, the voice is neutral, and I can't even tell the gender. This guy, where did he come from? No way, teleportation? No matter how great of a mage you are, there are magics you can never cast as long as you're human. One of them is teleportation. Only a few people with special talents can perform fake magic as moving to another place in an instant. And even if they do have that talent, preparation is still required. However, there's no sign this guy in white did something like that. Oi oi oi. What the heck is happening for you to come out one after another? By the way, Skirnir called this guy in white Susanoo. That's a famous Japanese mythical character, right? I can think of many reasons why he was disguised as a Nord, but there's too little information to be sure. This should be tricky. It's almost on the good part though. Skirnir pouted. Susanoo in white is not showing any sign of movement. Alright. Well then, you guys, let's properly introduce each other next time we meet. Given that they've seen our faces, it's not good to let them go. However, in addition to that we have not prepared enough. There's also the drag called Onomatsurai. No, in terms of strength, Yui is no match to either of them. Leaving Onomatsurai aside, can I even protect Yui? We don't even know how many hideouts like this they have in this place. Pursuit is impossible. But I don't want to meet you again. Don't say that. I'll see you soon. Susanoo smiled, waved his hand, and touched the shoulder of Skirnir, and the two disappeared in an instant. I tried to chase their magic power, but it was completely cut off. I can only hope that they decided that it's not a good idea to mess with us right away. In the meantime, it seems like it is necessary to start Yui's full-scale training. Variants seem to have been integrated into society more than I thought. What the hell are you people? The trembling voice of Onomatsurai echoed in the abandoned building, which had become quiet after the variants disappeared. Yui and I looked at each other. Yui nods and moves her lips slightly, saying, "Leave this to me. What you saw is real. There are scary people in this world who eat humans." Yui, who began to speak gently, continued, "However, if you forget what you saw here and keep your mouth shut, you probably won't be targeted in the future." When Yui says probably, it's true. The problem is that they now know that Onamatsuri has value as a hostage against us. A little research should reveal that she is not particularly valuable, but since we don't know their level of intelligence, we don't know what they will do. Really. Onamatsuri looks at Yui with her messy face that is full of tears, snot, and vomit. "Of course, you can't tell anyone about us either. If you do, other scary people like the guys earlier will catch you." This time, she has a threatening tone. If people hear about variants, they'll think she's crazy. If variants hear about it, they will consider her as their next meal. It would be more troublesome if they heard about us. Besides, I don't want to reveal my existence to the organization just yet. It's not difficult to imagine that a lot of people will come to use me or try to eliminate me. Either case is nothing but a hassle. Understood. I won't tell anyone. I won't say anything. However, you'll help Matsuri if anything happens again, right? Why can this girl say something like that without hesitation? We only helped you today because Kazu happened to notice. That. If you don't want to die, you better don't hang out at night. The variants she met today were moving behind the scenes. As far as advice goes, that's probably correct. I'll help you if I see you. Thus, don't talk to anyone about what you witnessed today. If you talk, you'll be in a lot more pain than what they can do to you, understood? I pointed my index finger at her forehead. You understood. I won't tell anyone. As the frightened Onamatsuri said that, the magic circle that showed up between my finger and her forehead was absorbed by her forehead. With this, the contract was complete. If Onamatsuri tries to talk about what she saw today, she will experience a severe headache. I can use a little memory-erasing magic, but mine could erase her entire personality. If that happened, the effect would be the opposite of what we want, so this time, I used a curse. It's contract-based, so it should be alright. Why are you guys so strong? You're much stronger than the fighters on TV. Not telling anyone also means no asking questions, okay? You understood. I heard you, so don't look so scary. And, thanks. The fact that she can say thanks in this situation means she has a stronger mentality than expected. The problem is the movement of the variants. According to what I heard from Thor and from what the Dark Valkyries have been doing, I thought that it was only those who lost to their instinct that would attack people, but it seems like some group disagrees. This building is probably not the only restaurant they have. The variants that have survived for a long time have gained wisdom and integrated themselves into human society. When mimicking humans, their magical power is almost the same as a normal human like Loki's group. Even I would have to get close enough to notice them. The hurdle to protecting Yui was not that low. However, I will definitely protect her. This time, I won't let them kill anyone I care about. Section. The day after we fought off Loki's group, there was a bit of a commotion in class. Onamatsuri was late and had no makeup, and her hair was even black. Her skirt was still short enough for anyone to get a glimpse of her panties, but she was wearing the school's designated socks. Her hair was also tied loosely below her ears in pigtail style. Honestly speaking, she's quite cute. I didn't know she was this cute when she took off her heavy makeup. I'm talking about external looks, to clarify. Matsuri. What's wrong? What happened to the loose alliance oath? Onamatsuri's cronies rushed to her as soon as she came to school. Excuse me. Matsuri dodged the two of them and came toward me. You're going with Shiratori-san for lunch, right? Can Matsuri join you? Well, I also want to thank you for yesterday. Why? Matsuri held her head and cowered. All right. The curse seems to be working fine. Matsuri, are you okay? What's happening? The other Gyaras came running to Matsuri. See, can I? A pure, beautiful, and innocent-looking girl asked me while looking up at me, and we stared into each other's eyes for some time. I refuse. Why? Everyone, including Yui, who was nearby, turned their heads. Juju's Bizarre Adventure has already a lot of fans this time, but not that many. I guess because it has yet to spread on the internet. In the first place, I doubt that these Gyaras even know what a Juju reference is. This makes me sound like a bad NEET. Or maybe I really am. I refuse, that's it. I'm not going to eat lunch with Onamatsuri. I see, alright. Also, it's Matsuri and not Onamatsuri. Onamatsuri corrected her name in a strict manner but shrugged her shoulders after and went back to her seat. The two Gyaras who were worried about Onamatsuri stared at us. Those who don't know what's happening would be thinking that Onamatsuri has started to target me. I don't know if it's some sort of suspension bridge effect or if she thought I would protect her. Some might feel scared if they were me. However, on the contrary, I even admire her. In any case, I have no intention of dealing with her. Yui told me what happened in the bathroom. Even if she has somewhat turned over a new leaf, I don't intend to forgive her. For the class, Onamatsuri's change is a big event, but for me and Yui, something much bigger happened that day. I'm Naruyama Desu. I'll be replacing Yamada-sensei, who was suddenly hospitalized. I'm just a part-time teacher, but I'll be here at school for a while, so if you have any questions, please come and ask me. The person who introduced himself as a teacher is someone I did not recognize. He was a dandy with a well-carved face and beard. He said he was in his early 30s, but he looked younger. Most of the girls cheered, but I didn't bother. That's until I looked him in his eyes. Variant. He was not an ordinary man to get this close to me without me noticing it. And during class, he said to me with a smile, "Thank you for your help yesterday. I hope you continue your support." This part-time teacher is Susanoo. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, Drug on Variant. At the podium, Naruyama, or rather, Susanoo, is teaching the class in a low, austere voice. The girls' eyes are drawn to this dandy charm. What he teaches is also easy to understand. He speaks better than any teacher I've ever had and is quick to grasp the students' level of understanding. He also occasionally chats with the students to keep their interest. Apparently, the human dispersing effect of variance can be stopped at will. I don't know if all of them can do it or if it just doesn't work when they're pretending to be human. A cold sweat runs down my spine. It is still acceptable that Susanoo found us in school after seeing us yesterday. It is also easy for variants to get rid of the current teachers. However, how can he be hired as a teacher? What kind of move did they make? Does this mean that not only their organization, but even variants also have an influence on our society? No, perhaps the variants have done so in order to go against the organization. However, the thing that made me sweat more than anything else, aside from their influence, is that they can understand people enough to be a teacher. I knew from the abandoned building incident that there were variants who had integrated into human society to some extent. However, it's a different story when it comes to being able to teach. Maybe Susanoo is exceptionally smart, or maybe he has survived for a long time. Either way, if there are also many individuals like Susanoo, it will be a great threat to humanity. The biggest question now is, what are they planning to do? If I'm in the way, there are plenty of ways to get rid of me, like attacking my house. As I was thinking about that in class, the bell rang. Then, I guess that's it for today. The girls surrounded Susanoo as he was leaving the classroom after class. "Sensei, do you have a girlfriend? Why did you suddenly come to this school? How long are you going to stay here? I've always wanted to be a teacher. What do you think?" While these girls were acting like that, Yui came to me and whispered that with a serious expression. It seems like she was not able to notice that he's a variant, but from the content of our conversation, she had guessed that it was Susanoo. I don't know what they're planning. Me too. Neither Yui nor I took our eyes off Susanoo. "Nambakuan, will you come to the language teacher's office after school?" When Susanoo looked at us, who naturally looked serious, he said that in a calm voice. Yui and I couldn't help but look at each other. "You should go alone." He is gentle yet puts undisputed pressure on me. What? I want to be called out too. Me too. The girls started yelling. Understood. I'll go alone. Susanoo nodded in satisfaction. Kazu. I'll be fine. I smiled at the worried Yui. There is a high possibility that this is a trap. However, nothing can be gained by running away. Looking at Susanoo now, his magic power pattern seems to have changed compared to when he was in the abandoned building. If he is able to suppress his magic power to the level of a human and even change his magic power pattern, he will not be detected as a dark Valkyrie using the techniques that can be used to find them. If you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't be able to get the tiger's cub, and if you leave the tiger alone, it will attack you in your sleep. That means I have no choice but to jump into the tiger's den. Section. The Japanese language teacher's room is a room that can be freely used by teachers who teach Japanese. It is used for student guidance on the subject and for preparing teaching materials. This is probably unique to a subject that does not have a dedicated room like the science room or music room. Since the current principal took over, various interesting rules have been established. The room is less than half the size of a classroom and Susanoo is the only one inside. This room has a human dispersing effect. This is probably to prevent other language teachers from coming in. Though I'm not sure if I can call this Susanoo's magic. What do you want? Well, sit down. Susanoo offered me a chair with the same gentle smile he had in class. I'm fine like this. I stood near the door and looked down at Susanoo, who crossed his legs gracefully. I don't like it since it feels like I'm making you stand. Recently, the human rights advocates have increased like mayfly. This trend will even accelerate in the future. Let's get to the point. Ma, don't look so scary. I'm just curious about you, that's why I want to talk to you. Susanoo took a gold pocket watch with a comb from his bosom. He checked the time and snapped the cover shut. He did it in an elegant manner. Now, I'm not sure if I should take what he said literally. What do you think is a variant? If you asked me for a quiz show, do it with someone else. Also, you should be more familiar with that. I want to hear your opinion. As far as I know, you are the strongest human I've met. His eyes have both innocence and sadness. He has a soft expression, yet you can see his eagerness to know the truth. Yes, Susanoo's eyes reminded me of those scientists whose biography I had to read. I've only recently learned about variants. I don't really know that much. One day, a mythical being just appeared in this world and it seems to be the enemy of humanity because they want to eat humans. That's about it. I see. Susanoo looked a little disappointed. What about you? I've been doing a lot of research on the details. You are someone who didn't bother thinking about the basics, aren't you? The basics? Why do we even exist? This is getting more philosophical than expected. Using your own statement, doesn't that mean that humans have no reasons to exist too? That is true. However, you can live a great life on Earth and weave generations together. Even if all you do is give birth to flesh and return to Earth. It's a bit of a stretch to say it that way, but that's one way to explain it. Are you different? You have a lover, don't you? I don't. Ah, is Shiratori-kun not your lover? My bad. Let me rephrase it. Do you have anyone you care about? The fact that you're not shaking your head and have a grim look on your face shows how hard you are holding back. Why do you want to know who I care for? If I say anything, they'll become my weakness. Because enemies will come to those I care for. I've learned this lesson in the other world. Even if they already know, the less information I give them, the better. Well, that's good. Now, let's talk about normal things. Humans have romantic feelings as well as sexual desires. This is an important factor in the survival of your species. He sounds like the last boss of the 08MF platoon. We don't have that. Is it because you are originally gods? No, when I was purely a god, I had a wife. All those Norse gods you've been fighting lately, if you check their mythology, you'll find out that they're all humans, right? Right. Even now, I still cherish my wife when I was a god. However, when I am in this body, if you asked me whether I feel something new about my wife, all you'll stir up is my appetite. Is your appetite that great? Susanoo nodded with a smile. Then, I also tried having a child with another variant. What Susanoo said shocked me to the bone. You have a child? I had a hard time. After all, I had a hard time having a child since I couldn't feel doing it with this body. I tried all kinds of drugs developed by humans, but we nullify most drugs in the first place. No, I don't need to tell you the details. Anyway, we have succeeded in having a child." Susanoo let out a small sigh and continued. "I don't want to hear anything too graphic about a variant sexual situation, you know. What was born was a normal human child. That is to say, they are unable to procreate by their own will, or instinct, if you prefer to call it that. As he says, if all living things are meant to procreate, then variant is the only one like that. I don't know how wonderful it is to have offspring. However, I can only imagine what it must be like to find out that we are the only ones who can't do what all living things can do. I can only imagine. I've never had children after all. I couldn't bear to eat my child, so I had humans raise my child secretly. So you feel like that too. You're wrong. I just remembered myself before I became a variant and immersed myself in sentimentality. I don't know if this sad expression is fake or genuine. However, I believe that he had a desire to tell these stories. Do you despair of not being able to leave a seed? No, it didn't shock me as much as I imagined it would. However, I became more interested in the creatures called variants. Thus, I'm curious to know what those who have the power to defeat us think of us. I see. If I were to fully believe what you just said, that means you are our natural enemy. I suppose so. So, are you going to wipe us out? No. Heh. Why is that? Susanoo leaned forward a little. He looked curious. Bears and lions are the same in the sense that they can kill and eat humans. It doesn't matter to the prey whether the predator can leave a seed or not. Unless, of course, they are increasing at an extraordinary rate. However, unlike bears, we only eat humans. The only way for us to survive is to eat humans. That may be so, but many humans are being eaten by beasts all over the world. Not many people care about that. You are more ruthless than expected for a 17 years old. However, I will not tolerate anyone who'll mess around me. A bear that is afraid of humans will not come down to the countryside that often. I'm not going to say that some of you are good guys or that I will kill as many bears as possible to prevent them from harming humans. The only question is how to kill those who crossed the line. And you seem to have the power to back that statement up. It's not a question of power. It's about if you come to kill me, I'll kill you instead. I'm fully aware without power to back me up, this is nothing but an empty statement. I see. Interesting. Thanks. In return, I promise not to try to eat you and Shiratori-kun. Is that so? I'm not the kind of berserker who will kill someone who talks like this from the bottom of his heart. However, at the same time, I'm not going to be stupid enough to believe a unilateral promise that a variant imposed on me. Section. As I headed for the classroom where Yui was waiting for me, I heard a commotion coming from the classroom. What do you think? I'm sure you'll have more fun with me than with that otaku. Hiya ha ha ha. When I entered the classroom, I found a brown-haired male student nipping at Yui. The way he dyed his hair was subtle enough to look like it's its natural color. However, what I'm worried about is the eyes of that guy. It's always wandering and has no fixed focus. It gives off a dangerous feeling. I can see Yui knitting her eyebrows as she steps back. What's wrong? My voice made the two of them turn around. Kazu, this person is a little unusual. Yui, who had moved back to the window, put her fingers on her thigh. She's already prepared to activate her divine object at any moment. Yeah, I know. It resembles the symptoms of drug addiction that I've seen so many times in the other world. Oi 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 oi. Don't get in the way. It's youth confession timey. He's out of his mind. He's totally high. If he's a variant, he should be prioritizing his appetite. In addition, I feel no magic power from him. I remember learning in compulsory education that I should not use drugs, and this is actually the first time I saw a high school student junkie. If I were in a rougher high school, no, that's only a prejudice. Perhaps I have that view because of the stories I hear about them, though I never actually had any contact. Sorry, but your confession time is cancelled. I want to feel good. Don't get in the way. I made sure the boy's attention was on me and gave Yui a glance. Bam! Yui immediately launched a high kick that smashed into the student's medulla oblongata. The student fell unconscious with white eyes. From my point of view, the high kick with a mini-skirt and black tights was an eye-candy event, but even before the activation of the divine object, being hit by that kind of sharp kick would be terrible. To avoid banging his head on the floor, I used wind magic to slow down his downfall. I hope he's grateful to Yui for allowing him to get away with just that after all the trouble he caused her. Is he alright? Yeah, he's fine. Yui made a detour around the fallen schoolboy. Really? Good. No, I mean, you understand, right? Just don't overdo things. Why is she acting like that? Okay. Yui looked both embarrassed and depressed. What's happening to you? What happened? I was waiting for Kazu and this person suddenly appeared. Do you know him? No. Yui doesn't know him, but Yui is famous not only with the school students but even outside the school. It's hard to be popular. Oya, what's happening? The one who asked that was Susanoo, who I just spoke with a few minutes ago. I glanced at him and pointed at the schoolboy. A junkie, her. Susanoo crouched down next to the schoolboy and examined his pupil. This is not something a teacher in this country would do. Nambakuan, why don't you do a little investigation on how did he get some drugs? Susanoo made a suggestion that I don't think a teacher would ask a student. You want me to play detective? Leave the drug busts to the police. This is a legal drug. The main problem is that when you eat a human who has used this drug, the variant will get high too. To be more specific, they'll have more appetite. Oi, how do you know that? It's been a problem among us. Most drugs' effects will be nullified if we directly take them. TIC, it means you can't manage it. Thanks for being quick-witted. Why don't you guys figure it out? The more drugs spread around, the more variants will appear. Of course I really don't care about that, but I want to get more information from Susanoo's mouth. I'm already doing so. However, when I made my move, there are a lot of resistance, so it's not easy. From what I heard from Susanoo so far, he must be someone with a good position among the variants. That also means that they, too, have problems as a group. Just like humans. One of the variants we encountered in the abandoned building is a little crazy. Is he one of them? You've noticed it too well. That's right. I know what you mean now. Yui took over the conversation. Why do you have to go this far just to draw us in? I think it's a problem that will be solved eventually. What are you talking about? You're the one who sent this fainted guy to us. Ah, what? How did you know? I was confident with my acting skill. Susanoo easily admitted it with a blank expression. You are indeed a good actor, but the situation was too unnatural. What is the probability of a student high in drugs coming to Yui the moment I left Yui's side? Good grief, this is embarrassing. He said that, but he probably didn't care if he was found out. His main objective is to tell us the existence of this drug. However, as Yui says, the only thing I don't understand is why he is in such a hurry to solve the problem. The sooner you solve the problem, the better. That means more forces cooperating is better, right? Even if it is currently legal, the police will act sooner or later. In the meantime, why don't we just play along? And to think we're talking about something where more humans could die. In the other world, I learned how to deal with negotiations of this kind with a comrade. However, right now, the other party is not a demon but a variant. If I tell you, will you cooperate with me? No, I won't. We're negotiating, but we're not doing business. That's what I've learned from dealings with these kinds of people. Even if you extract information during negotiations, never make a contract of interest. This is what nobles and politicians do. If you make a bad deal with someone you don't trust, you're only putting yourself to a disadvantage. Then, our negotiations broke. Suit seems like you have a very strong reason to hide it. I wonder, why are you hiding it so much? Why not try to cover it up with a lie? Has organization on the human side driven him into a corner? Glancing at Yui, she just shook her head. Maybe the Japanese organization is onto something that even the Scandinavians don't know about. No, what if making them suspicious like this is Susanoo's purpose? I can't help but think about it, and I don't think I can get any more information out of him. Then, do your best with that. I said coldly and turned my back on Susanoo. By the way, I had information that there were trades at the game center. I heard an amused voice from behind me. He was convinced that I was going to solve the problem. I'm sorry to say, but he's right. He knows where Yui and I are anyway. If we start investigating, we may run into variants, but it would also be a good opportunity to intimidate them. If the damage has already begun to occur in my neighborhood, I need to make an appeal to them to stay out of my territory. It would be troublesome to make an enemy of all the variants and have them systematically target me, but it would be more troublesome to keep getting attacked because they think they can easily do it. Of course, it will be a different story if they move to exterminate humans instead of just killing them for food. Right now, I can't help but feel that there is a tug-of-war going on between the two sides to prevent one side from exterminating the other. I don't know if this was because someone is trying to keep the balance or because they are naturally restraining each other. Fortunately, it seems that the only reason they are hanging around with each other is because of profit and loss, and they don't seem to have much of a sense of camaraderie. Section. After school, the day we encountered Susanoo, Yui and I immediately stopped by the game center in front of the station. There are 2 game centers in front of the station, and they are not as crowded as those in the city center, but they are still reasonably busy. In the future, game centers will be less common, partly because it will be easier to play online with video game consoles, but presently, there are still many of them in the city. I used to go here sometimes with what little allowance I had. One was a bright and clean gassen, short for game center, inside the station, and the other one was a dimly lit, privately owned gassen a short distance away from the station. Once a hangout place for delinquents, the number of clean gassens had increased. This is the transitional period. It was when I was still in junior high school that delinquents were still popular. According to a student who went to another high school, there are still collections happening on the campus. Is this your first time in Gassen? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. She has an innocent smile even though we're just going to the Gassen. As expected of an Oju-sama, is what I would like to say, but she's not that gamer, so she doesn't really have a reason to visit. Let us just start with the clean Gassen. Oh. There are a lot of Purikura and crane games. Fighting games occupy much of the store. This is the golden age of fighting games, with a number of titles being released every year. Aside from the student gamers, who seem to be on their way home from school, there are also a few office workers. It is not even 1700 yet. Are they skipping? I am getting the feeling that different individuals are connected by games. I'm scared to play against strangers though. After all, I came here today to do some research. And how am I supposed to do that? I don't know what to do because there are so few clues. Maybe it will be quicker to let the other party find me. I guess the first step is to blend in, right? You mean, let's play the most popular game. Sounds like a lot of fun. Ma, that's not it. I just don't have any choice. Most popular. What is the current most popular? In terms of genre, the game should. It was a time when there were so many different titles. Let's look around and look for what you like the most. It's more fun to play a game that you like how the characters and the graphics look rather than the gameplay. Okay. While I was looking around with Yui, a tremendous number of eyes were staring at us. It is already unusual for a girl to be here, and she's also a blonde, big-breasted, JK in black tights. It was impossible to not stand out. How about this one? Yui stopped at Nightwalker Saber. It's a 2D game in which different kinds of monsters from east and west, from vampires to succubus to snowmen, fight each other. It is one that stands out in my memories. I've been waiting for the sequel, but it was never released before I reincarnated. Saber 2. I don't recognize that Desu Ne. Pretty good choice. Really? This is actually a pretty fast game, but with Yui's dynamic vision, it wouldn't be a problem. You think so? Then, let's give it a try. Let's try over there. There are about 8 Nightwalker Saber machines lined up in a row. Among them, I chose the one where no one was sitting on the opposing consoles. It's not a good idea to suddenly barge in. Yui chose the succubus, who is often treated as the main heroine. She is a highly exposed Onisama. I look over her shoulder to teach her the basic controls. At first, she couldn't even press the buttons properly, but after 2 rounds against the CPU, she was able to do a set of commands. A very smart girl. If you press the buttons in succession, The normal move will connect, right? What are you talking about? It's a feature of this game, but she couldn't seem to get the gist of it. I'll tap the buttons on top of your finger. Ah. I gently tapped the button where Yui's finger was lying on. This is so embarrassing. Somehow, I feel like we're a back-a-pole. TSK. I just heard a click of tongue behind us. Unfortunately, I know how you feel. The man in the black leather jacket, who clicked his tongue, went around the console and sat on the opposite side of Yui. And on the screen over here, the words "A challenger has appeared." What? What should I do? Yui is puzzled by the display she sees for the first time. You're going to start playing against the person sitting in front of you. You won't be able to win right away, so just enjoy it as a practice. Ah, understood. Yui was so excited when they started to fight but lost miserably. It was a complete defeat. I see, it's completely different compared to fighting against the CPU, the characteristics, the technique, the system, and most importantly, you have to be able to see through the other's quirks. As people began to line up behind, I took Yui's arm as she's still mumbling and staring at the screen. That made her stand from her seat. I pulled Yui's hand and took her to a place where there were few people. Being strong in offense is important, but defending and counter-attacking are also important. The gap varied depending on the technique and the time it takes to hit, and there are many moves you can use, so every turn is a complex rock-paper-scissors. I just noticed that we were holding hands. Just as Yui continues her mumbles, I let her go. And then, Kazu, tell me everything you know about that game. I want to win. I nodded to Yui, who was staring straight at me. In fact, she hates to lose and is a hard worker. This is one of Yui's charms. Do you want me to avenge you, is what I almost said, but I stopped myself. There's a side-by-side console there. Let's practice there. Although I couldn't see it from the entrance, there was a table at the end of the store for those who didn't want to play against someone. Unlike the fighting consoles where two machines are connected, this one has two sets of joystick and buttons on one monitor. We sat down side by side. Our shoulders were naturally close to each other. I taught Yui everything I knew about the game. That includes the lore and theories that even top players might not yet know this time. I mobilized all the knowledge I had acquired as a future gamer. Yui instantly understood what I taught her and practiced with me as her training partner. After 2 hours, she was so strong that the CPU is no longer her match. It should have taken her weeks or months to get to this point. In addition to being quick-witted, her dynamic vision has probably been abnormally developed by fighting against variants. The guy from earlier, I wonder if he's still here. Yui must have sensed a response. Yui's gaze swiveled toward the battlefield. It looks like he's still here. Let's go, Kazu. After watching the leather-jacketed man play a few games, Yui eventually sat down at the console in front and inserted a coin. I sat behind her with my feet separated by shoulder length and crossed arms. I was completely behind her in boyfriend mode. It was the busiest time of the day for the Gussen, and more office workers were coming home from work or club activities. The gaming scene, where there are very few female players, a lot of spectators gather to see a very beautiful girl play. Half of them are attracted to Yui's looks and the other half are scoffing at the idea of a girl winning. Her opponent leaned out, looked at her, and snickered in a mocking way. The match began and Yui barely won. It's hard to believe that she played a fighting game for the first time earlier. She still made some noticeable mistakes, but so did her opponent. This was not a match of professional gamers, so that's a given. At this time, no one would have ever imagined that professional gamers would exist. I did it. I had a high five with Yui, who turned around. The spectators run wild seeing her. And soon after, the words "A challenger has appeared" on the screen. I can understand how the other party feels. The man in black leather jacket lost to Yui 10 times in a row. Damn it. The guy kicked the console, glared at us, and left the store. It's something you can normally see, and that will also be a certain way to get banned on the Gussen. One after another, challengers sat down in the seat where the man was seated. The number of Yui's consecutive wins exceeded 30 until a regular, who is also known as the fiercest player in this Gussen, appeared. Fighting games are so much fun. Yui said that with a smile after looking a little disappointed at her last loss. Winning this many battles is indeed a lot of fun. I've never won 30 consecutive times myself. I think I can do it now, so I'll give it a try next time. Whoa, you're good. You should play with me again. You'll come here again, right? You should make this gassen your home turf. This is a safe place. The gaze of ridicule that was poured at Yui before the matches were gone. I like the temperament of gamers. Strong is justice. My apologies. I'll only come here once in a while. Yui dodged the flocking gamers and pulled me out of the crowd. Hey Kazu, let's go there. I've always wanted to try it at least once. Yui pointed to the print climax, also known as Purikura. You enter the booth, take a picture, and it will be ejected as a sticker. Although it seems to have gone downhill since cell phones with photo-taking functions became popular, there was a time when JK means Purikura. How was it? Did you find anyone suspicious? Yui, who's puzzled by the controls of the machine she was touching for the first time, began to whisper as she entered the booth. So, you're not just into gaming? Ah, it's obvious I'm not, right? The game center seemed to have few girls, so if I stood out, it would be useful to gather information. Why can't you look me in the eyes then? At least I didn't find any variant. Of course, I wasn't just idly watching Yui play. I was scanning the area carefully. I see. There is nothing my divine object can do if they mimic humans, so I can only rely on Kazu. The divine object is only a weapon. That's normal. If you have very little information on the target, a good quality radar is your go-to. However, it's useless if you don't even know what to look for. That means you also need experience and intuition in order to interpret what you detect. It's not something we can find on the first day. That's true. That means while we are investigating it, I will continue to train Yui. Since Susanoo has blatantly led us, it means we are bound to do something in the near future. Okay, it's about to take a picture. Smile, smile. From the booth came a sticker with an incredibly beautiful girl and a boy with a stiff face. No matter how many years I've lived, I've never been good at smiling in pictures. I'll give you half, but I don't have scissors. Right, I can use Gungnir. Hold it right there. You can't swing your leg in this place. I made a little vacuum blade with my fingertips and cut the stickers with the printed photo into half. Magic sure is handy. This is the first time I've used it like this since coming back here. Here a Purikura of me and Kazu. It makes me a bit itchy if you're that happy. And my face in the picture looks funny. I guess it's around time for us to get arrested. Ah, right. There was a time limit for high schoolers to get in and out of the gassen. Should we go home? Yeah, let's go again tomorrow. Let's go to another gassen tomorrow. I'm going to do same saber image training at home. Please practice handling the divine object instead. Just kidding. Don't forget. You promised to give me special training at night. Of course. I promised Yui that I would train her. Of course, the purpose of training Yui is to increase her chances of survival. The plan was to go home and meet up with her in secret. The problem was the location. Using the Shiratori house again is not a good idea. Section. The place I chose to train with Yui was at the dark side of the moon. In the end, I decided that this was the safest place. I'm the one who decided it, but carrying someone else outside the atmosphere consumes more magic power than expected. This will be hard to do every day. I'd like to say it out loud, but Yui will probably ask, "Are you saying I'm heavy?" So I just kept my mouth shut. My body wouldn't be in a bad situation, but if a powerful variant appears, there's a chance that I wouldn't be able to protect Yui due to being too exhausted. Amazing. It's the universe. It's the universe. Kazu. Yui held my hand using her two hands while jumping. That should have been okay if only her miniskirt is not gently flipping in space. Even so, I love seeing her smile like this. I have to use a lot of magic power in today's training, so we can't do it on Earth since variants will surely feel it. What are we going to do for today's special training? Instead of answering Yui's question, I spread my hands out and made a circle with my arms. I'm going to optimize Yui's internal magic circuits to the limit. Ito, you mean? Like the Grand Elder of the planet Namek. I have potential too. It's not that occult and there's a theory behind it. However, in a similar sense, your power will rapidly increase but only once. We're doing it with magic, so it's not really supernatural. Yui has the talent to control magic power. That's the reason why she can use a divine object. However, her body is being forcibly used by the divine object. If you compare magic circuit to blood vessel, you can say that using a divine object is similar to a person that is suffering from high blood pressure. Though if I use this analogy to her, she might get angry. I can explain it to her as a defragmentation of a PC, but I don't think that would go well. By the way, manual defragmentation will be gone in no time. It's amazing how far technology has evolved. In any case, it makes the flow of magic power more efficient while also allowing the body to withstand high output. You should optimize it frequently depending on your own ability, but the first time is the most effective. I have done it lightly on her before, but now, I'll do it in earnest. At the same time, I will also optimize the divine object to make it more suitable for Yui. I'm going to circulate an enormous amount of magic power between you and me. It's quite stimulating, so be prepared. Oh, okay. Yui swallowed hard. Enormous magic powers gradually circulate between me and Yui, who are in outer space. From my right hand to Yui's left hand. From Yui's right hand to my left hand. It feels great, Yui's body was in a state of intense pleasure. Pain comes when the magic circuit is forcefully expanded, while pleasure comes once it is improved. Kazu, how long will this last? About 3 hours. I will probably go crazy first. Say something, Kufun. I'm doing what I can to maintain composure in front of Yui, who is writhing around sexily and convulsing, which also made her big boobies shake. It's already at a level where I can't help but feel sexual desire. 3 hours later. Alright, it's done. Fewer, over, really. Yui, who's out of breath and drenched in sweat, leaned over to me. Something soft is pressed against my chest. Gently supporting Yui's body, which twitches occasionally, I desperately deviate my consciousness from the softness I feel. No more. I'm soaked all over. I want to take a bath. I guess I'll have to check the effect later. Section. It's been a week since we started going to game centers. There's no result yet, but of course, it's not because we're only playing around. Moreover, I have not slack off in detecting Dark Valkyrie at night. So, late at night, just after the date had changed, I was in a big park that could fit a dozen schoolyards. There's no sign of anyone around. But there's one from above. It was Yui, who's falling down next to me from a height far higher than the trees around the park. She slipped around 20 meters after her feet landed on the grass. It's difficult to land as expected. Yui walked up next to me, pounding her thighs with her fists. I think you're jumping very well. That means our special Eki training on the moon is not a waste. It's not Eki. Foo. I have practiced handling the divine object a lot, so you won't see me doing anything pathetic today. I'm looking forward to it. I replied and moved my gaze at a small bridge on a stream in the park. A dark Valkyrie crosses the bridge. There's blood in its mouth. Just ate dinner. With my detection method, I still can't detect a dark Valkyrie before it turns into a dark Valkyrie. It's a bit frustrating that in most cases, I will only find out once it's too late. Yui, you don't have to think of anything else. Rampage all you want. Yeah. Yui activated her divine object and assumed a crouching posture. Given her posture, you can almost see what's under her black miniskirt. The distance between her and the dark Valkyrie was a little more than 100 meters. Yui's foot kicked the ground, making a booming sound and a cloud of dirt. The next moment, Yui was already right next to the dark Valkyrie. The dark Valkyrie's gaze locked on Yui. However, before the spear, which was supposed to be faster than any human, could generate, Yui already kicked the dark Valkyrie, sending it into the sky. Yui leaped up, somersaulted after it, and a blue crescent moon shone in the night sky. The dark Valkyrie split in half while Yui landed next to me. I'm not going to say anything sweet just yet. Because... boom. The dark Valkyrie exploded in the sky above us. Yui had kicked and slashed its body while pouring magic power into its body, causing it to explode. Previously, Yui would have been exhausted by that attack. Now, she was stretching while staying composed. You're becoming better in controlling magic power. Yeah. Thanks to Kazu. Now, you can count on me even a little, right? That's the most dangerous time. I've seen a lot of friends who died while being overconfident after mastering a certain ability like Yui. I'll be careful. Please. The possibility of dying is the highest now. Understood. Even so, I have to name that technique. Why? That's unnecessary. It's more convenient to make a strategy if the techniques have names. It's the first ever move that I made on my own. Why yeah. She was very enthusiastic. Well then, bad moon. Moon defeats evil after all. What do you think? So very bad moon. Badass. There's no point in telling me that with a smug face. Also, if you're being shy, stop it already. Your face is already bright red. Stop it. There's a certain fighting game that already has that move name. What? It wasn't released yet, right? But still, Yui's naming sense is very Chuyuni. Does the word Chunibya already exist? Then, how about? While jumping through the rooftops of buildings side by side, Yui kept thinking of names. Maybe I should try naming my magic too. Section. It's been 2 weeks since we started checking out Gusen. The survey area spread out across several cities. Even so, since I'm still a student, I'm naturally at school during the day. Oi, Nanba, the key holder on your bag was the same as the one on Shiratori-san's bag. No way. My fellow otaku, Seitu, pointed at the Piffy key holder on my bag. Piffy is a trendy female Vocaloids. Apparently, there is a battle to the bone argument between Pai-chan and Fi-chan. I wonder which one of them is on my bag. I can't tell the difference between them. It's just a coincidence. Coincidence? Then, why didn't you have Rui, Asumi, or Misako's key holder? Kazu, let's eat. You're using it. My deception attempt was ruined by Yui's descent. Yes. We exchanged what each of us had taken in the crane game. Traitor. Seitu grabbed his wallet and ran out to the hallway. Yeah, he just went to the store to buy some bread. He's a good guy and he has a good sense of humor. Hey Nanba, how about eating with Matsuri? Sorry. Okay. This has become a regular event. Matsuri trying to join us for lunch, that is. The stares around me are painful and somewhat heartbreaking, so I hope she'll give up soon. The feeling of not being able to forgive her is slowly fading, but spending more time with Yui is more important for me. Lunch with Yui had been moved to the rooftop. Like most high schools, the rooftop is off limits. However, this can be solved by a simple unlocking magic. Of course, after using it, we don't forget to lock the door again. Here, there's no need to worry about being seen or overheard. And I've always wanted to try this. Lunch on a school rooftop. Your test results seem to be really good lately. I guess so. I've been listening properly to the class. You've been doing your homework in class. Is it obvious? I guess you have to when the class is boring. These idle conversations bring me happiness. Even though I have forgotten a lot of material, I have an advantage over other students because I've already learned them once. And a young brain remembers things better. I didn't realize this when I was still a student, but I really enjoy solving problems that have correct answers. When I was working, not only was there no correct answer, but there were choose a hell or be hell. Of course, I choose. Then, I'll be sent to see hell. It was always like that. Yui, here. I gave her 3 bullets. My bullets you asked the other day? I enchant them with healing magic. The healing magic will be deployed in a radius of around 2 meters, centered on the spot where the bullet landed. When the bullet hits, it does normal damage, so don't let it hit you directly. If you want to use it on yourself, shoot it on where you are standing. Amazing. There's no one in the organization that can put magic into a normal bullet. It took me a long time to make them too. It's not enough to regenerate any lost body part, so please think of it as support in case of emergency. Yeah, thanks. Section. One day, while living our days like this, we visit a Gusen. Finally, the situation changed. Yui and I were hunting down the beast players in every gussen. We're no different from dojo breakers. In the gaming world, people gather around the strong. Even in the pre-internet era, word about us spread in just half a month. In addition to the fact that we were a couple who had never lost a game, Yui's appearance itself made it impossible for us not to attract attention. How could we not attract attention? We tried to spread to those who we spoke with. I heard there are some people who sell suspicious drugs. That's scary. However, we are a little interested. If it was too hard to find them, we'll just ask others to find them. Whoa, you guys are strong. I haven't heard of you until recently, so, were you from another district? The man who approached us was a neatly dressed young man in his early to mid-20s. He was a fashionable guy with a silver bracelet on his left hand. He seemed to be a very popular young man. You can say that, Desu. It is troublesome to tell the truth, so let's leave it like this. By the way, I heard you guys are interested in the rumored drugs. Got one? No, it's too early to rejoice. This is not the first time I have talked to someone about this topic. Naturally, everyone was just chatting. If you get too enthusiastic at this point, it might start some strange rumors. It's not that we're that interested. We were just talking about the fact that there is such a thing. We were just wondering what it would be like if we try it. Yeah, we shouldn't touch those kinds of things, but I heard that they're legal. I guess so. I'd like to try it then. If the rumors are true, that means you can get it, right? That's... The young man looked around deliberately and lowered his voice. I heard a rumor about a club where you can get the drug. A club, is it? You mean that kind of club? Yui nodded. No, I don't think it's the club you are thinking about. How about it? If you are worried about going to that kind of place alone, I don't mind going with you. We're still in high school, you know? Except for the first day, we're not wearing our school uniform when visiting Geesens. If we are wearing uniforms, they will be able to identify our school, which will make things troublesome. Look, as long as you don't drink alcohol, you'll be fine. Why us? There were a few adults in the Gassen who were interested in the rumored drugs. Maybe because you guys have the most guts. Perhaps he was more discerning than I thought. Besides, it's always a hit to bring a pretty girl like you. If you wear mature makeup, no one would notice. He winked at Yui. I've never been to a club before. It's different from the cabarets and taverns I was forced to go to when I was in another world and the Black Company. However, I'd be lying if I say I'm not interested. What's the club's name? This one. The young man who introduced himself as Sugata handed me a piece of paper with the club's address written on it. There seems to be a famous DJ this Friday as a guest. There is a rumor that the day the DJ is involved is the day they sell drugs. It's called T-GIF. Ancient slang. Yui and my voice unintentionally harmonize. This guy looks young, but is he actually an old guy? Section. We are in front of our destination. The club in the entertainment district. I'm wearing black shirt and black slacks. I have brown hair. I used washable dye, all hardened and is combed to the back. The only thing I can't do anything with is how young I look, but I hope this one won't make me look like. No, I'm really dressed like a fake host. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's difficult to walk on heels. Yui is wearing a super mini one-piece with a wide-open chest area that shows off her perfect body line. It's called a bodycon. She was wearing a good amount of makeup and naturally looked at least 3 years older than she is. Despite being her first club experience, she's not nervous at all. As expected of a true Oju-sama. Anyway, you don't look like you're going to a place called T-GIF. Eh? Is it strange? Doesn't people who go to a place like that dress like this? If you're going to ask me about you two's outfit, they're fine. It's a place where different people dressed in different ways go, so there's no problem. It's just that. Sugata, who glanced at Yui's chest, is wearing the same clothes he wore when we were at the Gussen. Ah, what? Does that mean I shouldn't have put so much effort? I don't want to be seen as a minor, so I wore something like this as some kind of disguise. The club is in the basement of the building and the music played by the DJ is loud. The place is already crammed with people. The area was quite large for a basement club. It's about the size of a small hall. Now, where should I pick up a clue about the drugs? I can't talk about it openly here. It would be better to go to the place where it is being discussed. Amazing music. Yeah. With the music playing so loud that you can't even talk with someone unless you bring your face close to the other party, it's quite difficult to distinguish conversations around. While wandering around the venue with a glass of orange juice, a number of men called Yui while we were listening to the conversations around. As Yui began to get fed up with refusing and me glaring at them, the crowd started to change a little. Hi-yahoo. Yaya. High touching begins. Men and women hug and grope each other's bodies around. These party people are too, or so I thought until I noticed it. Their eyes were all out of focus. I carefully tasted the orange juice I have. This is cyanide. This is no time to play detective. It's a small amount, but there is some evidence of a mixture of some kind of drugs. I raised my tongue sense and tried the oolong tea as well. There's something in it too. I stopped the detoxification magic that's constantly active in my body and stirred up a few cups of oolong tea. My consciousness becomes fluffy and a strange feeling of elation envelops me. As expected, I immediately recasted detoxification magic in me. I had imagined that there would be some drug deals in this venue, but I was wrong. All the drinks were drugged. What for? The entrance was dirt cheap for a drug party. Damn it. Yui. Hey Yui, don't drink. Ahihi. Kazu. Too late. Yui sandwiches my arm with her big boobies and pulls my face so close to her that our lips almost touch. I want more to be more intimate. Not only was she pressing her chest on me but her thighs as well. She's also hugging me right now. I'm on the verge of losing my reason. The myth that Susanoo gave Yamata no Orokai sake to defeat it comes to my mind. I would like to detoxify Yui as soon as possible, but there is a possibility that it will be detected if I use magic. There's no variant in the room, but there could be someone nearby who is good at camouflage and detection. Yui, can I kiss you? Phew, finally, Kazu will kiss me. Okay, kiss me a lot. Yui's cheeks were tinted with red while she looked at me with blank eyes, then slowly closed them. I don't think I'm making the right decision, but it can't be helped. I press my lips on Yui's and put my tongue inside her mouth. Then, I slowly casted detoxification magic from the tip of my tongue. This way, unless something goes wrong, the magic casting will not be detected. Afu, NNNN. Yui, who is left to her own instinct, sometimes jerks up and down and moans a little. Listen to me. Starting now, don't drink any beverage. I gently pulled my lips away and whispered in her ear while hugging Yui. What? Just now, kiss. I know it's confusing, but look around you. The atmosphere at the place has become suspicious as men and women hug, kiss, and rub each other. But, oh Yui. Yui's face turned bright red as she was in a state of confusion. However, she shouldn't let herself get out of control here. I apologize for kissing you under these circumstances, but you need to calm down. You don't have to apologize, I'm happy. No, I mean, this isn't working. Anyway, they put drugs on the drinks. Yui's body relaxes a little at the mention of the word drugs. What do you mean? Aren't they supposed to profit from legal drugs? Perhaps they want to build clientele first, so they're using it like a free giveaway. Giveaway. I see, that might be it. Is the word giveaway yet to become popular? Hey everyone. Are you excited? Here comes AZ Yuyan. There, she appeared. A cheerful-looking lady in a belly-button showing t-shirt and denim hot pants. Her long hair tied back in a bun through a hole in her cap. She seems to be the main guest DJ this time, Azayu-san. I think her name suits her. Whoa, Azayu-san. The guy from earlier is the only one who calls her Azuyan. Isn't he embarrassed? Regardless of that, the venue became more chaotic. The floor is polarized between flirting men and women. At the DJ booth, the people are going crazy. The DJ is faintly leaking magic power waves. She's probably a variant, but let's see how things will turn out first. Come on everyone. Drink, 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 drink cake. The DJ is shaking her chest and encouraging the audience to drink. I can see her under boob. No, I mean, that's not it. The music is echoing in my brain. It's not because of the volume being too high, but a certain force is making me uncomfortable. The other customers, including Yui, don't seem to feel anything in particular. The music, there's a hint of magic in it. I covered Yui's ears. What? What? Yui panicked, blushed, and closed her eyes. I cast a protective magic on Yui's ears. My own ears too, of course. Everyone, let's go. Oh. As the DJ stirred things up, the music intensified, and soon, the crowd began to flutter and fall. At the same time, 5 men and women appeared from behind the counter. This feeling, all of them are variants. Ara. Looks like there's still a couple standing there. Things like this happen from time to time. You know, some insensitive people. Oi oi, get yourself together. The DJ shrugs her shoulders to the man who's making fun of her. They're not high. It's your job to make sure that the drugs are distributed properly, right? I don't think there's anyone out there who wouldn't drink. I see. So, this is both a diner and a drug party for variants. They will be drugging humans and eat them to get high. However, you shouldn't be that carefree. You should know that letting your guard down can lead to death. It's too late for that now though. Yui. Everyone's standing up. Yui, who had already activated her divine object covertly, releases all her magic power. What the heck are you? They are from the organization. You're too late to notice. Kicking the ground, Yui first slashed the DJ's head off with her leg, then landed on the wall. Whoa. She sliced through the variants that were trying to transform and landed on another wall. As it is, she flies around the venue by kicking walls, ceiling, and floor one after another. To an ordinary person, she would appear to be nothing but countless black lines. After all the variants in the venue were destroyed to pieces of flesh infused with magic power, Yui slowed down to a blur. I would have kept one of them alive and torture it, but with so many people down, there would surely be casualties. I don't think we would lose in a straight battle, but if we were up against someone with special ability, we had to be prepared for 1 or 2 casualties depending on the ability. I am well aware that there are times when that must be done, but for now, I have decided that human life should come first. Human life is more important than any information that may or may not be available. I'm dizzy. I supported Yui, whose steps are suspiciously slow. You've done a good job. That wasn't so bad. Ahehe. Was I able to use the most of the location? You perfectly did. Ahehe. Great. Yui's strength lies in her boldness to smile even in situations like this. Though let's talk about that later. Though you left a residue. I magically hit one of the collapsed customers in the head with a spell. Goo. How did you? I snapped my fingers at the variant, who said that and tried to stand up. His body shattered into pieces. The moment Yui decapitated the DJ, he immediately went down, pretending to be dead. I didn't even notice. Yui was disappointed, but she had defeated so many variants quickly and still had some energy left. It is safe to say that she has become much stronger. Soon, the corpses of the variants turned into purple sand and then disappeared as if melting into the air. What the heck is happening? Why is everyone down? Sugata staggered out of the restroom, holding his head. Was it because he was on the other side of the door that the DJ had less of an effect on him? I don't know. But I think it's better to escape for now. I agree. I don't want to get in trouble either. In a building like this, there should be a staff entrance over there. Sugata climbed over the counter and beckoned us towards something that appeared to be a back door. I did not immediately follow him but looked around. If you're going to stock all drinks in terms of the arrangement of glasses and others, there should be found it. I found a case filled with some kind of powder that was not seasoning and wrapped a tablespoon of it in a handkerchief. Oi, what are you doing? Let's get the hell out here. I'll be right there. We left the club. We had a clue. We took a step in the right direction. Let's call it a day. We ran to a park in the middle of buildings. After taking a break on a bench, Sugata was the first one to get up. No, wait a minute. I held Sugata back. There is something I wanted to verify. It was crazy seeing so many people down. Luckily, we seem to be okay. It's good that we left before other people see us. What Sugata said sounded reasonable. However, in this situation, it was natural for him to be concerned about himself first. What makes you so sure you won't lose consciousness in the future? What are you saying? Sugata's face clouded. You know more than you're telling us, don't you? Thinking about it, it is doubtful how he knew rumors about the club. Unless you are someone who's very active in researching or has connections to the underworld to begin with, you won't be able to get that kind of information. The variants must have been spreading some information as bait, but I don't think they would do it that openly. I get it. I didn't mean to get you involved in this day's event. I'll tell you why as my apology. Sugata sat down on the bench again and began to talk. I've had a girlfriend since high school. We were going to get married when we graduated from college. Sugata gritted his teeth and his face contorted in frustration. However, she died so easily. It was because of those drugs. I was busy working on a paper for college and wasn't able to get in touch with her. By the time I finished my paper and went to her room, it was already too late. She was drugged. There's no way she would lay her hands on them. I believe she was deliberately drugged by the guy who liked her, but I never got any proof. That's... Yui covered her mouth. So, I'm trying to get them to admit that the drugs that killed her were illegal. The police might already be working on it, but I wanted to do something myself. Fumu. That makes sense if you ask me. I apologize for using you as baits. You are right. Sugata bowed deeply. I don't know about you, but I don't think you should be getting involved with drugs. Or is there a reason why you're looking into this? Yui and I looked at each other. I knew it. You didn't seem like junkies or people who would just get into drugs without thinking. Are you going to tell me what's going on? I shook my head in silence. I see. It can't be helped. However, I'd like to exchange information with you. Wouldn't you mind at least exchanging contact information? I don't. We exchanged contacts with Sugata and left the place. Section. It was Monday, the first Monday of the week after the club incident. Me and Yui were in the Japanese language teacher's room with Susanoo to tell what had happened yesterday. Of course, we were not going to provide all of the information. We kept Sugata's information from him. It was not decided that Susanoo could be trusted. Worst case scenario is that Susanoo had led me and Yui to that drug party to kill us. Though I don't think he would think that such a level of force can confront me. Variant drug party? I see. Susanoo made an unusually grim face and gently patted the gold pocket watch he had taken out of his pocket. It's very kind of you to tell me. I'll look into it myself. If Susanoo could solve the problem, it would save us a lot of trouble and even prevent unnecessary damage. And what are you two going to do now? The usual. If there's another venue for a drug party, we'll find it and shut it down. We'll continue to gather information because we really want to cut off the root of the problem. However, I'm not sure if we will be able to get that information. Next time, I might keep at least one of the variants we found at the party alive and try to interrogate it. However, if we hold back on them in a crowded venue, there might be human casualties. Last time, there was a risk of that, so I took the initiative and killed him instantly. Good grief. You sound like a variant hunter. If you go too far, rather than being intimidated by you, they might target you. You're supposed to be enemies with the organization in the first place. In short, nothing will change even if our identity is exposed. Though I must admit, being targeted on a daily basis by small fries is troublesome. Me aside, it is impossible for Yui to stay alert 24 hours a day. Yui is now able to defeat dark Valkyries easily, but if she is attacked when she has her guard down, she will not be safe. In addition, it would also be tricky to corner them so badly. Even a trapped mouse will bite a cat. That's what happened to the humans when the demons invaded in the other world. You are powerful enough to say that, but we'll be fine. By the way, what are you going to do about today's physical examination? Teachers must go too, right? I don't know about other countries' mythological beings, but I can speak for the high-ranking Japanese mythical beings. Our X-rays will show that we have healthy bodies. What about blood? When you variants get injured, instead of red blood, something like purple smoke comes out. That's not a problem. When we are mimicking humans, We bleed normal blood. Does that mean when they are mimicking humans, they are only as powerful as humans? Want to try? As if reading my thoughts, powerful magic power leaked from Susanu's body. No, I don't have a reason to fight you yet. My current assessment of Susanu is not an ally but useful. How about you? Are you going to take up the physical exam? You're too strong to be considered human. High school students don't need to be barium X-rate during physical exams. Barium? You know a lot about old people's checkups. I'm a diligent guy. Because I used to get checked up like that when I was a 40-ish salaryman. The class is about to start. Let's go. I left the room without waiting for Susanu's reply. His reaction gave no indication as to how much he knew about the drug party. He had a much better poker face than I had expected. Though I doubt if they had the same meaning of facial expressions as humans. The school had been bustling with preparations for the physical examination since morning. An X-ray car for teachers had already arrived outside. It's still early morning, but everyone's already having a hard time. In the midst of all this, I passed several doctors and nurses in white coats. Nurses? Are there already nurses like them this time? I guess there are already male nurses. How unusual. To my surprise, I saw a familiar face among them. Sugita. He made eye contact with me for a split second but quickly looked away. So, that guy was a doctor. I passed by him, staring at his face, but he never looked at me. I thought his job would make it easier for him to approach me. However, I know that it would be troublesome if his colleagues asked him why he knew a high school student. I could tell that, but I'm curious about the face he made as he ignored me. I'm not sure what to say, but he didn't look surprised or impatient, but even suspiciously furrowed his eyebrows. Section. Many high school girls in white t-shirts and jerseys are walking around the school. They have completed their physical examinations and are on their way to their assigned classrooms as changing rooms. Perhaps because of the warm weather today, many students are not wearing their jersey jackets. You can see their bras underneath. Including the time before I reincarnated, I have lived for about 60 years, but I did not live to be 60. I lived to be 40 years old and 17 years old. When I was in my 40s, the others around me said that I was childish. Of course, I learned a lot of things, but I'm still childish. If being able to accept and understand that I'm childish, and knowing what I could do and not could do is what makes one an adult, perhaps I am one too. Moreover, life over there was full of battles. Thanks to that, I became strong enough to surpass others. And now, for the third time, I'm 17 years old. There is a theory that the soul belongs to the body. If the body is healthy, the soul is healthy. If the body is sick, the soul is sick. I don't know what a soul is, but it could be replaced with mind. In other words, if the body is young, the mind is also young. In other words of the other words. The fact that I am attracted to the bodies of high school girls who are far younger than me in terms of number of years experienced is all due to my young body. It's true, it's true, it's true. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not a criminal. That aside, I'm not saying that every high school girl around is wearing light clothes. Some girls are still wearing their jerseys properly, but that's just how it is in Kamigawa. By the way, for some reason, when I hear the word Jersey, it's the name of a place that comes to my mind. Hey Nanba, you got a great body. On my way back to the classroom, a boy in my class poked my abs. His name is, what is it again? I don't swing that way. I'm not either. Hey, why do you look so surprised? And why do some girls are looking at us like that? Don't mind them. Some girls are into that kind of thing. I didn't understand a thing that you say. It won't be long before the word for Joshi becomes widely known. Hey, Watanabe. Look at his abs. The boy chops my abs and calls out to a girl walking in front of us. She's the class representative. Watanabe, a beautiful girl with honeycomb braid hairstyle. If it weren't for Yui, she would have been the prettiest girl in our grade. Which one? Whoa, amazing. Watanabe took the trouble of coming close and poking me in the stomach with her finger. This easygoingness of her is the reason why she is popular among the boys. Yui is too high of a peak, which makes it hard for anyone to overcome the hurdle of talking with her, but Watanabe is the opposite. I learned from an incident that happened in my first life that she's only acting like this and is bitter that boys only came to her after giving up on Yui. Though that's still away from now. Even without that incident, I don't have a very good impression of her. While poking my abs, Watanabe presses her boobies, which are wrapped with a sports bra, against my arms. Soft. But this doesn't mean my impression of you will change. Right. Nanba's body's great, isn't it? But you know, mine's pretty good too. Hey, Kyoko. Namba-kuen's abs are amazing. Look. The boy, who had talked to Watanabe, was about to turn his t-shirt up, but Watanabe interrupted him and called out another girl. Did this boy want Watanabe to touch his abs? I'll forgive him for using me as a pretext since I could see the look on his face as he pulled down his t-shirt. Whoa. Namba-kuen, are you doing some club activities? No. Why do you work out so hard then? Hobby. I guess. I couldn't tell her the truth. Muscle training alone in a darkroom while watching anime? Whoa. Why would you imagine me doing something like that? Can't you just imagine me having a good time at the gym? No, she's right. God damn it. Heh. Your studies seem to be going well lately too. I guess that means Shiratori-san's eyes are good. Did you work out to have these abs for Shiratori-san? Watanabe gently put her hand on my abs. It was an exquisite touch that may or may not be considered as erotic. This is how calculative she was. The cleavage of her moderately swollen chest was peeking out of her t-shirt. If this was my first time, I'll definitely fall for her trick. I'm not dating Yui. Really? Yeah. Foo. Good. Watanabe said so and left. She joined the group of girls nearby. Hey, what the heck was that? No way, you've already taken Shiratori and now, Watanabe. The boy whose name I can't remember. Ah, his name is embroidered on his jersey. Kurusu-kuen is staring at me with tears in his eyes. It's not like that. Really. Should I believe you? Do you like Watanabe? That's not it. That's it. Watanabe glanced back and looked at the idiotic conversation between boys. Her mouth twisted in grimace for a moment. So that's how it is. I guess she's trying to harass me to stir up things because I'm close with Yui. She's doing what she can to harass Yui since she doesn't want to be the second best. So if you can't make her fall from her throne using the story of dating a bad guy, she's going to do it in another way. Nanba's abs makes me think of that Naig head. My head hurts. I can hear Onamatsurai's cry from behind me, but I'll just ignore her. I'm not saying she's loose-mouthed, but she's probably so stupid that she's forgotten she's been told not to talk about it. Even so, I don't wish for Yui to see what just happened. I look around for any sign of Yui, but she doesn't seem to be here. Is there a problem with her physical examination? That's possible since she couldn't take her black tights off. Soon, after all the students had finished changing into their school uniforms, Yui returned to class quite late. She looks like she's thinking, but what's going on? Section. Sugata's point of view. I thought I was being forced to do a pain in the ass physical examination of students. I didn't expect to find him in this school. Coincidence? Or should I say finally? Or could this be his doing? Even if this was a coincidence, I'd like to think that all the work I've done in the past is coming into fruition. Should I wait and see? No, there's no guarantee that I'll get an opportunity like this tomorrow. I know better than anyone that there's no guarantee that now will continue tomorrow. The best time to move is now. Yui and I were still going to Geeson's. We were not sure if that was the only drug party. If they can be eradicated, then finding the cause is not as high a priority as it should be. However, we need to think of some countermeasures. It's hard to believe that it's the only venue. We should really leave one variant alive in a drug party. I contacted Sugata, but so far, he doesn't have any information about other parties. I also asked him about seeing him at school today, but he just replied it's work. I didn't want to get any more information about that, so I did not ask any more. Damn it. Why are you so tough? I heard an angry voice from the opposite cabinet. When I looked at the counter, I saw that I had won 50 games in a row. Winning at fighting games is so much fun. That's all well and good, but I'm worried about Yui. She's somewhat preoccupied and her win rate is not high. Yui, Did something happen during today's physical exam? I spoke with Yui, who's standing behind me while my opponent is choosing a character. Yui is very cute as she folds her arms like what I did before when we were visiting other Geisons. Her big breasts resting on her arms are especially attractive. It's no wonder that the eyes of men around are glancing there. Slightly startled, Yui made an "oh darn" expression for a moment. She probably did not intend for me to notice. The boobies in front of me swayed. The Geison is noisy, so Yui moves her face close to my ears in order to prevent others from hearing it. The sound of the machines are so loud in the Geison that you can feel a sense of urgency swelling up in the air. It's a girl thing. Eto, are you okay? Honestly, I don't really know how that feels. If that's really the reason, that is. I wonder if our relationship will be deep enough for you to care about that kind of thing. I feel like Yui is becoming more and more bewitching. However, the fact that Yui isn't shy about making fun of that sort of thing is evidence that it's something else. If she doesn't want to tell me, I wouldn't forcibly ask. I wouldn't say that Yui would live a happy life if I were to manage everything about her. Though that's not dying, I wouldn't call it living. I had experienced that in my life when I was working for a black company. It's too late if something happens, but I have enough power to deal with anything. My heart aches with worry, but if it will allow Yui to have a happy life, it's a small price to pay. If Yui activates her Gungnir, I will be able to sense it. If something variant-related happens, I'll be able to get to her right away. Section. Yui's point of view. How do you feel? A mail from Kazu. Though it's a simple message of kana characters, it makes my heart beat. He cares about me so much. However, I don't know if it's in a romantic way. His occasional boyish expression, which is not very romantic, and his adult-like gazes, which is a gaze of someone looking after children, are mixed together, making it difficult for me to know how he feels about me. That's what makes him attractive, though. Come to think of it, I don't really know what love means in a romantic way. However, I'm sure this is love. If someone says it's not, that someone must be wrong. Do boys like it to be more daring? I hear all boys of my age are naughty, but just bringing his face close to mine makes me nervous. Just by touching his body makes my head almost explode, and I can't remember half of what I did. Just thinking about him like this makes my heart race and my face burn. This is the only moment of happiness I can feel while I'm in this house. I'm okay, thank you for asking is my reply. I really want to send him something longer, but sending so many messages of 20 characters or less might make me look like a stalker, like in those popular TV dramas. I need to be patient. I repeatedly read his emails, clutch my PHS to my chest, and lie on my bed. As I'm doing that, the PHS rings. We're investigating the source of drugs on our own, but it's still too early for our investigation to come into fruition. I look at the LCD panel of the PHS hoping it is Kazu. Unfortunately, what was displayed there was not his name. Section. What do you mean by Yui was taken? It was the morning after Yui behaved weirdly that I was woken up by Sugata's phone call. It was only past 5 a.m. It was about time for my little sister Futaba to leave to help clean the shrine grounds. Ever since she experienced working at school, she has been helping out in any way she can. I don't know if she's enjoying it, but since she wants to do it, I won't stop her. That aside, it's convenient that Futaba has already left the house. I put my sneakers on that I always keep under my bed in case of emergency and jumped out of the window into the morning glow. Section. I was told on the phone about a medium-sized shrine that receives 100,000 worshippers at most during New Year. Even so, the shrine is reasonably spacious and well-equipped given there was a separate shrine office in addition to the main building and a Kagura hall, a dance stage of Shinto shrines. This must have been the same shrine Futaba was helping out at. If he had contacted me earlier, I would have been able to stop Futaba, but it's already too late. Where's Yui? I landed in front of the Kagura hall where Sugata was waiting. From the air, I found no sign of anyone else around. This place is about 20 minutes biking distance from our house, so Futaba has yet to arrive. Just now, Sky. Don't mind that. What happened? I instinctively grabbed the surprised Sugata's collar. Sugata's cheek was swollen. Did he get hit? It hurts. Then, I realized that I'm lifting him up with one hand, so I put him down. You're so strong. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Stop saying nonsense. Where's Yui? See, calm down. I was knocked out too until now. Otherwise, I wouldn't contact you just now. You should be grateful. Sorry, tell me what happened. I said that, but I continued to use search magic around. Actually, Sugata's claim that Yui was taken is only a possibility. It's also a possibility that it's a lie. Last night, Yui-chan called to ask for some advice. What does Yui want with you? Don't you dare lie. Are you really a high school student? What's with that power? I'm trying to keep my emotions in check, but the trees around me begin to rustle from the magic leaking from me. Don't mind it. Just be honest. All right. I'm the one who called her here. Yui-chan asked me to check the hospital for the drugs you were investigating. You said investigating. How did you know that? Of course, Sugata knows that Yui and I have been snooping around about those drugs. However, he shouldn't have known that we managed to get some drugs from the drug party and that we were trying to investigate it. I met her at school the other day, so she knows that I'm a doctor. I told her I'll look into it. Are those drugs supplied by a hospital? I don't know. That remains to be confirmed. However, I feel like I get it now. This is just my advice. There's a problem with the way you're investigating it. You could have said it on the phone. I didn't want to take the risk of being bugged. Besides, I don't think we have time to go into all the details. This guy seems to have more information I don't know. Assuming Sugata is telling the truth. No, that doesn't matter now. Yui is what matters. So, what happened after you met Yui? After exchanging some information, a man suddenly appeared behind Yui and knocked her out. And before she fell down, I got hit too. I think I passed out instantly. I feel like my face is swollen. Sugata rubbed his cheek. What do you mean by suddenly? It was really sudden. So sudden that I didn't even notice until he hit me. Instantaneous movement. Or was it super speed? I was knocked out by a blow. When I woke up, Yui-chan's gone. I tried calling her first, but of course, she didn't answer. I thought I'd better call you before calling the police. I tried calling Yui too, but she didn't answer. Or rather, it wouldn't even connect. Yui was taken away without even activating her divine object. Do you recognize the face of the man that suddenly appeared? It was just a moment, but I feel like, have you thought of something? I think there was a teacher at the school who took a physical exam that looked like him, but I'm not sure. I must have been wrong. No, there's a possibility you're not. No way, Susanoo. I can't think of any reason why he would make his move now. On the other hand, I also can't think of a reason why it can't be him. He is very capable of taking Yui away without giving her a chance to fight back. When I woke up, I found this lying nearby. Sugata handed me a piffy mascot keychain that we had taken from a crane game. It contained a little of Yui's magic power as well as a magic power similar to Susanoo's. It's hard to say for sure since Susanoo has always kept his magic power from fluctuating, but it's probably his magic power. Is it really him? As I was exploring the magic around me as we talked, I felt something strange at the Kagura hall in front of me. It is a very good magic mimicry. Normally, if you put up barriers, only that area will be unnaturally well organized, which will make it stand out. However, the one here is blending without the surrounding to such a degree that I wouldn't be able to detect it unless I tried carefully. It could be described as a white tent pitched in a snowy mountain. I touched the door of the Kagura hall. It was not until I touched it that I understood. This building aside, the other buildings are imbued with a certain amount of magic power too. However, the one here is special. I gently put pressure on my hand and the door opened with a creaking sound. It seems that this is not the type of barrier that refuses entry. I have a feeling that this is a trap, but this is the only clue I have. I stepped into the Kagura hall. When it is time to dedicate dances to the gods, the Kagura hall is left open. But now, the space around it is closed with boards like storm doors. In the center of the dimly lit room was Yui, who was tied up on both hands and was suspended in the air. Her gun, which should have been hidden under her skirt, is lying in the corner of the room. She has drool from her mouth and it seems like she only fainted. Enhancing my sense of smell, I found the drug we were looking for, and in front of Yui, a man dressed in white is crouched down with his back facing us. His hand is reaching into Yui's miniskirt and her black tights are already pulled down around her thighs. The man's hands are filled with great amount of magic power, but even so, the black tights, which are resisting to be taken off, are coming down a little at a time. What the hell is that guy doing? Yui. I called out to her but she didn't respond. BZZZZZ. As I tried to run to her, several powerful barriers blocked my way. They were highly aggressive barriers that would have obliterated a normal human just by touching them. It must have taken a good caster to erect these barriers. UO. BZZZZZZZZZZ. I plunged my hands into the barriers and tore them open one by one. A thunder-like sound echoes around, but there is something that prevents sound from leaking outside the Kagura Hall. Even if the people inside were to go on a rampage, no one outside would notice. They are very well prepared. Could it be that Sugata not waking up until dawn is part of the plan to prepare for this? Could the real purpose be Yui's divine object? I don't think a replica is worth that much though. There are approximately 12,000 barriers erected. After taking a minute to break about half of them, the man trying to take the black tights out stopped. It's Susanoo. Susanoo looked at me with cold eyes and pulled the Japanese katana at his waist from its sheath. Good grief. Even gods can be locked up a few days within these barriers. Why is Susanoo doing this? I can think of several reasons, but none of them have any basis. In fact, I don't have time to think about them now. Uwu. I tore off most of the remaining barriers, not caring that my fingertips were burning and my t-shirts on fire. I sliced through the few remaining barriers with a black-bladed sword I pulled out of my subspace and leaped to Susanoo, who was about to point his sword at Yui's neck. Why did you go after Yui? Susanoo did not answer my question but let a large amount of darkness spurt out of his body. Inside the Kagura Hall, I couldn't see more than a few centimeters before me. It was completely dark. In the darkness, I parried all the slashes that came to me from all directions. You're just attacking in the dark without saying anything, though I must admit, I don't need any explanation. I never expected him to keep his promise of not attacking me and Yui. I don't know if this is an order from the top so he was forced to face us, or if he had always intended to do so, but that no longer matters. Although he was someone I conversed with like a normal human, the moment he laid his hand on Yui, everything was over. I'll get rid of him. That's all I want to do. I concentrated my magic power on my sword. Then, the darkness that filled the space began to be absorbed by the sword. Slowly, my vision cleared. And before anything else happens, I launched an attack on Susanoo using the darkness gathered by my sword. At the same time, I set up a defensive barrier around Yui, who was still unconscious. She is too unresponsive for this to be just a normal unconsciousness due to drugs. I assume that magic was casted on her, but it's unlikely that Susanoo will give us time to break the spell. The dark slash I had fired at Susanoo disappeared without a sound with a swing of his sword. What the? My yell stopped midway. No, I did not stop shouting. All sound has disappeared from the Kagura Hall. It's a simple but very special kind of magic. Is it to prevent anyone from noticing us? Looking at Susanoo, I can see his face tinged with anger. He blurred for a moment and then, instantly appeared in front of me. It was not teleportation. It's pure speed. Gene. I can't hear due to the silence magic, but there must have been a high-pitched sound. I caught Susanoo's sidearm with my sword, let my right hand let go of the hilt, and fired magic bullet toward his abdomen. The magic bullet that should have blown his upper body away only made him fall back half a step. Very solid. A 1-meter thick steel plate would have been smashed by that. Susanoo's whole body is filled with magic power and he looks at me with rage. Why? I have an inexpressible sense of discomfort. I've been trying to hone my eyes to see people in a certain way, but there seems to be something wrong with the current Susanoo. However, given how powerful he is, I don't think he is fake. As I have learned from the wars in our world and from the wars in the other world, in the long run, a war of extermination almost always yields poor results. In particular, It is often better to keep smart commanders alive until the last minute. It is easier to read their thoughts than those outlandish idiots. As a result, there would be less damage. However, only on the condition that he is not excessively cruel. That's one of the reasons why I let Susanoo alive. No, this is not the time to think about anything else. My number one priority is Yui's safety. I passed a large amount of magic power into the sword and sharpened its blade to a molecular level. Combined with my skill, it is a blade that can cut through anything like tofu. It chips its blade invisibly upon striking, and it will continue to regenerate as long as I have magic power. I swing the sword toward Susanoo's sword, which is approaching at a very high speed. The sword, which must have been quite a work of art, was sliced in the middle of its blade. Susanoo's eyebrows furrowed and took a step back to get away from me. The area around Susanoo's right hand, which had held the sword, blurred for a moment. Immediately after, he's already holding a double-edged, one-handed sword. From the sword, which has a red cord woven like a misanga tied around its hilt, enormous magic power is gushing out. What is that sword? It is stronger than the Demon King's weapon. Is that the original divine weapon of Susanoo? If I'm right, that must be the Kusanagi sword. I'm glad to be able to see it with my own eyes, but this is not the time to be glad. This means he's serious. I received Susanoo's sword slash as he stepped in front of me. Both of our swords chip slightly. Susanoo seemed to be surprised seeing my sword chip the blade of this divine weapon, but there was no time to show any unnecessary emotion. I shower Susanoo with a barrage of blows. Susanoo receives all of my 30 slashes in a second. This guy is better with sword than any swordsman I've fought in the other world. Between me and Susanoo, there were slashes at blinding speed and a lot of sparks. The slashes that weren't able to defend against cuts shallowly through our skins, though no one bothered checking them. There is no end to this. I let one of my hands go off the sword and fire a fist-size magic bullet into the gap between slashes. Susanoo uses his free hand to swipe it away, slashes it with his word, or evades it. Susanoo also fires magic bullets at me. Given my position, I have no choice but to nullify them. Yui is behind me. Even though she has a barrier, Susanoo's magic bullets have the effect of breaking barriers. I carefully nullified all of them. I already expected him to be strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. That means I have no choice but to use that. I didn't want to do it because it would put a heavy burden on my body, but there was no point in prolonging this battle. I forcefully doubled the speed of the magic power flow in my body. I could feel the capillaries here and there snapping under the load. Is my body not yet accustomed enough to magic power to be able to withstand this technique? While applying the minimum amount of healing magic to my entire body, I allocate my consciousness to offense. The number of my slashes doubled compared to before. I'm using not only muscular power but also magic power to assist my own movements. If I were to use an analogy, it would be like having a large number of power suit drive parts implanted in my body. I overwhelm Susanoo with a combination of slashes and magic bullets. The slashes cut off his arm and some of the magic bullets hit cleanly, accumulating damage in his body. Die. I made a vertical slash with the intent of finishing him off, and Susanoo took a big step back to evade it. The wall was right behind him. The wall, which must have been hit by a large number of magic bullets, doesn't even have a scratch. It seems like a special barrier has been set up. It must have been prepared carefully. I should have pushed him to the corner. Even so, I still feel a tingling, electric sensation on my back. My instincts are telling me to stay on guard. Susanoo, who had lost an arm, looked determined, and tore the red misanga tied to the hilt of his sword with his mouth. That moment, Susanoo's eyes widened and his hair grew long enough to touch the floor. The nails on his hand grew longer and fangs stuck out of his mouth. At the same time, his arm regenerated and his one-handed sword transformed into a great sword. His magic power was also much stronger than before. Is this the true power of the Kusanagi sword? Susanoo, holding the Kusanagi sword, which had become a great sword bigger than him, on his shoulder, rushed at me. The sword, which must have grown more than 10 times in volume, swung down at a higher speed compared to earlier. I gave up shooting magic bullets and received it with my sword, which I'm holding with both of my hands. Heavy. I quickly angled my sword and parried Susanu's blow. The series of blows from the big sword hit me like a tornado. This time, it was my turn to be overwhelmed. He is overwhelmingly stronger than any of the variants I have fought so far. If it were Thor or Loki, I would have been able to kill them in an instant. That situation continued for 5 minutes. No, I would be at a disadvantage if the stalemate continues at this point. There is a possibility that reinforcements from the other party will come. What should I do? The moment I was caught up in my thoughts for the briefest of moments, a vacuum blade appeared and attacked me. Is this an additional effect of the Kusanagi sword? The vacuum blades generated by Susanu's slashes were coming toward me in an irregular trajectory. Susanu in front, vacuum blade behind. While dealing with Susanu's sword, I release magic power from my back in the form of wings. I flapped my wings of magic power to parry all the vacuum blades. While the vacuum blades were being parried by my magic wings, I attacked Susanu with the feathers. Many of my attacks were knocked off by the rampaging Kusanagi sword, but few pierced Susanu's body. Each time a feather pierces Susanu's body, his movements become slower. These feathers have the effect of disrupting magic circuits in the opponent's body. From what I saw, the Kusanagi sword was enhancing his movements by boosting the magic power in his body just as I was doing myself. If that is the case, I only need to disrupt it. I was pushed back earlier, but the momentum's mine again. I will continue to drive him up to the wall and use my magic power wings to block his escape route. There are constant sparks between us, and vacuum blades are being struck down by my wings in a blink of an eye. The speed of attacks was so fast that it would appear from an outsider that we were surrounded by flickering lights. But sure enough, slowly but surely, I'm driving Susanu back. Just one step away from the wall again, Susanu screamed. Though I didn't hear it. His long hair and eyes flashed red, and in an instant, his magic power exploded even more. At the same time, purple steam erupted from a horn-like object that sprouted from around his shoulder blades. He started a desperate attack. Key. By the time I realized it, Susanu's blade was already about to touch my forehead. I managed to avoid it by falling down. My posture was broken as my body fell faster than the cut hair from my head. It is not possible to damage the current Susanu. I used the momentum to kick Susanu's calf, which did not move as if it were a stake in the ground, and slid across the floor to gain distance. Without a pause, Susanu kicked the floor after me. I leaped up and used my sword to parry Susanu's slash, using the momentum to adjust my stance as I landed. At that point, Susanu had already cut through behind me. Without seeing the slash coming from behind me, I twisted my body to evade. Using this action, I gave him a backhanded punch, which Susanu evaded by just moving his upper body a little. Furthermore, the magic power emanating from his entire body continues to impact me as if it's a physical phenomenon. It was as if I was being attacked by a strong wind. Powerful. It's a balance breaker. It's as if the last voice appeared in front of the main character at the beginning of the story. Against such an enemy, the best tactic is to defeat him with one big move, but if I use an attack powerful enough to defeat Susanu in one blow, the aftermath alone will destroy the barrier I have placed on Yui. And Yui won't be able to escape the attack range if she hasn't woken up yet. While I was thinking of that, Susanu generated a sword with purple glow. I don't know how strong that weapon is, but it seems to be a bit like a divine weapon. Now, he attacks me using a great sword and a sword. It would have been much easier to deal with 10,000 dark Valkyries. It can't be helped. I really didn't want to do this, but if double didn't work, then triple. Section. Susanu's point of view. It's been almost over 200 years since I returned to this world with this body. Kindred. I don't know if I can say that I'm one, but not many variants live this long. Many of the weak are defeated by their appetites and hunted by those from the organization. Even the wise find no pleasure in anything other than eating, and over the years, they rot in loneliness and boredom. Those who live long are all eccentric. Given that situation, I am lucky. Kushinada, whom I took for as my wife in the mythical age, manifested as a variant. Since my body became like this, I have never had the feeling of loving anyone. However, the memory of the time we lived together gave light to those of us who only live to eat. We have no feelings for each other. No sexual desire too. However, we were never bored just by being with each other. It took me decades to realize that in addition to eating, the desire to live was born. Kusanada is a woman, and even though she's a variant, she still retained a strong physical human part. If she mimics a human, there is a high chance that she'll be eaten by our kind. That became her weakness. If she was to be eaten, there would be nothing for me to pass time with. I must protect her. Those who knew my strength would never dare touch Kusanada. However, that logic did not apply to those who were screwed up by drugs. They drugged and ate Kusanada while I was out fighting against the organization. When I returned, Kusanada's body was already reduced to only her head and heart, which they called dessert. Of course, I killed everyone who was there. I had lived a long time and was strong, and for that reason, I was in a good position among the Japanese variants who follow that person. I forbade the drugs. However, the drugs did not disappear. Eventually, I learned that it was humans who were distributing the drugs. I would find them and kill them. Is this what you call revenge? I don't know. However, if someone destroys something that belongs to you, you will naturally be angry, right? I increased the speed of flow of the magic power in my internal magic circuit from 2 to 3 times. Blood vessels near the surface of my body rose to the surface and blood flowed out of my eyes. Normally, all organs and blood vessels would have been reinforced with magic power, but as expected, my body hasn't had enough time to be rebuilt yet. It will still take time to strengthen my cells on a daily basis. However, there's nothing I can do right now. I know that's a bit too much to ask. Susanoo, who saw the change in me, also took up his big sword behind him and began to gather strength. He must be planning to decide the battle with one blow. At the same time I kicked the floor, Susanoo raised his sword toward the sky. Light extended from his big sword that pierced through the ceiling of the Kagura Hall. Ridiculous. While we were fighting, I was analyzing the magic in the Kagura Hall. I found that it was an extremely special technique that can be described as it's there but it's not. In short, it is in a realm in which it is impossible for humans to interfere. It can be said that it's on the same level as the effect of erasing the human memories when a variant eats someone. Perhaps it is an extended version of this. Susanoo lifted the edge of his mouth and bared his sharp fangs. The Kusanagi sword swung down, slicing through the ceiling of the Kagura Hall. It was easy to avoid. However, Yui is on its path. And this bastard is doing this on purpose. There's no time to analyze the characteristics of the technique. I don't even know what will happen if I touch that light. However, if I can block it, I will win. Someone unleashing such a big move, even if it's Susanoo, would run out of gas. The surface of his body is already peeling off like dried paint with cracks here and there. I'm in my triple mode, so I would be able to catch that sword no matter how much power Susanoo put on it. However, there's that light. That light seems to have the property of denying the existence of the things it touches, and it's coming to me while cutting and shattering the roof of the Kagura Den. It is an existence denial technique, so how can it push matter? Could it be? I held the sword at my waist and concentrated all my magic power on strengthening the muscles in my right hand. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to reach Yui's hand, who's tied to the ceiling, I raised my sword with all my might. As soon as the swords touched each other, I felt the bones in my right arm shattering from the loss of magic power, but I had no time to think about it. The blow, with enough force to blow the road roller out of the stratosphere, only slightly deflected the Kusanagi sword's trajectory. But that's enough. The Kusanagi sword easily broke through the barrier I had placed on Yui, cut some of her hair that was blown by the wind pressure, and pierced through the floor. The shattered roof fell to the floor. The silencing magic also seemed to have been cut at the same time. Uo. I switched my sword from my right hand, which had shattered, to my left and slashed at Susanoo, who stopped moving after using a big move. My purpose is to cut off Susanoo's arms from his shoulders. Now, he can't use his sword. Even though his magic power is almost exhausted, I won't let my guard down. As I raise my sword again to cut Susanoo's body in two. Don't. Kazu. I was stopped by Yui's shout. Section. Susanu's point of view. I was delighted when my subordinate Kagutsuchi reported to me that he had found out who was distributing the drugs. Now I could send a message to the guy who killed Kushinada. However, I didn't expect that the person in question was Nanba Kazu. He didn't seem like the type who would do such a thing, but with all the evidence laid out, I had no choice but to believe it. The fact that he was in this shrine this early in the morning, as per our information, was the best proof. A large amount of drugs were stored in the main shrine. It was smart of him to use a shrine, where it is easy to fool everyone when using magic power, as his base of operations. The fact that Nanba's little sister frequently goes to this shrine was also a camouflage for the fact that he was a drug dealer. Everything makes sense now. I had thought that he was too calm for his age, but given what he has been doing all this time, I guess he grew up differently. It is a fact that he is working with a woman from the Nordic organization to hunt variants, so it is not surprising that he is using that drug as a means to flush out variants. Though I don't know if this was his own idea or the organization's. In any case, I have no intention of letting him live. You will die regretting what you have done. No matter how strong you are, you will never beat me, the strongest melee combatant of the Japanese mythology that's currently here. I must admit that the barrier he set up is powerful and special in order to avoid outside detection, but in the same way, it is also a cage. Or that's how it should be. What is this power? Are you really human? I couldn't defeat him even if I'm using the full power of the Kusanagi sword. Am I going to disappear like this? Unable to kill the enemy I've been searching for? Section. I was able to react just in time to Yui's voice and stopped just before the sword I swung down touched Susanu's forehead. Having used up all his strength, Susanu returned to his original form. As for this sword, a clear trace of power remained, the power of void. What power? This was something unexpected. I looked behind me by creating an ice mirror in the air with magic while holding my sword against Susanu. Yui's eyes were still unfocused and she was wobbling as she put her black tights, which had slipped down, on. When Susanu's blow had cut her hair, perhaps the spell casted on her broke. Susanu tries to focus his magic power on his wounds in order to regenerate both of his arms, but he is unable to heal his wounds well due to overexerting his power, especially on his last move. I, whose right arm bone was shattered after using triple, was in a similar situation. Still, my arm should be able to heal after 5 minutes. It wasn't him that caught me. Yui, whose face is flushed while enduring the effect of the drug, squeezed out her voice. What do you mean? Why are you fighting? Is there any other reason aside from you being human and variant? Yui, still squeezing her words, asked us. I heard you were taken by this guy. He's distributing drugs. Susanu and my voice overlap. What? I didn't do that. Neither do I. But you were trying to take off Yui's black tights. You were using this shrine as a drug storage facility. What do you mean? We're not on the same page. I knew it. Misunderstanding, or rather, a setup. You've almost been had. Stop. The moment Yui shouted, Susanu's head was cut off by a flaming flesh-colored band. The band that cut Susanu's head was instantly reeled off, leaving a line of fire. The man at the end of it was Sugata. You were a variant. Sugata's left arm, which had been transformed into a band, instantly reverted to that of a normal arm. However, the fact that his sleeves have been torn off tells us that he was definitely the one who cut Susanu's head. There has never been a hint of him being a variant from the many times I had encountered him. And even now, aside from his left hand, he's nothing but a human. No, I'm human. Sugata put a silver bracelet on his left hand, which was beginning to burn and crumble. His bare left arm is engraved with a number of wounds that can be read as Mashiko. Variant implanted left arm. Is that silver bracelet a sealing device? Is that even possible? Transplanting arms between humans is difficult enough, and yet it's a variance which is a different creature. Even if it is possible, it is hard to believe that he can use it. As a proof of this, his arm started to burn immediately after it was released from the seal. It should be losing the variant ability when it's not sealed. You can tell it at a glance, don't you? Yes, thanks to this, my internal organs are in shambles. I'm being eroded by this thing's cells. Why did you? To kill him. Sugata glared at Susanoo with hatred. Why do you want to kill me? Susanoo, who's only a head, turned his eyes toward us. The cut was burning and emitting a strange smell of burnt flesh. Right, let me tell you. You should know what you've done before you die. Sugata gently traced the name engraved on his left arm and began to speak. I had a girlfriend I had been dating since high school. We were very happy. After I started working as a doctor, I was so busy that I didn't have time to see her, but we got engaged. Then, the day before our wedding, she died. You variants ate her. Red blood dripped from Sugata's right hand, which he clutched tightly. When I came to her, the guy who ate her was walking away. I saw his back. In his hand is a gold pocket watch with a comb painted on it. Isn't that Susanoo's pocket watch? Every morning, I kept engraving her name on my left arm. That pain reminded me of her. I continue to do so even after I made a deal with him. I assume he means the guy who implanted the variant's arm on Sugata. I was shocked when I found him at school with that pocket watch. I thought now, I could finally avenge my girlfriend's death. It was worth the effort of luring him out even if it meant distributing drugs. I see, it's you. Because you, Kushinada. Susanoo's torso, which had lost its head and arms, rose up and kicked Sugata to the ground. A strange young man caught Sugata, who was blown to the entrance of the Kagura Hall. No, he looked familiar. I think he was the nurse who was with Sugata during the physical exam. Do Sugata and Susanoo consider each other's adversaries? Does this mean that Susanoo ate Sugata's lover and Sugata spread drugs to lure Susanoo out, which caused the death of Susanoo's wife? If that is the case, it all makes sense. No, something's not right. No matter how much Sugata carves her name on his body every day, he remembers too much about her. Sugata said he only saw Susanoo's back. They did not fight each other. No matter how much he was bent on revenge, it should not be something he could remember through his own volition, considering all the people I've seen so far. Even I, who had been using memory retention magic for some time, can't fully remember what Kokogawa looks like. Yui, for her part, seemed to be unable to remember a bit of him when I asked her. Even though he had a variant arm implanted on him, how is it possible for him to remember? You two, are you both satisfied with your revenge? The nurse standing behind Sugata said that. Before anyone had noticed the joyous tone of the nurse's voice, his hand pierced Sugata's abdomen. Why? Sugata gazes in dismay at the hand that has grown out of his stomach. Normally, he would have died instantly, but it was probably the result of being eroded by variant cells. He was bleeding less than a normal human and was still breathing. Have I given you the satisfaction you wanted? The nurse pulled his arm out of Sugata's stomach and went to Susanoo's body. That magic power. Kagutsuchi. So it was all your scheme. The barrier must be yours too. Susanoo's body moved and kicked. However, it is undeniable that he lacks magic power. The nurse called Kagutsuchi produced flames from his hand and caught Susanoo's kick, and in an instant, Susanoo's body burned up. Even though it was far from the head, it was still quite a firepower to burn Susanoo's body in an instant. I've been struggling to find a way to bring you down. I couldn't do it with my own power after all. I'm glad that the seeds I've been sowing have come into fruition. He made a nasty smile. I see. The reason why me and Susanoo fought was all a ploy of this guy. I can tell from the way he talks that he was doing a lot of other things as well. I guess this one was a hit. He got me. I'd like to kill him right away, but I don't know what he's going to do and I need to get some information first. Susanoo now understands that I didn't distribute the drugs. I don't think he will attack me. However, that doesn't mean I'm considering him as an ally. As for Sugata, I'm unsure if he's a friend or a foe, but he had no strength left to fight. You want the position so bad. Kagutsuchi smiled at the outraged Susanoo. There's also that, but I just didn't like you. More than anything else, I wanted to see that frustrated look on your face. I don't care if you're Himiko-sama's favorite or if you're the strongest melee fighter, but you're just a selfish scumbag. However, how can you hide tasty-looking girls? I'm beginning to see the relationship between the two of them. So, this Kagutsuchi has been working for it for a long time. to defeat Susanoo. And you, Sugata-kun. Oi, are you still alive? Please listen to me properly. The only thing I look forward to aside from eating you is telling you the truth. Lifting Sugata's head, who was lying breathless, Kagutsuchi smiled his ugliest smile yet. Yuji, ah. Kagutsuchi spoke to the moaning in pain Sugata. The one who ate your girlfriend, it was me Desuyo. Why, oh you. Sugata's face contorts in anger but he can't even move a finger. It was quite enjoyable to watch you as I slowly overwrite your memories of her even though you think you remember her. Human memory is something tricky, right? Just by naturally mixing it into our daily conversation, you thought you saw a pocket watch. You even started distributing drugs from the hospital you're working for. You believe me when I lied about using it to lure your adversary out. Coo. You also accepted the cell transplant just to defeat your adversary, Susanoo. Of course, I've kept an eye on you all the time. Ha 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 ha. This guy has some nasty taste. And you're strong, very strong. I had planned to hunt down Susanoo after he defeated you, but I never expected you to cause this much damage. I was right to include you in my plan. I can't believe I'll be able to get rid of Susanoo unharmed. So, everything's under his control. In other words, this guy was the one who messed up with Yui. He put her under a spell and kept her in the dark Kagura hall alone, in order to make Susanoo and me fight. I had a feeling that something good would happen if I let Susanoo live. However, this Kagutsuchi is different. It's too dangerous to keep him alive. I will kill him right here, right now. I leaned forward and held my sword with my left hand. Want to continue? You still have the damage from your battle with Susanoo, right? The magic circuits in your whole body are in shambles. No matter how strong you are, you can't do it, especially with that right arm of yours. Well, it's already extraordinary that a human could fight against Susanoo, much more be the last one standing. Kagutsuchi gripped the flames lit in his hands and both took the form of a sword. This bastard blabber so much. I slashed the sword to his side. Kagutsuchi received it with his flame sword. He was not so bad but a few steps behind Susanoo. However, to my annoyance, the flames were flowing through the sword, crawling toward my hand. I swung the sword lightly to extinguish the clinging flame. My flame burns through anything. With just a swing. No, I really shouldn't think of you as a normal human. However, you see what I mean, right? Isn't it too difficult with only one hand? And I'm sure it's not your dominant hand. It seems like he's not bad at judging strength. The hardest part was that Susanoo's blow had drained almost all of my magic power in addition to fighting against two swords with just one hand. If I could use both of my hands or had a little more magic power, I would have had plenty of options. Look then. I glanced at Yui and then readied myself again. My right hand can move but only barely. It would take another minute before I could use it properly. What the? It moved. That's an amazing recovery speed. However, I won't let you stall for time. Kagutsuchi lunged at me that made me take a few steps back while holding my sword with both hands. Kagutsuchi did not bother and closed the gap between us. At the edge of my vision, I saw Yui move and her steps were suspiciously slow. She picked up the gun lying in the corner of the room and held it. Now, gun. Kagutsuchi ignores Yui and slashes at me. Bang. The bullet fired with a bang and hit me in the right shoulder. Do you know how to aim? What? Centered on the bullet that hit my right shoulder, a healing spell unfolded. With the synergistic effect of the magic I casted myself, my right arm was healed enough to be used. Nice one, Yui. You understood what I mean with just a glance. My right shoulder was sore though. I slashed away both of the flame swords with my sword. With the same momentum, I sliced him in two from the top of his head. Kagutsuchi's body, which had been split into two, began to disappear as flames. It was a flame substitution technique. However, before the flames began to fade, I turned around. I can see you. Kagutsuchi appears behind me and this time, I cut him in half in his torso. I know from the movement of magic that it will be extinguished as flames too. I immediately raised my sword upward. Gwa. I pierced the sword through Kagutsuchi's chest and I knocked him to the floor. Kagutsuchi pulls himself out of my sword and rolls across the floor to the entrance of the Kagura Hall to distance himself from me. Strong, what in the world are you? In this case, I would at least give Susanoo the final blow. Kagutsuchi stood up, forcibly sealing the wound on his chest with flames. I immediately tried to follow up, but a familiar face appeared right behind Kagutsuchi. Why are you here? Oniichin? Futaba. Standing at the entrance of the Kagura Hall was my little sister Futaba. Why? Variants are supposed to have a human dispersing effect. Luck is still with me. Everyone, stay where you are. Kagutsuchi, who had his flame sword out again, was about to thrust it to Futaba. He intends to take her as a hostage. Damn, why must he be so close to Futaba? If Futaba is taken hostage, it will be extremely troublesome. I tripled the flow of magic power in my body, but only in my legs. I feel an intense pain as my muscles are torn apart, but this is not the time to worry about it. I made magic power explode behind me to accelerate even more. From where I am, throwing a flying tool might engulf Futaba. I have to slash the flame sword before it can hit Futaba. Kagutsuchi is only 10 steps away from her and is only pointing his sword on her. I'm much faster than him, but I'm not sure if I can make it in time. All of these happened in less than a blink of an eye. At the same time I jumped out, the Kusanagi sword, which had fallen to the floor, flew at a high speed and cut off Kagutsuchi's arm. Susanoo was the one who did it. He may have been trying to get me to defeat Kagutsuchi, but I'm thankful for that. I managed to get in between Futaba and Kagutsuchi, and the first thing I did was stun her with magic while applying a defensive barrier on her. Next, I cut off Kagutsuchi's other arm. Kagutsuchi rushes back down, but Yui is already there. Yui activated her divine object and pierced Kagutsuchi's waist with a kick. Although it wasn't able to cut Kagutsuchi in two, it was a good hit since she managed to do so before he could use his substitution. Damn. Kagutsuchi staggered slightly as he failed to activate his substitution. Yui, who was still unsteady on her feet, fell to her knees, but that one hit was enough. I cut Kagutsuchi in two. Then, chopped him into small pieces. After that, I used annihilation-type magic to turn his corpse to dust. This is because a god who controls flames may be reborn if he is burned. Annihilation magic is delicate to handle and consumes a lot of magic power, but it can't be helped. The depletion of magic power causes me to weaken a lot. As expected, I was very tired, but it's not over yet. After gently laying Futaba on the floor, I approached Sugata while keeping a wary eye out of Susanoo, who was only ahead, and his Kusanagi sword on the floor. This can be called retribution for getting a lot of innocent people involved. Cough. Sugata fell down and coughed up blood. I guess so. There are probably a lot of humans who were eaten by variants because of Sugata's drug distribution. I'm not inclined to defend this guy in that regard. Even if Kagutsuchi had deceived him, it was Sugata himself who chose to do it as a means of revenge. It was also Sugata who guided me and Yui to the drug party. In other words, Sugata used me and Yui as baits to lure out his revenge target. Still, I cast healing spell on Sugata. The wound was healed, but my healing magic could not regenerate organs of others who had completely lost theirs. You healed me, thanks. However, I'm going to die, right? Yes. He seemed to know what was happening to his body. I don't want to apologize, but I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Even if those are the words of a dying man, I will not accept any unclear apology. Yui could have died because of him. I used you as baits. I'm sorry. I have no plan of forgiving you. Me aside, you put Yui in danger. The drug investigation was something we jumped into on our own. I was prepared to deal with variants. However, we were tricked by a fellow human, which made the story different. Human, right? Sugata glanced at his own left arm, blood foaming from the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself. When I looked at Yui and asked, "Do you want to say something?" she shook her head with a sad look on her face. Finally, I turned to Sugata. "Do you have any last words? It won't be long because he leaves this world." I had seen this scene countless of times in the other world. Let Susanoo eat me. Why? Is it to atone for attempting to kill him? Nonsense. Cough. It doesn't change the fact that if variants like him don't exist, Mishiko wouldn't have died. Hearing Sugata's words, Susanu's, who's only a head, eyebrow twitched. I don't know how he feels after hearing that. Then, why? No one remembers Mishiko. Even I can't remember how she looks. I want to be just like her. She must have been happy with me. If anyone remembers me, she will really be alone. That's why. I ask. I honestly don't know how Sugata feels. But I refuse. Is that so? I guess he didn't expect me to do him a favor. Sugata slowly closed his eyes without changing his expression. I will remember that you and Mishiko existed. I wonder if my blunt words reached Sugata. A single tear flowed from his closed eyes and his body relaxed. I don't know if Mishiko really existed. No, in all probability, she never existed. Yui gently held my hand. I have seen this scene many times. It's nothing for me. I just kind of remembered a comrade who had his memory manipulated by a demon and I had to kill him with my own hands. Section. After Sugata passed away, we left the corpse disposal and information manipulation to the organization. It was said that by mixing a certain antidepressant with some Chinese herbal medicine in a specific formula, it would become a drug that would be effective for variants. Since Kagutsuchi and Sugata had a monopoly on that recipe, the organization concluded from what Yui had told them that the drug problem would calm down until someone else succeeded in making it. The variant side is apparently moving to collect and dispose of the drugs that have already been circulated. I wonder how they will investigate it. As for the antidepressants that were obtained in large quantities using fake prescriptions, they have disappeared without being publicized. The same goes for the destruction of the shrine. It must have made quite a racket in the neighborhood, but it seems to have been called as renovation. Susanu's head was recovered by the variant that appeared in the abandoned building and had the ability to move at a moment's notice. The guy mumbled, "This is going to take a lot to regenerate. It's already surprising that he's still alive in that state and now he can still regenerate. The life force of high-ranking variants is tremendous." My little sister Futaba woke up under the eaves of the main shrine a short distance away from the site. She tilted her head with a difficult face but did not pursue the matter. Knock knock. Oni-chan, have you already gone to bed? Just as the date was about to change, Futaba knocked on the door of my room. No. Can I come in? She sounded a little nervous. Usually, my little sister just barges in the door the same time she knocks, but now, she's waiting outside the door. Yeah. I turned my chair around and urged Futaba to sit on the bed. What's wrong? Well, Futaba, who's always cheerful, or rather, she can be said to come very strong when it comes to me, was frowning and looking down. Is it about what you've seen? Oni-chan, you knew about variants. It would be an obvious lie if I said I didn't know. Though adopted, we are siblings. I know that much. Well, that's... The fact that she knows the word variant means that Futaba is also related to it to a greater or lesser extent. She's probably doing the same things she's doing in my first life, but I never realized it. The guy who pointed the flame sword at me looked very strong. I'm not sure how did Shiratori-san beat him. I see, so she thinks Kagutsuchi was defeated by Yui. If so, that means that she has only seen us for a brief moment. Should I tell her the truth? I want Futaba to take the safest way. How about Susanu? Susanu? If there was a super S-class variant like him there, we wouldn't be talking right now. It looks like Futaba did not see Susanu from where she stood. Even if she could see him, would she recognize him? Does Futaba know who those guys are? Yes, but... You think I'll be in danger if you tell me? Yeah. Futaba seems to be wondering whether she should tell me or not. What kind of brother would make his little sister look this distressed? Anyway, let's hear what she has to say. I made a small fire on my fingertip. I'm already part of it. You can tell me anything. That's magic. Not only you're not using magic tools, you did it without chant or catalyst. No matter how much of a singularity Oni-chan is, that's just. Futaba's eyes widened in amazement. What do you mean by singularity? I see. You can use magic, but you don't know things like that. A singularity is like a crossroad where the boundaries between different worlds are congested together and becomes a ditch. I'm having a hard time understanding especially the congested part. Eto, a place where the boundaries of various worlds overlap, from the divine and magical world, this world, and even several other worlds. That's what a singularity is. That's what oneichon is. It's like the fossa magna in Japanese geological formation. It's great that you're doing well in your science studies. Thanks. No. Do you have any idea what that means? Too many ideas, actually. Starting with my reincarnation when I died as an Arafu, I felt that my encounter rate with variants is too high. I don't know the total number of variants though, so I can't say for sure. Come to think of it, how did you find out that I'm a singularity? That's from the organization, you know? Ah, right. So that's how you and Shiratori-san suddenly became close. You know that Yui belongs to the Nordic organization? She's a well-known celebrity in the industry. It seems like her father is a big shot in the Scandinavian organization. Futaba belongs to the Japanese organization? Yeah. Since when? Last year, I think. That's around the time you started working as an intern at the shrine, right? Your aptitude will be examined by the divine object of the shrine. If you responded well to the test, you would be invited to participate as a shrine intern, but the truth is, you'll be working for the organization. So, you started your training at the organization? Yeah. Why did you? Couldn't you just say no? She can't say no because of me. Because. Futaba wiped her eyes as if she's reluctant to say anything. It's because of me, right? Thinking about it, in a world infested by variants, there's no way that I, a singularity, could have survived until I reached my 40s. Someone should be protecting me. Even after I started living alone, Futaba took care of me in any way she could. Wasn't it all for the sake of protecting me? No. I wanted to do it. If I didn't, Oneichon would die soon. That doesn't mean you have to. Have you ever fought before? The Dark Valkyries have increased lately for some reason, so I fought a few times. That organization sent a junior high schooler to battle using their immediate family as hostages. It's not just putting Futaba's life in danger. She also must kill former humans. They told Futaba that you're the only one that can protect me, right? Futaba nodded her head with a face as if she's about to cry. Yui had to do so because of her family. It was also her own will. She's prepared to do it. I don't know if that's a good thing. However, Futaba is basically being cheated. But thanks to that, I managed to stay alive. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. For me, I had thought that I should make contact with their organization once I'm ready, but that's no longer the case. Futaba, take me to the organization's headquarters tomorrow. Are you going to ask for protection? But if you do that, you may never come out again. So that's what they told Futaba to blackmail her. Unforgivable. No, I'm not. I just want to talk. Please. I don't know if they'll let a lowly girl like me in the headquarters. It's all right. Just show me the way in. If they won't let me in, I'll just break in. I'm going to have them hit the ground. Chapter 6. My adopted sister doesn't need to keep fighting. I had my usual breakfast with Futaba after she came back from helping out at the shrine. However, Futaba, who is usually so fussy, is silent the whole time. The news on the TV was showing a news report of a politician who answered I don't remember. This guy was one of the guys that Yui and I rescued from a Dark Valkyrie. He is a politician. Oneichon, are you sure you're going to the organization's headquarters? Futaba asked me, looking up at me as she dipped her sunny side-up egg over the browned bacon. As your guardian, I have to greet them. That's not a good idea. How about school? I'm taking the day off. Sorry Futaba, you have to take a day off too. But my perfect attendance award will. The sooner we get there, the better. Why are you in such a hurry? I would turn crazy trying to stay calm knowing that my little sister is fighting monsters like those. But I think you're too calm to accept something that could turn someone's common sense upside down. My little sister can't be this perceptive. Why? Yeah. Honestly speaking, I don't want to get involved in variants, but it's too late now. Since it has come to this, I thought I'd better get a good explanation. Really? Of course. Futaba nodded reluctantly, looking somewhat unconvinced. Section. This is the headquarters. Futaba led me in front of a big office building in Maranoichi. A conscious-looking office lady was walking while her heels clacked. She's a career woman. I guess this term isn't used yet. I'm wearing jeans and a t-shirt while Futaba was wearing a mini one-piece dress. We stand out a lot. Yeah, it is in the basement. At first glance, the building I was led to looked like an ordinary office building. We passed through the elevator near the entrance and took a small elevator in an unpopular place around a corner. Futaba pushed some buttons in turn which made the elevator go up to the 50th floor. Then, the elevator suddenly started descending. Although the buttons only go down to the first underground level, the current location displayed was already lower than the 10th underground level. Eventually, the elevator stopped at the 30th underground level. When the elevator doors opened, we were greeted by a space that could easily fit 5 or 6 school gymnasiums and a big torii gate standing there. There is a quiet fountain in the center and 5 corridors are connected to the hall, which is decorated in a manner that makes it look like a shrine. As we passed through the torii, I felt a powerful magic power. It's a quite powerful barrier. I had felt one while we were going down the elevator, but it must have been a barrier to hide this barrier. However, this barrier, more than protecting from outside threats, seems to be made so as not to leak magic power inside to the outside. Futaba-sama, who did you bring? A young woman in a shrine maiden outfit, who looks like a receptionist, approaches us quietly. The magic power emitted by this woman suggests that she's not only a receptionist but also a gatekeeper. She seems to have the ability to twist invaders. This is my Oniichin Desu. You sound like someone talking from a helmet. What are you talking about? No, nothing. Futaba-sama's Onisama. Is he the singularity? The woman in shrine maiden outfit stares at me as if she's assessing me. Can I have a word with the chief? Futaba, you are being addressed as Sama. Oniichin, can you please stop talking for a minute? Sorry about that, please continue. I guess I messed up a little too much. I was just trying to make you relax. Let me check. Please wait. The woman in shrine maiden outfit then pulled out a telephone receiver from a hidden door at the torii. They used phones in a place like this. Section. Futaba and I were ushered to the chief more easily than I had expected. There was an altar with a screen over it on the upper level of the wooden floor that looked like a big dojo. The chief seemed to be sitting cross-legged and was wearing a kimono on the other side of the screen. You have come. His voice was low and quiet, and I guessed that he was a young man. There are around 20 men and women dressed as priests and priestesses lined up in a row in the room. All of them are emitting magical power that's higher than a normal person. Considering that I have hardly seen anyone with magic power since I returned from another world, they must be putting a lot of effort into recruiting people. I thought you said you didn't want your older brother to get involved with the organization. What changed your mind? The chief's tone is relaxed, but he has a commanding aura. If it were me in my first life, I would have shriveled up upon hearing his voice. If I were to use an analogy, it would be the awesomeness of the president of the parent company that has 100 black companies under it. Futaba glanced at me with frightened eyes and then tried to open her mouth. If I let my little sister get bullied here, I'm not a good enough brother. Don't frighten my little sister. I said that in a light tone as if we were just having a small talk. Young man, watch your mouth. Fun, you seem to think you're in a better position than I am. I dare provoke him. I already know that they were a bunch of scumbags that even made a junior high school student risk her life to fight. No, I think we are equal. You think you and I are equal? You make me laugh. You should be grateful that I'm saying that I'm equal to an old bastard who makes middle schooler to risk her life to fight. You're a foul-mouthed little brat. You'll regret that. Don't use strong words for nothing. It makes you look weak. Gugugu, don't forget that the organization is doing this to support your little sister. Now you're threatening me? My bad, but Futaba will be leaving your organization effective today. HMP, nonsense. Are you saying that she will abandon the human race? If those who can fight don't fight, the human race will perish. Is that how you brainwashed Futaba? It is a well-known fact. Then, I'll have Futaba fight on her own. Of course, she won't join the organization. Isn't that enough? So, give Futaba back to me. I can't do that. That girl is an important card. He said card instead of force. Oniachin. I will fight. If I don't, everyone will. I'll lose you like father and mother. I gently patted Futaba's head as she said that anxiously. Did she know about our parents? No, she must have been informed by the organization. You won't lose me. However, it's more dangerous for you to stay in an organization like this. I understood well enough given the conversation just now. This chief only thinks of Futaba as a pawn. He is deceiving Futaba and making her want to fight on her own. You can call it mind control. I have seen this scene during my Black Company days and when I was in another world. I can't leave my precious little sister in a place like this. I will get Futaba out of here even if it's by force. No matter how much of a singularity you are, do you think you can take on the organization by yourself? I'm not going to be controlled by someone who can only get in front of me using a puppet. As soon as I said that, I fired a magic bullet toward the chief. The magic bullet penetrates the protective wall on the bamboo screen and hits the chief. Amazing, what was that attack? No, I mean, Oniachin. What have you done? Just look at that. What lies on the place where the chief was supposed to be was a mannequin dressed in a kimono. I see. It seems like you're not an ordinary singularity. The chief's voice echoed out from nowhere. If you let us go home after this, that's it, I will let you go. Of course, that also means that Futaba no longer belongs to your organization. Don't get carried away, brat. Given the low-level magic technology of this world, I'm sure he must have understood a part of my ability with that shot. Even so, why won't he let Futaba go with me? Is it a matter of pride? In any case, I'm going to make the organization that doesn't mind putting Futaba in danger and doesn't allow her to leave the organization, pay the price. I'm really angry. Do it. I don't care even if you hurt them, just keep them alive. The 20 priests and priestesses, who were ordered to surround us, entered into their battle stances following the chief's, who was now only a voice, command. Each of them took out a talisman from their bosoms and began chanting spells. It's quite easy to stop them. However, I'd like to see who the Japanese organization attacks. Futaba also took out a talisman from her pochette and started chanting. Given the flow of magic, it should be a defensive magic. Summon lighting. Lightning gushed out from their palms at the same time as everyone's talisman lights up and scattered. The power of the lightning is powerful enough to make someone's body feel numb and unable to move for a while. It looks like talismans are used for activation. Because of this, it doesn't seem to place an excessive burden on the caster unlike the Gungnir. However, the downside is that the power is low. Above all, once the talisman runs out, you won't be able to use the technique, and that means you can no longer continue to fight. I heard that it's difficult to make a magic item like a talisman. Scatter lightning. Futaba's talisman also lights up and deflects some of the approaching lightning. She did a good job. However, the rest of them were coming toward us. I used my black-bladed sword I pulled out from my other space to destroy more than a dozen thunderbolts. Impossible. How can one destroy lightning like that? There is no way a mortal can do something like that to a lighting technique. They seem to have a lot of confidence in their technique, but I guess that's about it. I don't know how powerful they are in the organization, but given how many they are, it means they are the lowest ranking fighters. They managed to defend against the attacks that only our elites can do. There must be some kind of trick. Right. That must be what happened. They were elites. If that is the case, it will take double digits of them to defeat a Dark Valkyrie. Can they even do it? I pulled Futaba by the shoulder and swung my sword horizontally for her to not get hit. From the sword, the lightning just spread out like a ripple and blew away all the priests and priestesses. Coo. Goo goo. Most of them were unconscious, and those who were not seemed to be paralyzed and unable to move. What the? That power, you're not a normal singularity, are you? The astonished voice of the chief echoed. I'll be right there, so just wait for me. Let's talk again, but next time, it will be face to face and slowly. I shot a fist-size fireball into an empty space and an invisible talisman burned up. It should be a magic item for monitoring and sending voice. Oh Oniichin, aren't you super strong? Just a little. That's not on a level of just a little. How did you get that strong? Until just a few days ago, I never felt any magic power from you. I'll tell you the details when we get back. For now, we need to get to the chief. And how do you plan to get to him? People like him are usually at the top of tall buildings or in the deepest basement level. In short, I only need to do this. I used a beam of magic power from my finger to cut a circle through the floor with me and Futaba at the center. The floor I cut off in a circular shape descended slowly like a floating pedestal in a sci-fi movie or video games. I could have busted through multiple levels at once, but it's not my intention to get people into trouble. The floor below us was at least 2-story high. On the left and right of the long passageways, there are pods big enough to hold a big adult. The number of pods must be more than 50. The pods are filled with murky liquid, and even when we approached them, we could not see much inside. If this was a certain zombie game, the pods would break open and monsters would come out from inside. As expected, it is very unlikely to be attacked by a monster like a variant in an anti-variant organization. Just as I was thinking about that, one of the pods nearby cracked open. A muscular man over 2 meters tall emerged from inside. And he has a horn on his head. Is he an ogre? Or maybe an oni? Judging from the amount of magic power emanating from him, I'd say he was a Japanese mythology version of a dark Valkyrie. He must have been captured and locked up. From the looks of it, there's no major physical defects. I thought they were just a bunch of small fries, but I guess the organization has some skilled personnel too. The self-proclaimed elites who we fought from the floor above must be frogs in a well. Lesser Oni. Why is it inside the headquarters? Futaba seems to be not informed about it. Although they address her as Sama, they still treated her as nothing but a mere combatant. The fact that she doesn't know about this means that there is a reason they are hiding it. Perhaps this isn't just a research material. In addition, a lesser Oni being awakened just as we came here should be intentional. They might be trying to make me feel a little pain. Looking at it closely, there is a collar-like object attached to this Oni from which you can feel faint magic power. Is it being controlled by that? Or perhaps some kind of emergency response? Considering the fact that this thing is immune to physical attack, it should be a very elaborate item. Let's leave the discussion here and just beat this up. I didn't come here to put on a battle show. As I approach the lesser Oni with my sword carelessly, Oniichin, don't. Let's run away to Geth. Before Futaba could finish what she was saying, my sword had cut off the head of the Oni and then sliced its entire body into pieces. Before the pieces of flesh could touch the ground, I burned them all up with fire. I also didn't forget to protect the surrounding with a magic wall in order to prevent flames from spreading to the building. Instantly. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the next one is coming. I jumped back next to Futaba. At that moment, all of the more than 50 pods shattered and lesser Onis came out of them. You're going to use all of them. The chief seemed to be very upset. I wonder if he realizes that if I die, he won't be able to study a singularity. Nevertheless, I must say that if you think you can put even a scratch on me with this level of force, you're not good at judging someone's strength. The lesser Onis, filling both sides of the passageway, are pushing each other out of the way. They must be very hungry. They are drooling and their fangs are clattering. This many. It's okay. Holding the hem of my shirt, I hugged the trembling Futaba. Keeping Futaba in front of my chest, I extended my palm on each side of the hallway. The freezing magic emitted from both of my hands instantly froze the more than 50 lesser Onis. Then, with a snap of my fingers, the frozen lesser Onis shattered into pieces. Super powerful instant casting magic. No chant, no catalyst. Are you really, Oniichin? I am Futaba's older brother. It's just that I became a little stronger. I patted Futaba's head, who was furrowing her brow and looked somewhat uneasy. Then, I burned the frozen pieces lying on the right side of the hallway. Shall we take a quick detour? Futaba silently held my hand as I held hers. We turned to the corner of the passageway and found another batch of pods there. Apparently, the equipment maintenance was placed at the center of the floor and pods were lined up around it. No lesser Onis emerged from them. It seems like they had realized there's no point in sending small fries. However, that doesn't mean I'll just let them go. These can attack humans. I don't even know what they were planning with them. I pointed my right palm to the pods and casted a freezing spell. The magic power shoots up from my right palm and froze the pods and the walls. The entire floor, except for the area around Futaba and I, was frozen solid. The surveillance cameras were probably destroyed too. Sea cold. Futaba rubbed her arms and shivered. We had enough of this floor. I can't let my little sister catch a cold. I made a hole in the floor again and went down to the floor below. Upon landing, I broke the ice on the floor above along with all the things it froze. Unlike the previous floor that looked something like a warehouse, this floor reminded me of a prison. There are rooms lining up in a row, but instead of iron bars, they were made of thick tempered glass. The tempered glass is equipped with an anti-magic mechanism. It was a poor technique from my point of view, but they are enough to lock up a lesser Oni or something. Most of the rooms were empty, but I could hear people conversing from the back. Are you sure it's safe? We have reinforced glass that even tanks can't scratch. They are treated with the best anti-magic formula available, so you can rest assured. I heard two men talking from the back of the room. I held Futaba's hand and cast an invisibility spell on us. Don't let go of my hand. I whispered to Futaba and she nodded in response. I and Futaba, walking without sound, proceeded toward the voices. The voices were coming in a room located at the center of the floor. One of them was a man in white lab coat who looked like a researcher. He doesn't look old, but his chiseled cheeks and bony limbs gave him a very aged appearance. The other man was a young man whom I had seen somewhere before, but where? He's the politician I saw on the news this morning. And next to him is another man. That man has a shiny bald head. That guy must be a politician too. Inside the tempered glass cell where they are staring at is a lesser Oni. He is drooling, punching and headbutting the tempered glass, and opening its wide mouth open as if trying to eat them. What I want you to show is... Cuckoo. You only need to wait and see. The bald politician gave the anxious young man a pompous, disgusting smile. The man in white pressed a button on his hand and the door behind the tempered glass cell opened. A strange man appeared in the prison cell through the entrance. Hi. What is this monster? We were told that if we cooperate with the clinical trial, you will cancel our death penalty. What's going on? The man with one-sided hairstyle puts his back to the already closed door as he tries to back away. Oi, don't tell me. I buried Futaba's face in my chest as she closed her eyes. Should I help? No, from what I heard, that guy's a death row prisoner and I'd like to know their purpose for doing this. Immediately after, the lesser Oni attacked the one-sided guy, lifted him by holding his head with one hand and bit his arm off. Gya. Ouch. It hurts. What the hell is this? Spewing blood from his shoulder, the man tries to escape from the hand of the lesser Oni. However, no matter how hard he tries to pull away, the hand holding his head shows no sign of letting go. When the lesser Oni was about to bite more of the man, the lesser Oni's body suddenly jerked away and let him go. Hi. The man crawled desperately on the floor while holding his wound. The lesser Oni tried to follow him, but there was a slight discharge from its body, and it stayed where it was. Upon closer inspection, one can see that behind the collar attached to the lesser Oni is a black cylinder 5 cm thick which is around the size of a 500 yen coin. This must be the thing that stopped the lesser Oni's movement. Perhaps it has a mechanism that sticks a needle into the body and conducts electric shock from there. The fact that I could feel a slight magic power suggests that it was some kind of magic tool. The lesser Oni wobbled just as a pair of staff-like men in protective gear retrieved the one-sided guy. When the door closed again, the lesser Oni wobbled up. What is that thing? It attacked a person. The young politician looked at the bald one while trembling. That's a variant. The variant that nestles in our society. The bald politician began to explain with a knowing look on his face. That shouldn't be a movie. You've never seen such a creature before, have you? But if such a monster exists, there should have been an uproar by now. This thing can turn into a human. And when it eats you to death, you'll be erased from everyone's memory. That's Siffy. I saved that man just before he died so you remembered. Please, play the transformation part. At the bald guy's request, the white-coated researcher played a videotape. It's a very valuable footage. The man in white coat proudly said. On the cathode ray tube monitor was the moment when the office lady turned into a lesser Oni. Lie, that's CG. Just like Jurassic Park 4 years ago. I'm sure that can be made with CG. Maybe so. However, how do you explain the fact that a man was almost eaten right in front of you? Look, I brought you here because I have high expectations for you. High expectations. The bald man nodded and continued. Everyone in high positions in this country knows this fact. Do you know why? No. Because the weight of their life is different compared to a commoner. They should not be killed one day and get forgotten. Right. No, that's certainly not right. That is why we have a contract with the organization. We protect them politically and they protect our lives. It's a win-win relationship. I see. So that's why you brought me here. You'll be one of those who are in control. Thank you very much. He is quite a scumbag to be able to thank him there with a big smile on his face. I don't know how much he believed, but I guess his life and his political career are more important to him than anything else. I see. So this is how the organization gained power behind the scenes. The lesser Oni on the upper floor are probably used for experiments as well as to draw in politicians. The man who was just in the cell said he was a death row prisoner. There is no way such a guy is around here all the time. That means it was the politicians who prepared him. It's just like the old saying, you can't have it both ways. What? Intruders? There's no way they would be able to come this far. The complexion of the white coat guy who took the phone changed. Finally, they were informed. I approached them while my invisibility spell was on. The lesser Oni snarled at me as we approached the man in white coat and the politicians while invisible. The lesser demon detects us. I, myself, am suppressing my magic power, but Futaba can't do that. That must be the reason why it can detect us. Is someone there? Jiri. The man in white coat pressed a button on his hand and blue rain fell from the ceiling at the same time as the sound of the emergency bell. Uwa. What the heck is this water? The politicians covered their heads with their hands. What came down was not acid but just colored water. In the dense rain, only the place where me and Futaba were standing wasn't rained at. At that time, the invisibility magic broke. Does it have an anti-invisibility capability? Well, this kind of magic is usually automatically broken when the other party is aware of your presence. That's what happened. Assuming that they prepared that colored rain for this kind of magic, that means they have knowledge of variants other than lesser Onis. However, even if they find out that I'm here, that won't change anything. I drove my fist to the temple of the two politicians and then chopped the medulla oblongata of the man in white coat, knocking all three of them. On the other hand, the lesser Oni is trying to charge at us repeatedly, but it is being blocked by the tempered glass. I have nothing against you but... My finger pointed at the lesser Oni and emitted a flash of light. After that, a hole as big as a fingertip appeared in the tempered glass and the lesser Oni's forehead. A moment later, the body of the lesser Oni was shattered by the magic power I sent. UWA, you're soaking wet. I magically created warm air and turned it into a weak tornado that swirls around me and Futaba. Our clothes dried fast, but I can't do anything about the blue stain. I don't plan on doing some detergent commercial. Not only high-power magic, but also this kind of fine-tuned magic. I'm kind of not surprised whatever you do anymore. I took my hand away from Futaba, whose eyes were glued to the screen because there are too many things happening at once. I tried operating the nearby terminal. This CTR display is nostalgic. It seemed to have been operated until just a few minutes ago and it doesn't need a password. Oniachan, it's not safe to stay in one place too long. Futaba was right, but there were not many chances to access the researcher's terminal. I restrained Futaba with my hand and continued to operate the terminal. Impossible. They even do this. As expected, access to important files was locked, but I was able to obtain some important information. In the midst of all of this, there's one thing that we really need to verify. The floor plan of this building is, found it. Access is limited, but I found the target location. I picked up Futaba and ran down the hallway. On the way, reinforced glass opened and some lesser Onis came out, but I just kicked them off instantly. It's right under here. I made a hole on the floor like earlier and slowly descended. Then, a living severed head in a cylindrical case filled with clear liquid appeared in front of us. What's this? I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The living severed head said that with a meek smile while bubbles came out of his mouth. Susanoo, why are you here? I don't know if this can be called by being here when he's inside a cylinder full of mysterious liquid with only his head. As you can see, I'm being treated. His voice, vibrating with the liquid, is rather muffled. I'm sure you know that's not what I mean. Ha ha ha, I guess it's not. How can you even laugh in this situation? What I'm asking is, why are you being treated in the organization's facility? Variants don't have treatment facilities and the weak ones just die. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking how ridiculous it is that a variant is being treated by their organization. I agree. Susanoo smiled bitterly. So, the variants are the organization are connected. You don't want to say that directly, right? You are indeed a very bright high schooler. It's embarrassing, but that's how it is. Why? Aren't mankind and variants enemies? No, they're not. It's just the relationship between eater and food. This answer reminds me that Susanoo is also a variant. So the human side can only use their survival skills. It would have been better if that was the case. However, I'm amazed with humans' desires. Perhaps it is scarier than our appetites. I see, so that's how it is. In short, the organization provides food to the variants and the greater variants pay them by not attacking the organization's people. The organization can defeat any lesser variants, which makes them secured, and by selling that security to important people, they can get money and even meddle with politics. It's hard to believe that you're just a high schooler. It's as if you've seen the answer somewhere. In the other world, there was a country that had done something similar with the demons. That country was eventually disposed of for good by the Demon King though. There is no way I'll leave Futaba to this kind of organization. What about the Nordic organization of Yui? At this rate, I don't think they're decent either, but let's solve Futaba's problem first. See you later. Thanks for the information. Oya, are you not going to kill me? Given your current state, you can't eat humans. I'll eat you once I recovered. I'll kill you then. Ha ha ha, you're really an amusing guy. If you mean eccentric, I'm the one who should be telling you that. It's not that I'm being swept away. This guy is different from other variants. It is better to keep him alive. That's the intuition based on experience learned from the battle against demons is telling me. I'm even a little concerned about that guy. Further down the floor where we left Susanoo was the chief's room, or should I say, mansion. A Japanese house with eaves and a landscape garden. The ceiling was filled with natural brightness, perhaps they were drawing sunlight. The ceiling, which could be called empty, was around 20 meters high. It won't even be a problem calling it Boss Castle. How luxurious. Me and Futaba landed on the white sand that has flowing water. An old man who was enjoying tea in a Japanese-style room stared at us. A young shrine maiden, whose bangs are cut above her eyebrows, stood impassively by the old man's side. Good grief, I thought I ordered you to catch him. So this is the chief. At first glance, he appears to be a small, ordinary man. Before I came here, I had considered the possibility of the chief being someone's puppet, but now, that possibility has been blown away. He's the real deal. The way he stares is 1,000 times more powerful than the stare I received from the president of the company. I appealed directly to give me a break from a month of consecutively staying all night. I was provided with a shower room coupon and a cheap sleeping bag. Why the heck did I make that kind of analogy? Are you the root of all evil? A little brat who doesn't know how to talk. We are the protectors of the Japanese people. I don't need a lecture from an old man who calls someone he just met a brat. You should just sit back and listen to what the old man has to say. The old man should just give way to the young instead of filling his own pockets with politicians. Bastard. You know it after all. The pressure emanating from the chief doubled. I thought he would deny it. I guess he's watching all my movement from surveillance cameras. He readily admitted it. If you're planning to hide it, you should have put it at the back of the closet. I don't think I should say it like that since I break into their base. I was going to let you live, but it seems like mercy is unnecessary. Since it's not necessary, you don't have to be physically or mentally intact. What you're saying is totally villainous. I'm a civilian. There are no civilians in his building. No. So, you've put the idea of this is the place of the chosen ones. I know you can talk like that because you think you are powerful. Unfortunately, you are only half-baked. What? Are you going to make your move? To punish a brat like you, I don't have to move. The chief held up 5 talismans he had received from the Shrine Maiden and began chanting. I could already take him down while he's doing that, but I would like to see how well this organization chief can use his technique. The magic power pattern suggests that he'll use lightning attack type, so it won't be something unpredictable. At the same time all the talismans held by the chief burned out, the ceiling darkened and began to be tinged with lightning. Are those talismans the key to the magic power accumulated in this room? Extinguish. The smirking chief waves his hand down as if giving an order. Boom. An oversized thunderbolt struck me from above. The sand in the Japanese garden was blown clean, exposing a very sturdy floor of unknown material. No, if a normal person were to be hit by that, there wouldn't even be a speck left. I was unscathed because I had already erected an anti-thunder protection magic. Who are unscathed? The fact that he didn't seem surprised at all indicates that he has a reasonable assessment of my abilities. Futaba, take some distance. Why yeah. I would only get in the way. I cast all the defensive magic barrier I could on Futaba, who meekly moved away. With this, she should be safe even if something bad happens. Sorry to have kept you waiting. You've been very conscientious. That girl is an important card after all. This is the second time he called Futaba a card. Not power, not companion, not pawn, but a card. Does she have anything else other than war potential? Though I don't think he's someone who'll answer my question. I just need to ask, do you intend to set Futaba free? How can that be possible? I asked for freedom and that's the answer. If that is the case, I'll just have to turn this bad down until you do. That's not going to happen. The chief, stroking his goatee while smiling, signaled the Shrine Maiden with his eyes. The Shrine Maiden did something to the altar, making the ceiling open, and a cube-shaped cage of around 10 meters on each side fell. If you could beat him, I'll consider it. As the chief said that, the mansion he was in dove to the ground. I could have gone after him, but I'll take care of this guy first. I don't think the chief will keep his word though. What came out of the cage was a big humanoid monster over 10 meters tall. The monster, though humanoid, had the body shape of a cyclops with muscles all over its body. The most distinctive of all was its. You made this thing. What do you mean? The chief's voice comes out from a speaker installed somewhere. He's probably watching us with a camera. You have synthesized variants to make this thing. Roughly 100 of them, and you used humans to control it. How brilliant of you to know that in a glance. However, whether you can beat this synthetic Oni is another matter. The most distinctive feature of this monster is the human head, which is supposed to be its weak point. It is constantly moving inside its body. I wonder if there is a variant who is good at this kind of technique. There was a demon that synthesized all the humans of a certain country and turned them into a massive giant of flesh. This is similar to that. Even though there are only 100 of them, they still synthesized lesser Onis. In terms of magic power, they surpass humans in general. Quo. The synthetic Oni grew horn on its forehead and concentrated its magic power there. The horn alone is about the height of an adult male. It charges fast too. GA. At the same time as the synthetic Oni howled, a beam of magic power cannon with a diameter of around 3 meters was shot toward me. For now, evade it. I ran past the cannon and cut off the synthetic Oni's head. However, The synthetic Oni didn't care a bit about that and swung its thick arm. That's it. I kicked its arm and moved away. As I landed, the magic cannon was about to hit me. What the heck? The wall behind me reflected it. While catching the magic cannon with my palm, I analyzed the magic on the wall. In addition to increasing hardness, there is also a reflective magic spell applied on it. So this thing, combined with the synthetic Oni, is their trick to repel intruders. This base is probably the pinnacle of technology related to variants. The synthetic Oni, whose head had already regenerated, extended its arm to the cut-off head on the floor and absorbed it. As expected. Given how it was made, there's no point in dividing it apart. The synthetic Oni concentrated its magic power in its fist and swung it at me. I easily avoided it, but the magic power that reflected on the floor hit and blasted me up to the ceiling. A force geyser. But awakening is going to be out after being hit by 3 times. While I was thinking of unnecessary things, I was shredding the arm of the synthetic Oni. However, the pieces of flesh that I had cut off into dice-sized pieces attracted each other and were absorbed by the main body. Then, I held my black sword in my right hand and light sword created by magic in my left. Guo. Then, the synthetic Oni charged at me. This time, both of its hands are filled with magic power. First, the right hand. I evaded it while cutting off its right arm and then did the same thing with its left. As if that was a decoy, the synthetic Oni released a magic cannon from the horn on its head. I caught it with my 2 crossed swords and sliced the synthetic Oni's body open along with the magic cannon. The human head inside the synthetic Oni's body was also cut in half. It is at the weakest part of the swirling magic power. It is easy to see that it's the weak point. The synthetic Oni fell to the ground with a thud. However, it began to regenerate again. The human head inside its body also began to regenerate. Even the brain has been eroded by the variant and has ceased to be human. Outstanding skill. I can't believe you are a human, however, what do you think? As long as it has magic power, it will regenerate over and over again. I'm sorry for the certain victory, Chief, but I can think of more ways to defeat it than I can count on the fingers of my 2 hands. Combat is my specialty. I've made up my mind, let's use that. GA. The synthetic Oni leapt up while concentrating magic power into its fist. And it swung its big fist down like a hammer. No matter how high the attack power is, if it doesn't hit, it doesn't matter. It seems that it doesn't have the brains to learn this fact. If it were a human or a lesser Oni, it would be able to overwhelm them with its speed and power alone, but that would not work on me. I evaded the synthetic Oni's fist by its bosom and then jumped up and hit it in its jaw, making it drop back. The synthetic Oni, which floated several meters in the air, was surrounded by barriers I put mid-air. The synthetic Oni struck the barrier from the inside, but I won't be scared off by that. I activate heat magic inside the barrier and burn up the synthetic Oni's body. I'll just keep on burning you until your magic power runs out. Fool. The flame from a human's magic power will just make it regenerate itself. The synthetic Oni is repeatedly burned and regenerated, but its body is gradually becoming smaller and smaller. Impossible. There is no human that could use enough magic power to exhausted the magic power of a synthetic Oni. A voice of impatience can be heard from the speaker. Soon after, the synthetic Oni was burned to ashes. A circular hole in the ground, big enough for a person to pass through, opened and the chief rose up like in theaters. His face was distorted with rage. You did that, to my masterpiece. You were the one who initiated it. Are you ready to let Futaba go? I don't remember making a promise like that. I don't think Futaba would want to stay in the organization after seeing everything that has happened today. However, it is also troublesome to keep being followed by their organization. I'd like to get them to give up, but at this rate, it's not going to happen. He should understand that continuing this farce will only cause more damage to him. Does he really see that much value in Futaba? It should be something heavy. I no longer consider you human. You monster. You talk as if you ever treated me as a human. Shut up, kid. I'll deal with you myself. The chief's forehead knitted as he said that and opened his eyes wide. No way. You actually synthesized variant on yourself? Looks like he likes doing high-risk things. A chief cannot be weaker than his subordinates, can he? If there are subordinates who rebel, it is only logical to be stronger than them. A typical bad boss. You should be sued for power horror, power harassment. War. I don't understand the language used by young people. It is lamentable that your language is so disorganized. You'll figure it out. If you live to see it. You are treating me as a fool, but your insults will end here. You still have a lot of gall to say that after seeing me fight. I don't care if you're strong or not. Because I am not here. The moment the chief said that, his figure faded from my sight. Speed. Optical camouflage? No, it's not something so simple. It's not teleportation either. Oniichin. The moment I heard Futaba's scream, I was stabbed on my side. I pulled out the dagger that was stuck in my side. The blade is enchanted with barrier-destroying magic. Its level is a few levels lower than you is Gungnir. However, if we only look at its barrier-destroying effect, its ability surpasses Gungnir. It is disposable but with a specialized function. At the same time, I was stabbed in the side. I felt the barrier that I always had was penetrated. The dagger seemed to have used up all of its magic power at that time and had already become a mere dagger. Futaba, what did you see? Futaba shouted before I realized that I had been stabbed. The chief slowly approached Oniichin and stabbed you normally. The chief's figure is kind of blurry but, on your neck. I panicked and evaded, but a part of my skin on my neck was cut. I touched it and found blood on my hand. Why didn't I lose track? No, why can't I recognize it? This is not a simple cognitive inhibition magic. There is no lack of magic that makes you think they are not here even if you know they are, but I can't believe that even I, who's already concentrating, can't detect him. Moreover, Futaba, who has less magic power than me, can see the movement to some extent. How is that possible? No, perhaps. The memory of the person who is eaten by variant is erased and the human dispersing effect is automatically deployed. If you extend those characteristics, you might even be able to create a magic that makes you realize that they are not in this world. Magic that interferes with the law of causality. Like teleportation, it would be a kind of magic that humans are theoretically incapable of casting. The chief is synthesized with variants, so he was able to do so. However, I wonder why he is visible to Futaba. Is there a range in that technique? No, Futaba will be targeted. Due to the nature of the technique, it is normal for an opponent to destroy their eye. Before that happens. I filled the room with fire magic that only has enough where Futaba's barrier won't be destroyed. With this, the chief's ability is irrelevant. Absurd. Through the door in the wall, the chief, whose clothes and thin hair scorched, ran away. He must have had some good defensive items or something to be safe in that fire. Given how the chief looks, it seems like they run out of steam. Futaba, be my eyes. Yeah, I can finally be useful. I'll think of why the magic earlier didn't work on Futaba later. I pull Futaba's hand and cast defensive magic on her again. The door where the chief escaped from is already closed. It's not recognizable as a door at first glance because it is blended in with the design of the wall. I release a vibration destruction magic from my hand to the door. Crash. Beyond the destroyed door, there is a wide corridor and an elevator-like facility. I fill the corridor with fire magic just in case. The fluorescent lamps are cracked by the heat and the darkened corridor is lit by magic as we make our way to the elevator. The elevator seems to have stopped at the floor above. There are no stairs nearby. Using the elevator is not a good idea considering it might be a trap. I made a hole in the ceiling and jumped into the upper floor with Futaba in my arms. I fired lightning magic into the corridor stretching to the left and right. The lighting spell, which crawled along the floor and walls, filled the rooms around the corners and empty doors as if licking them. Since there is a possibility that there are civilians on this floor, the power is adjusted to the extent that even an unresisting person will only be stunned for a while. I'm actually struggling to consider them as civilians. At the very least, we cannot ignore the possibility that there are people who have been deceived by their organization. Gah. What is? Gya. Screams come from all over the floor. Enhanced hearing. Cool. I didn't know that the kid would go this far. Found you. Although he didn't scream, I heard the chief's murmur. I pulled Futaba's hand and ran toward the chief. That was the room where Susanu's head was. The chief had taken Susanu's head out of the liquid into his hand. You're early. I thought you would come a little more cautiously. The chief was behind a protective barrier made of reinforced acrylic. It was a few levels stronger than the ones that had confined variants. It has been given with protective spells too, like those used at the shrine. I wouldn't go so far as to say that humans can't do anything with it, but it would probably take me a few minutes to break it down. It must have been put up by variants. These guys are really sloppy. Still, I could see the impatience on the chief's face. I guess I was right. So, you wanted to buy some time, right? Your ability is great, but it has many flaws. To activate it, you have to declare what you want the other party to recognize, and all you can do is disappear. In addition, it can be deactivated if you take magical damage. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how you appeared and escaped as soon as I lit up the whole place. I analyzed the magical residue of the technique used by the chief, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is. If that is the case, I could do something about it. I never thought you'd see that much after that short battle. You are much more used in this field than I thought you'd be. More than you who's down here counting wads of cash. Say whatever you like, you can't move anymore. When the chief said that, my body stopped moving. Not only that my body is immobile, but the flow of magic power inside me has slowed down. Impossible. What is this binding force? If it were just a movement binding magic or magic power suspension, I could think of a number of ways to nullify them. However, this, while the effect is similar, is completely different in principle. It's a technique that fundamentally overturns the way this world works. It's the same when the chief disappeared earlier. The level of this technique is beyond that of a human. No, even gods can't handle it so well. If you wanted to defeat me, you should have blown up this whole base. However, I don't think you have the guts to do that with so many people involved. That's not guts. There are many people in this building who shouldn't die. Killing those people with your own hands is neither courageous nor gutsy. I wanted to swear, but my mouth couldn't move. Go on and die a slow death. Damn it, my heart rate is dropping. Does this mean can't move includes internal organs? I can make my heart and my lungs move with the little magic power I can manipulate. The problem is Futaba. If I don't do something about this, we won't be able to stay alive for long. Why? Even though he's synthesized with variants, how can a human do this? We need to remove the root cause of this. As I forced blood into my brain and continued thinking, the chief's hand holding Susanu's head began to beat and swell from the inside. Is the variant on his forehead eroding up to his arm? No, that's not it. He has synthesized a variant on his hand, and another on his chest. 4 variants together in one human body. How does he keep his human form? Could it be that he's already losing his ego? Synthesize, ability. Susanu, who was starting to be eroded by the tentacles extending from the tips of the chief's finger, slowly opened his mouth. That's right. By synthesizing the ability of several variants to one's body, in extremely rare cases, produces a powerful ability. When I got your head, I shuddered. What a powerful variant. I wondered what would happen if I synthesized you. I'm glad I experimented this morning. The early bird gets the worm, as they say. So that arm variant is the synthesizer and the chest and forehead variants are the synthesized abilities, and it looks like Susanu will be one too. It's not a kind of technology that can be made at will. Perhaps it was an accidental product when they were creating a strong synthesized variant. Can you? Susanu muttered slyly. Rest assured, I won't kill you. I'll just take some of your brain cells. You are not going to die. I don't know what will happen to your personality though. Is this a secret of the organization side that has not been told even to the variants? No, perhaps this is some kind of a deal. The most important thing to do now is to break the spell on me and Futaba. After that, deal with either Susanu or the chief. This isn't good. For some reason, the chief's spell seems to be less effective on Futaba, but even so, she can no longer stand it. There are several ways to solve this technique. However, all of them require burning this base to the ground. Damn. In the other world, considering the party balance, I trained with firepower first. I'd like a comrade who's good and binding. However, there's nothing I could do but to beg for something I didn't have. Futaba fell down on her knees, slowly collapsed on the floor and fainted. My priority is Futaba. I have to do something. Seri. Susanoo muttered something when he saw Futaba. I think that's the name of Susanoo's daughter in the mythology, right? Kukuku, did you give her the same name as your former daughter? He give her the same name? No, that can't be. I see. So that's why the chief called Futaba a card. You are more human than I am. The chief's face is already looking not so human from the outside. He is unable to recognize this and continues to laugh. He is already drunk. Human, is it, would do something like this. Magic power gushes from Susanoo's head. The amount of magic power gushing out from Susanoo's head is not something you'd expect from the head of a dying man. He is planning to die. Sword. In response to Susanoo's call, the Kusanagi sword appeared from the void and sliced off the elbow of the chief. Susanoo's head falls to the ground with a thud. Alright, my body can now move. After my body became able to move, I first touched Futaba and sent her magic power to make her internal organs move, since they almost stopped, back to normal. This should be good enough to not leave any after effects. It is strange that the symptoms are less severe than mine who's resisting with magic power. Next, I released the magic store in my sword. The sword of light that extended from the hilt sliced through the thick transparent wall and barrier. The lower body of the sliced chief fell to the ground while the upper half was supported by countless of tentacles extending from where he was cut. He looks like the imaginary Martian from the painting. That's what you get when you wield power beyond you can control. Gugugu, however, you won't be able to break this reinforced acrylic. When I took a step toward the protective wall, my foot passed through the acrylic as if there was nothing there. The acrylic was evaporating from the heat on my body. I melted my way through the acrylic wall as I approached the chief. What's with that power? Don't come. Stay away. The chief swung a tentacle extending from the arm that was cut off by Susanoo toward me. The tentacles, however, evaporate just before they touch my body. That should be superheat. However, I don't feel any heat leaving from the surface of your body. Are you an idiot? If I let out heat outside, Futaba will feel it too. She's your precious hostage for Susanoo, the subject of your experiments, right? The chief's face slightly contorted when I said that. No, that's not it. Just by his reaction, he was already admitting it. I nullified all the spells that the chief casted on me and slash away his tentacles one by one. What's with this power? I see, you bastard is a synthetic variant too, aren't you? Do you even believe what you are saying? How can a human wield that kind of power? Hi. Don't come any closer. Now I wonder, where's that pompous attitude of yours from a moment ago? I am sorry. I'll let your little sister go. So please, spare my life. You still dare to beg for your life given your current state? He seemed to have understood that without special abilities, it would be impossible to compete against me. You tried to kill Futaba just now, didn't you? I didn't. It's true. That girl's very important. He immediately shut his mouth, but it was already too late. Say it again. Say it and I'll spare your life. Ah, really? I won't just change my mind. I thrust my index finger into his forehead. I also stabbed him in the shoulder with my sword to threaten him. Gya. You understood. I'll say it. I'll say it. I'll never touch your little sister again. What about surveillance? There will be no surveillance. I will make sure that all my men will know what to do. Not just my little sister. Me and everyone around me included. Swear to me that you will not sell any information about me and Futaba to any politician. I will. I promise. Alright, the contract's done. As the frightened chief said that, a magic circle was deployed from my finger to his forehead and was sucked into his wrinkled forehead. The contract is now complete. If you try to break the contract, your head will blow off. This is not a threat. Do you understand? You understood. When I saw the chief respond, I hit him on the head. Then, immediately cast a condition preservation spell on his cut and threw him into the liquid where Susanu's head was. Be bastard. What? Do you think you can complain? You should be thankful I'm letting you live. Goo goo goo. The chief's face distorted in frustration, but considering the way he treated Futaba, I'm already being too lenient. Contracts should be made after you have established an advantageous position. The first thing to do is to beat up the other party and make it look as if you have made a few concessions or that they can't survive without you. It's like playing a game where you have to catch monsters in balls and make them fight. You have to hurt it until it is about to die in order to make it obey you. This is what they did to me in my Black Company years. I didn't want to be used like that though. I'm going to have to renew that spell around your head regularly or you're going to die. You'd better watch out. That's it. I am prepared to kill him if the contract doesn't work out, but this is better for Futaba's safety. Now, all that's left is Susanu. I picked up Susanu's head and casted a healing spell on him. However, it was still falling apart and showed no sign of being healed. I used magic forcibly even in this state. Apparently, even healing magic no longer works. Susanu's expression was calm as he said that. You also protected Futaba at the shrine, right? At that time, I thought it was all to defeat Kagutsuchi, but I was wrong. You think so? Is she your daughter? The child that Susanu had mentioned before, the child he had made with another variant, was probably Futaba. That is also probably the reason why the chief's ability was not that effective against Futaba. Perhaps the other party was his former wife. I don't even know why my parents decided to adopt her. Yes. After a long silence, Susanu said in a small voice. What about Futaba? You don't have to tell her. The lesser she knows, the happier she will be. The chief seems to know. The only ones who knew were the chiefs of the Japanese mythological variants and the organization respectively. If there are two who know it, perhaps there are others who know about it too. Information is like that. I'm not going to tell her even if you ask me to. That's good. Susanu smiled when I said that. I wonder if I could do something parent-like. What's this? You wanted to be a parent now? I'm not really sure about the answer myself. However, if you're going to ask me if I'm interested, I am. If you feel that way, you probably have a bigger heart of a parent than I do. Is that so? That's sweet of you. I don't think so. I've been told many times that I'm a good person, though I'm sure it was preceded by the word convenient. That's why I was forced to work for a Black Company. You don't seem to be as ruthless as you say you are. You seem very different from other variants. I've often been told I'm an oddball. I remember myself when I was still a human while feeling my desire as a variant. I wanted to know what this complicated state of mind is. However, it seems like I'm running out of time. Susanu's head was falling to pieces. Can I give your little sister my first and last gift? I know I don't deserve to. She's your daughter. Do as you please. Daughter, thank you for saying that. Don't get me wrong. Her parents are my parents. I know. I would have liked to talk more with you. It's a shame. I'm glad there's one less variant in this world. I can see your kindness and sweetness in counting me as one. I'll take that as an advice. I meant it as a compliment. Now, it's time to go. Then, goodbye. A small light came out of Susanu's head which became purple sand and it wobbled and flew toward Futaba. The light was quickly absorbed into Futaba's chest. You protected Futaba even at the cost of your own life. You were definitely a father. Section. After returning from the headquarters of the organization, Futaba and I took a day off from school. We could have gone to school in the afternoon, but I didn't want to let Futaba go to school after seeing and experiencing so much battle which even damaged her mind and body. She is now sitting on my bed side by side with me. I hold Futaba's shoulder as she rests her head on my shoulders and slowly head my little sister's body with healing magic. It seems like there won't be an after effect on Futaba, but we can never be too sure. Warm. Oniichin, you were that strong? Yeah. Since when? You promised to tell me. I will, but you might not believe me. I believe you. I'll believe anything you'll say after seeing how powerful you are. I gave Futaba the same explanation I told Yui. I did not say that I've lived until I'm around 40, but I did say that I've returned from another world. Isekai, but considering that Oniichin is a singularity, that might be possible. You believe me? Yeah. I've decided that I'm going to believe you no matter what you say. I see. Thanks. Do you think it's strange? Yeah. Futaba nodded with a puzzled look on her face. I see. You've grown up as a good girl. I patted Futaba's head. Don't treat me like a child too much. If it was the former you would have shaken off my hands already. You've become more rounded. I didn't want to get too close to Oniichin before because it will slow me down when I'm protecting you. However, I've always wanted us to get along. I see. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Mao, don't talk like we're an old married couple. What? Do we look like that? I'm just kidding. Why does Futaba look a little embarrassed? She's not reacting like that because of the words married couple, right? That can't be. Hey Kazu, are you okay? Then, Yui, in her school uniform, jumped through my window. She came straight from school? Ah, you too, what are you doing in bed? Yui pointed at us with both embarrassed and angry expressions on her face. I'm the one who wants to ask you. Don't enter through the window. Are you the childhood friend from the Showa-era rom-com? There are heroines like that even in Heisei era, so you don't have to worry. That's not the point. Stop that. You shouldn't come into other people's house without permission. Futaba forcefully interrupted Mai and Yui's conversation. I'm not sure why the two of them just can't get along. While soothing Futaba, I asked Yui, what do you mean by are you okay? Eto. Yui glanced at Futaba and stammered. Don't worry. Futaba knows everything. How could she? Ah. I see. Yui seemed to have guessed everything with just those. She's as smart as always. I heard that someone attacked the Japanese organization and told them to stay away from the singularity. That means something must have happened to Kazu. You heard it quite fast. It's been less than 2 hours since Futaba and I left the headquarters. The Nordic organization has a spy or two in their ranks. From that looks of it, you must have gone on a rampage. As expected of Yui. So edgy. I'm not edgy. Ma, if you're going to do something like this again, call me too, okay? After all, I'm your partner. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be Oniichin's partner from now on. No, you don't have to compete with her in that aspect. As the little sister, I can be with Oniichin 24 hours a day. I don't see the point of having a weak little girl sticking around him. If it's just a simple comparison in strength, I don't think either of us are any better than Oniichin. I think my special ability is more beneficial to him. What do you mean by special? Do you think I would tell you? Ku. Then, I'll move in here with you. Why would you do that? You too, calm down. I released a little magic power for a moment to intimidate the two of them. Yes. The two of them sagged. You two mean a lot to me, so please, be good friends. You mean two-timing? Why did it suddenly turn into a strange topic? You, friend. You, little sister. What? You two are pretty close already. Also, it's an undeniable fact that Futaba is my little sister. Even if it's only adopted. Ma, so be it. Now that I've confirmed that Kazu is okay, I'll make you two something to eat. Yui grabbed her shoes in her hand and was about to exit the room. That's my job. Futaba-chan, you have to get your body healed first. Just get yourself be pampered today. I don't need your permission. I'm not going to ask you to thank me. You can get back to me at the next joint junior and high school leader camp. After that, Yui exited the room while humming. She noticed that Futaba's internal magic circuits were damaged by the chief's attack. Since she was able to see someone's condition without touching her, I'd say her training is paying off quite well. Oniichin, have you been selected for the leader camp? The joint junior and high school leader camp is an annual event held jointly by my high school and Futaba's junior high school, which has a sister school affiliation with my high school. It's an attempt to pick up students, who are potential leaders, from each school and enhance their qualities during the camp study. No, I don't think it has been decided yet. However, Yui will probably be chosen. Was Futaba chosen? Yeah. I've got some work to do at the shrine, so I thought of turning it down. I don't think you have to worry about that anymore. Why don't you join? But you don't have to be worried about me anymore. I'd be happy if Futaba experiences various things. So, you want me to find a boyfriend there? No, it's too early for that. Go find someone stronger than this Oniichan of yours. I'll never find someone stronger than you. Don't say that so happily. However, thinking about it, I also have to repay my debt to Shiratori-san. I guess you should. In her previous life, Futaba used her entire life to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect hers. To do that, I need to show her that I'm happy too. This task is more difficult than defeating demon gods. I'm not really good at this. End of Volume 1.